Chapter 1721, Boom. Another loud explosion broke the peace at Mortal Emperor after the appearance of the Bayan beast world. A great ship ascended from cleansing incense with a size large enough to blot out the sky. When it revealed its full scope, the spectators were in awe and shock. It looked just like a flying continent. Each inch of the ship made from divine metal has been empowered and polished. This was indeed a mobile continent. It poured down laws like the waterfalls on top of having layers of defensive barriers. It was an unbreakable fortress. This was the Sea Conch. After stealing it, he recrafted and polished it into this new form. It would be a great help for him during this trip to the 10th world. With this fortress, the group could still withstand the barrages from the masters up there, even if the emperors and gods themselves attacked. This would be Li Qia's base as well in the future, to be used by the group. The ship was shocking enough, but people were even more shaken by the existence standing on it. This was a gigantic golden dragon. It absorbed and spewed out an immense amount of draconic energy. This energy engulfed the entire world like a great flood. It looked as if it could annihilate Mortal Emperor with one claw. At the back of the ship was a tiger the size of a mountain range. When it opened its eyes, they looked like suns. Just its glare alone could disintegrate a god king. Everyone shuddered at the sight of these two creatures. Unless it was an emperor, no one else in this world would be a match for them. They were the two beasts below Hidden Dragon Mountain. Of course, they had a name as well. The dragon was called Golden while the tiger had the name, Tyrant. Golden and Tyrant were perpetual enemies up above due to the animosity between their races. They would often fight upon seeing each other. Moreover, they were evenly powerful, so a victor couldn't be decided at all. Their battles could last for several hundreds or even more than 1,000 years. Later in the future, due to all kind of coincidences and reasons, the duo fell into the 9 worlds. This was an impossible matter, but the two met an exceedingly rare occurrence. Both were crushed under the mountain range and couldn't come into being. There were also South Emperor, Old Xian, Blood Bull God Fiend, Alpine Tree Father. These unstoppable beings were standing on deck without hiding their aura at all. The 9 worlds trembled before their appearance. There was nothing else to say after seeing this lineup. It was more than enough to show Fiercest's true power. Perhaps he was the only one who could rally such a force in the 9 worlds. An eternal existence felt dread and blurted. Is this putting it all on the line? In the past, it was virtually impossible for an emperor to bring up 1 or 2 people. But now, His Excellency wants to bring such a force. That's the dark hand for you, capable of doing what the emperors can't. No wonder why he was the ruler for so long. People were kneeling down, even the god kings and other exceptional masters. They were coming to say goodbye. Among them were ancestors from the Blood Race and War God Temple. Many experts from mysterious Bamboo Mountain came as well. Their seniors were leaving, so the descendants were coming out in droves. The girls also had their sex ancestors and peers coming, Heavenly Tao Academy, Eternal River School, Heaven Suppression. This send-off party was monstrous and included the strongest lineages in modern time. Thus, all experts in Mortal Emperor were retreating to make a path after the ship came out. Some people in the party didn't wish for their friends to leave. Some were even crying. The older members of the group were much better. They were from the last generation and had seen through life after living for so many years. There weren't much that they would miss in the 9 worlds. Plus, they wanted to go all out before dying from old age. As for the young ladies, some sadness couldn't be helped. After all, they might not be able to return to the 9 worlds later on. Moreover, their seniors, family members, and even parents were here, so some of them were crying as well. Nevertheless, they still chose to leave. This was their pursuit in life. Chen Baojiao's parents' eyes were red from tears. However, they didn't interfere with their daughter's business and boundless potential in the future. The most nonchalant one among them was Magu. She only needed Li Qiye, so the location didn't matter. As long as he was there, she would have everything that she needed. Thus, she was neither sad nor excited. She stood there like a transcending fairy, as free as the clouds and winds. The ship was waiting at the moment for Li Qiye to destroy the world barrier. Buzz! A great path emerged from cleansing incense and headed straight for the heaven's will. One could hear the cries of the mystical beasts everywhere. There were deities singing along the path, filled with immortal springs and divine flowers. The primordial aura was plentiful as well. At this time, Li Qiye finally stepped out of cleansing incense with his 13 palaces floating above. When he stepped on the path, he triggered a loud detonation and activated his 4 physiques. An endless flame surged straight up and swept through the celestials in the sky. He was letting his immortal emperor aura out in full swing. All of the 9 worlds had to shoulder his power. He was omnipresent and his majestic figure made everyone prostrate on the ground. Your Majesty! The inhabitants of the 9 worlds felt a sense of respect before this aura. Even those who didn't want to bow had to do so due to an instinctive fear. Their knees grew weak and they dropped loudly on the ground. Li Qiye took his time walking. Even without the heaven's will, he was already an untouchable immortal emperor. The laws of the world screamed before his coming. All beings had to submit to his might. He was holding Bu Lianxiang's hand. The two of them walked very slowly, painting an eternal scene. She was beautiful enough to shame the stars. Even if she wasn't an official imperial queen just yet, she was above all the previous queens. Many girls were lost in admiration and envy. Only Bu Lianxiang could enjoy this honor in the entire world. In their eyes, nothing was more prestigious than becoming an imperial queen. Though parting was inevitable, she was still as nonchalant and elegant as always. She was never one to wear her emotions on her sleeve. Though she knew that this could be their final moment together, she wanted to stay to help her man. She didn't want to be his shackles and supported him the entire way. She already had the style, temperament, and vision of an imperial queen. Her position in Li Qiye's heart was unique as well. Mei Suyao and the other girls had no objection. They didn't become jealous either since they thought that she deserved such honor and the position of queen. They were aware that she had paid more than the rest. Plus, she was staying back in the 9 worlds because she needs to keep his bloodline going. Not wanting to extend her life for another generation was another minor reason. Regardless of the destruction in the future, she carried hope and legacy. She would become the guardian of the 9 worlds and the protector of Li Qiye's line. Chapter 1722. Eventually, Li Qiye finally came right below the heaven's will. He looked up and a bright seal emerged on his forehead. The heavens will seal. A hawk-eyed fella could see and murmur. There was a copious amount of experts gathering in Mortal Emperor, especially in this area. Even the unhappy candidates' alliance was here. The geniuses that were robbed of their eligibility were annoyed. One could even say that they were furious, so some snorted. Even though Li Qiye already grasped the invincible might of an immortal emperor, some geniuses were still not willing to accept this. In their mind, they had been chosen by the heavens will before, but the sudden and confusing loss left them unsatisfied. Watching Li Qiye with his seal exasperated them even more. The candidates all lost their qualification for some reason. Even if he were to seize the heavens will right now, it'll be a questionable ascension. Someone mumbled, but many heard him clearly. The guy was purposely trying to put Li Qiye down. People glanced at each other, especially members of the alliance. These geniuses completely agreed with this sentiment. However, Li Qiye was too powerful at this moment, so no one dared to speak up. Under his current state, even an emperor contender would be taken down. Step up if you're going to say something. Don't make me drag you out. Li Qiye chuckled in response. Buzz. 2 people appeared out of nowhere, one old and one young, shrouded in a divine aura. Their vitality was quite holy and gave off a supreme feeling to all spectators as if they came from a divine race. I said it. The old man lowered his tone, it doesn't matter how strong you are. Without a competition, people will talk. Li Qie glanced at the old man then the youth. He smiled, and here I thought it was someone else. So it's Unidao true God. Your bloodline is quite rare in the 9 worlds. When your father was alive, he still could only kneel before me. You are far inferior compared to him. You. The old man's face turned red. Fine, since everyone is here, I won't be so polite. Li Qie's gaze swept through the experts, especially the Alliance members and their Dao protectors. In fact, the Alliance wanted to go all out and challenge the new Emperor's authority, so they were quite eager at the moment. Li Qie said, I initially wanted to be merciful, leaving more talents behind for the 9 worlds, but if all of you are so blind, don't blame me for what I'm about to do next. Your Alliance must be unhappy and feel indignation about losing your eligibility. A battle has always been part of the ascension to the throne. Only by experiencing this would one be qualified to become emperor. One candidate stated. That's right. A different genius parroted, it's not an official ascension without a battle. The quiet ones, especially the imperial lineages, were wanting to leave this mess. They had seen enough of Fiercest's abilities. It couldn't end well for those who oppose him. The best example was Soaring Immortal. Nevertheless, the Alliance remained unconvinced and refused to swallow this indignation, despite knowing Fiercest's strength. Fine, you want a merciless battle for the heavens' will, right? So be it. All come together with your Dao protector and sections. I'll take care of you all with just one move. Li Qie chuckled. The geniuses from the Alliance were furious after hearing this. They were the top talents from all over the 9 worlds with amazing achievements and personal abilities. Though they knew Li Qie was untouchable, his declaration of taking them all down with one move was simply humiliating. Such a big tone. One genius from a different world scowled. Li Qie replied, I've always been like this. If you want to make a move, go for it. Don't waste my time. Are you sure? Another asked. That's right. Li Qie said, anyone who is unhappy with me can come with whatever techniques and methods. I will need just one move. Fine, we'll just see how invincible you are. The young was always impetuous. One of them instantly said after losing their patience. At this time, the Alliance got ready for battle. Their Dao protectors and seniors stepped up as well. In a short time, Li Qie was completely surrounded. Each genius took the most advantageous position in order to deliver the fatal blow. Anyone else? Let's go then, the more the better so I can finish it all right away. Li Qie looked around and asked. Humph. Some geniuses were hesitating at first but they couldn't handle his arrogance. They snorted and stood out as well along with their seniors. Meanwhile, the spectators and virtually everyone who was from Mortal Emperor retreated far away from the battlefield. Those from Mortal Emperor could already see the incoming destruction. There was nothing Fiercest couldn't do in their mind, no miracle he couldn't perform. In fact, even miracles seemed so commonplace when he was involved. If he said that he could destroy the Alliance with one move, then he was definitely going to do so. In the end, the Alliance was in position for this final chance. There was no other choice but to test the might of Fiercest. They all walked on the path of the heavens and Immortal Emperor was their goal. If they didn't risk everything at this last second, then their several dozen years or even several hundred years of cultivation would be wasted. Even though testing the beast was an unwise move since Li Qie was unstoppable with his 13 palaces and 4 physiques, rationality didn't exist before the heavens' will. What was the point of all the hard training and spilled blood? They all paid the price and toiled just for this competition. This last effort gave meaning to their lifelong pursuit. Furthermore, they had the number advantage at this moment. If they could take Fiercest down, there was still a chance of reaching for the throne. He was their biggest obstacle and there was no way around it. They must kill him or everything would only be empty talks. Chapter 1723, The world fell into a hush, all eyes were fixated on this scene. The experts who were strong enough to watch all held their breath. Moreover, many great powers and imperial lineages opened their heavenly mirrors to watch the area. The ancestors who didn't personally come to the field could still see the battle. For the 9 worlds, people didn't only want to see how Li Qie would destroy the alliance with one move. They also watched how he would shoulder the heaven's will and become emperor. They wanted to see the process with their own eyes. Becoming emperor was everyone's goal, but right now, if they couldn't become one, being able to witness Li Qie's ascension was still the topic of a lifetime. Their life wouldn't have been wasted completely. Members of Mortal Emperor were more curious about which technique he would use to take down the alliance. They cared about the process, not the result, since the latter was already written in the stars. The geniuses in the alliance weren't that numerous. However, the addition of their Dao protectors and sect members increased the number to 100,000. They completely surrounded Li Qie with many god kings and some emperor assailants. This was indeed a frightening force. Any lineage in the 9 worlds would tremble in fear. No one would dare to oppose this type of alliance, outside of an immortal emperor. These emperor candidates and their unstoppable Dao protectors no longer held anything back. They instantly released their vitality and auras. These powers swept through the world like a storm to the dismay of its inhabitants. Li Qie simply glanced at the alliance surrounding him without leaving an inch and leisurely said, "You all have chosen this path. Do not blame me for being merciless." The members glanced at each other one last time. Finally, the strongest genius cried out, "Kill him. Then we'll have the chance to shoulder the heaven's will. Kill." All the members roared in unison and took out their weapon together. Everyone attacked without holding back. They wanted to use their strongest attack in order to kill Li Qie with this final attempt. Boom! In the blink of an eye, so many wondrous weapons came killing, including immortal emperor life and true treasures and some other ancient divine weapons. The weapons derived and created myriad laws. Some combatants reversed the yin and yang. Others were able to destroy the 6 Dao or refine everything in their path. The entire mortal emperor world quaked before this onslaught. It was drowned out from so many powerful masters attacking at the same time. The glint of artifacts and brilliance of techniques erupted instantly like the explosion of a million suns. This blinding blast illuminated all of Mortal Emperor. People's legs grew weak before this combined attack. Even god kings were horrified, let alone their pale seniors. Li Qie simply stood there with a smile. In the blink of an eye, his 4 physiques activated. Boom! A boundless immortal light flowed all over and overshadowed the existing brilliance. The lights of the alliance became dimmed. The power of these physiques was unimaginable. No one had cultivated 4 immortal physiques at the same time in history, let alone reaching grand completion in all of them. In the past, the Black Dragon King was invincible and on the same level as emperors just by having 2. Thus, one could extrapolate Li Qie's current power level. The 13 palaces instantly suppressed true immortals and the myriad Dao. Others' Dao became gray and feeble, unable to withstand a single blow. These 2 factors assaulted all of Mortal Emperor. Even space seemed to have been frozen. No one could move before this irresistible suppression. Maybe an emperor wouldn't be able to handle it either. Li Qie in this split second made a fist with his right hand. He had no need for techniques and complicated variations. His fist became resplendent and everything seemed to be within his grasp. It was no exaggeration that the 9 worlds were under his control. All existences felt that they were insignificant, trapped in this incoming move. Bang! Just the mere vibration of this fist shattered time, space, and the grand Dao laws in Mortal Emperor. It could crush everything since it contained the power of the palaces and physiques. The weapons and techniques were instantly destroyed, they weren't spared either. All the candidates, Tao protectors, and ancestors from their sect instantly turned into a mist of blood. This bloody mist filled the sky. Even god kings and emperor assailants didn't have the chance to scream nor an opportunity to resist. If they had awareness down in the 9 springs, they would be lost in disbelief right now with regards to their death. Shocking, couldn't describe this scene. The spectators had a shadow forever imprinted in their mind. This would be their terrible memory and nightmare for years to come. Blech. After a long while, someone regained their sanity and instantly vomited. More followed suit. People turned pale and some experts were paralyzed on the ground before this terrible feat. Just the vibration of his fist alone instantly massacred 100,000 enemies, even the emperor assailants. Who could be stronger than him in this world? Who could actually withstand this fist if it had actually come out? More importantly, Li Qiye had yet to officially become an emperor. If he were to ascend in combination with his current state, people would be lost in despair even more. Everyone thought about the topic previously discussed, who was the prime emperor across the ages. This was when everyone was of the same mind and thoughts, only Fiercest was eligible for this title, no one else. One pale ancestor murmured, "Prime Emperor. If he isn't qualified for this title, no other emperors were." Other people kept their mouths shut. They didn't dare to comment on this topic since they felt that they were ineligible from participation. They were too insignificant to enter the invincible might of the Prime Emperor. Prime Emperor became Li Qiye's crowning title. The world began to forget about Li Qiye and Fiercest. He had left behind only one memory for everyone, that of the Prime Emperor. Chapter 1724, Li Qiye gently sighed while looking at the sky filled with bloody mists. He said flatly, "The path towards immortal emperor has always been merciless, paved with skeletons. An emperor requires their adversaries' bones to pave the way. I was merciful, yet why must all of you force me to ascend this way?" Despite the dull tone from him, it still silenced the experts in the 9 worlds. Everyone was aware of the cruel competition towards the throne. However, without having a personal experience, people didn't hold it in mind. But when they saw Li Qiye destroying 100,000 men with just one fist, a realization of its cruel nature began. The popular description was not empty words but reality. Thus, some people shuddered in fear. They swore to never let their descendants walk on the imperial path. One emperor, countless bones. No one would blame him for being merciless. If he didn't kill them, they would still try to kill him. It was that simple and brutal. Though Li Qiye wanted to leave some talents and sparks to the 9 worlds, the alliance kept on challenging him. Thus, he had no reason to be merciful. It was not in his nature to do so. Li Qiye then stared at the Unidao true god and his junior at his side and said emotionlessly, "Go back. I shall let you go out of consideration for your father." The god was pale despite possessing an amazing bloodline and power. He quivered and couldn't restrain the fear inside his heart. He felt so insignificant before the Prime Emperor. Just one finger alone could pulverize him. His disciple couldn't stand straight at all. He has considered himself a genius all this time, but he didn't have the courage to look at the emperor. If it wasn't for the true god supporting him, he would be paralyzed on the ground right now. "Thank you for showing mercy, Your Highness." The frightened true god prostrated towards Li Qiye before taking his disciple away. His action, without a doubt, meant that he had accepted Li Qiye's position and title. "Your Highness." The spectators got on the ground and shouted in unison. Their cries echoed all over mortal emperor and triggered more kneeling and praise. In this split second, Li Qiye's status has been confirmed even before his official ascension and shouldering of the heavens will. This was an unprecedented miracle. No one had been accepted so readily by all experts before the official coronation. There was no need for the heaven's will. In the eyes of the people here, the Prime Emperor had proven his invincibility. Rise. Li Qiye took in everything around him and said slowly. His quiet voice permeated all corners in the 9 worlds. His imperial aura filled every inch of the lands. All cultivators were willing to submit to the Prime Emperor's authority. They finally stood up and looked at the Emperor with awe and respect. Li Qiye withdrew his gaze and looked at the heavens will in the sky. He said, "It's time to leave." With that, his forehead lit up. One could see 3 golden, silver, and iron strands of light twisting together. The light of the heavens will was only one step of a long path compared to them. The end of the world is waiting to be vanquished by us. He declared. Boom. 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 3 maelstrom instantly pierced through all space and appeared above Li Qiye. Rumble. The 9 worlds quaked in response. All living beings were startled by the explosions. 3 maelstrom were hovering above his head now with their respective color, gold, silver, and iron. They were found by him in the past. The golden maelstrom came from the source of the 3 great veins in stone medicine. The silver one was located in the ancestral domain of sacred nether and the iron one was lost in the bone sea. Few people in history knew about them because they have never appeared at the same time. It was difficult to comprehend them, even an emperor would need a long period of time. More importantly, luck was essential in doing so. They were related to the greatest mystery of the ages. The master in the immortal demon grotto searched for it back then. In the beginning, he didn't have a great understanding of the maelstrom. He only knew bits and pieces from the lost epochs, only about their existence. Later on, his dark crow dug deeper and he understood them more. By the time the dark crow escaped from the grasp of the grotto, Li Qiye had greater knowledge than the grotto. It wasn't until he obtained the silver light that he truly understood it. This was the reason why he wanted to go to stone medicine and heaven spirit. When these 3 maelstrom were rotating, the entire 9 worlds were shaking as if the 3 could devour and grind everything to dust. The maelstrom were small relative to the 9 worlds but they contained a power 100-fold stronger to the horror of all creatures. Everyone was afraid that they would suck the 9 worlds in. From then on, nothing would exist. Buzz. The 3 lights turned into 3 extremely tiny laws after a dazzling process. These hair-like laws were exquisite and looped around each other. Boom. The 3 big maelstrom changed. They turned into 3 grand Tao that have never been seen before. In a short time, the 3 grand Tao imitated the 3 tiny laws and twisted together without stopping. With their rotation, everything in the world became eternal as well. The explosions finally stopped and the world became quiet. These grand Tao were inscrutable. They seemed to have been born in the primordial essence, even older than the heaven and earth. All the laws and Tao of the epochs were derived from them. No one could understand them and felt that in this particular conjoined state, the world was born for their sake. Li Qiye smiled satisfyingly after seeing this. If it wasn't for his search under the grotto's command, he wouldn't have figured out their mystery. During his search, he read through countless scrolls in the 9 worlds and even went to the 10th. There was virtually nothing written about them, only a few lines on ancient murals. After the long years, Li Qiye had certain guesses and today, he was finally successful. Their origin and usage couldn't be described with words. This was the reason why after losing, the grotto tried hard to find the maelstrom. In the master's eyes, this was his only chance to rise again. Those who truly understood the maelstrom would go crazy, including emperors. Chapter 1725. All spectators saw the 3 grand Tao created from the maelstrom twisting together. They were curious about the nature of these things and why they wielded so much power. It's time for perfection. Li Qiye took out a bronze chest that he got from the bottom of God War Mountains. At that time, a huge statue was holding it. He opened it and threw the content at the Grand Tao. Clank! A clear metallic noise came about. The items from the chest hung on the 3 Grand Tao and became resplendent. They were 12 things that had the appearance of laws but weren't laws, golden but weren't gold, hardened but weren't stones. They looked so natural hanging off the 3 Tao as if this was their complete form. If the 3 Grand Tao together looked like a beautiful earring, then the 12 things hanging on them looked like 12 attached string tassels fluttering in the wind. The beauty of this entire thing was beyond imagination. No one in this world was qualified to wear it, and its seemingly natural form only confused the crowd even more. How many emperors have chased after the heavens will and trod forward courageously? Today, the heavens will is only a decorative piece. Li Chia said and smiled while looking at the 3 Grand Tao and 12 laws. This shocked all the experts nearby. So many considered the heavens will to be everything. But now, the Prime Emperor said that it would only be a decorative piece. Such a statement was too domineering. He was the only one qualified to do so. His forehead lit up again. With a buzzing noise, one of the 12 laws stretched out as if it was coming back to life. Next, it instantly locked up the heavens will before penetrating inside. The Grand Tao form of the heavens will was initially flowing like water. Now, it was absorbed by the law and became part of it. The fusion made the law bright as if it was infused with life and all the energy in the world. The other 11 laws paled in comparison since they didn't have the same radiance. This astounded the crowd and left them with widened eyes. Even though the Prime Emperor had said it, watching this scene unfolding still bewildered them. The heavens will was the symbol of invincibility and belonged only to the emperors. But today, it was only a decorative piece. It was truly made the mind waver. Everyone would find this unbelievable in the past, but watching it in person made them think that this was quite natural, normal, even. Nothing the Prime Emperor did could be considered a miracle since he was capable of anything. Many had their breath stolen. If that law required 1 heavens will to light up, it meant that they needed at least 11 heavens wills more to be complete. Just thinking about that made everyone nervous. Who could imagine the consequence of possessing 12 heavens wills? What was the result of someone possessing them? What kind of being could this be? Even ancient existences like Old Xian and the God Fiend became anxious as well. Meanwhile, the Golden Dragon and Tyrant Tiger understood the significance and the result. However, they didn't know the real origin of the 3 Grand Tao and the 12 laws. It's time for the emperors and gods to tremble, as they should. The heavens will gestated by the 9 worlds is very precious. How many heavens wills up there will he need to light the other 11 laws? The Golden Dragon said. This guy is too heaven-defying, just this alone will make scalps tingle up there. The Tyrant Tiger agreed, after he lights up all 12, even if Purewood Divine Emperor and Origin Heaven Emperor were to come back to life, they still wouldn't be able to stop his pace. No, you are still underestimating this guy. The dragon shook its head, he came prepared to go big in this generation. Those 2 emperors are not enough to trouble him. If he were to light up all 12 laws, all the emperors and gods combined wouldn't be his match. At that time, he'll really be the one qualified to fight at the end of the world, the only one that might be successful. Final battle, the tiger said slowly, too many have died on this road. People have hibernated for generations and in the end, they couldn't get on this path in time before being killed by the heavenly execution. The dragon shuddered and said, it is quite scary. The Flame Emperor with his unparalleled talents and invincibility still couldn't withstand it. These 2 were aware of this particular tribulation. When it came down, even invincible characters like them became dazed. No one could withstand it. Only 2 choices were left, to be annihilated or to run away. So many grand emperors and immortal monarchs are hiding from it. The tiger added, I hope this guy can handle it directly unlike all the others. This would definitely validate his title as Prime, even in the 10th world. The beast glanced at Li Chia at this point. The dragon mused after hearing this, directly withstanding it, No one has been able to do so. Otherwise, Purewood Divine Emperor would not have disappeared without a trace, and Origin Heaven Emperor wouldn't embark on the journey early. And of course, Flame Emperor would still be alive. I don't think anyone had a greater accomplishment than these three in the 10th world. How many Heaven's Wills are required to light up all 12? The tiger wondered while looking at the scene above. If each one requires one Heaven's Will, it is hard to calculate in the 10th world. In my opinion, at least 66 Heaven's Wills. The one in the 9 worlds is too precious in comparison, comparable to 2 to 6 Heaven's Wills in the 10th world. There might be a lot of them up there, but in order to light up all 11, he might need to take all of them in a single generation. The dragon smiled wryly and shook its head. It's too hard to imagine. Even though several Grand Emperors and Immortal Monarchs can appear in each generation, no one has been able to take all the Heaven's Wills. No, it's frankly impossible, since it will make it awkward for everyone. The other emperors and monarchs won't just sit idly by. Chapter 1726, It's definitely not easy, quite a burden on a long path. The Golden Dragon said with a tinge of emotion, the emperors and gods won't just watch or let anyone take all of the Heaven's Wills. Even if they don't interfere, the heavenly execution will definitely come down due to the number of wills. Perhaps even before he could light up the 11th law. I'm not that pessimistic. The tiger laughed. I hope that this guy can do it. It'll be interesting when he takes all 72 wills. At that point, the 10th world will fall into a barren period with his unique miracle. One person with 72 wills. The beings up there will be tortured by this fact. Quite an invincible feat. One palace can only hold one will, so 12 is the limit. The dragon smiled wryly. Even if he has 13 and has broken common sense, I'm afraid his own body won't be able to shoulder all 72, even with the 3 Grand Tao and the other 11 laws. This is still a mighty power that might be beyond his control. It's more than enough to overfill and detonate any emperor. The tiger had a different view. He's a miracle creator, moving across the 2 worlds so many times without dying. Don't use logic to gauge him. I'm quite high on the guy and am more than ready to watch the gods and emperors moan after he takes them all. The beast was ready to bask in the misery of others. The dragon was still skeptical. 12 wills were the limit in the 10th world, since one palace contained 1 will. No emperors and monarch have surpassed 12 palaces in the past. The most mysterious Purewood, the most brilliant Origin, and the strongest Flame only had 12. They couldn't break through the limit. Purewood was an emperor full of legends and shrouded in mystery, yet he still followed the common limit. These were all the strongest of the Grand Emperors and Immortal Monarchs. The dragon thought that there was still a chance for Wuxia to have 13 wills, in accordance with common sense. But it was skeptical about his ability to light up all 11. Furthermore, in the case of success, perhaps his body wouldn't be able to handle such a force, since no one has done it before. No matter what, this guy has a chance to surpass Purewood Divine Emperor. The dragon admitted, his 13 palaces will make his future extraordinary. The tiger was very respectful when talking about this emperor, the first Grand Emperor to have 12 palaces in the 10th world, perhaps even the first of the emperors. Yes, too many tales about him, the role model for many emperors and monarchs. The dragon agreed. The title, Purewood, had a fascinating effect once mentioned due to his cryptic nature. Wuxia sighed after the Heaven's Will had lit up one of the laws. It was truly time to leave now. He took a deep breath and embraced Wulianxiang to whisper, I'll come back triumphantly. Nothing can stand in my way, whether it be the beings up there or the villainous heaven. Right, success will be yours. Wulianxiang spoke caringly, go without worries. Wherever you are, I will be waiting for you to continue forward, my capable warrior. He couldn't stop himself from kissing her while she tightened her embrace. After a long time, their lips finally separated. Despite her unwillingness, she said, Go, my love. Never look back, never falter. Goodbye. He intimately muttered before turning to leave. He stopped on a peak without looking back at the crowd. He was afraid of being shaken by this emotional moment. Lianxiang quietly stared at her lover's back. She was praying for him and didn't wish to be his shackles. The apex was merciless. Her man required the utmost courage to tread towards the end of the world. She didn't wish to follow him due to the popular adage, the sweet scent of a woman is the grave of a hero. She didn't want him to stop because of his wife and children. Thus, she chose to stay behind in order to keep his determination from wavering. Since the start of time, each imperial queen had to make a choice whether to go with their husband or stay behind. The emperors had to continue forward on the long path of the Tao. If they stopped for too long, familial love could become their shackles, their wife and children would always be on their mind and adding to their worries. More often than not, these queens have chosen to stay in the 9 worlds to protect their sex and raise their children. This was their responsibility and choice. Li Qiye looked at the sky before raising and spreading his right palm. At this moment, he suddenly locked the entire sky. Spatio-temporal barriers appeared one by one. Nightfall descended with starry dots appearing to the astonishments of many experts. People finally understood the Prime Emperor's current level. When he closes his eyes, darkness arrives, when he opened them, the dawn cometh. He was free to control the universe and change the days. What is that? People wondered while looking at these starry dots floating in the dark. They looked like spatial coordinates but were different from the ones in the 9 worlds. The world barrier between the 9 worlds and 10th. Only emperors can see these things, but Prime had shown everything with just a wave of his palm. That's too powerful. A top general under an emperor explained to his descendants. The 10th world? What do you mean, is that an immortal world? One child was very curious. They have never heard of a 10th world before. The Void World was another one that had just appeared, but it already had a name. It's not something for you to know, only existences of the imperial level are privy. The general didn't want to tell his descendants. He gazed at the barrier and said, emperors usually went alone and didn't want to be disturbed. They would pick a faraway location before opening it. But now, Prime doesn't care about the crowd or any disturbance. Is he about to create another miracle? The ascension to the 10th world has always been meticulously planned by the emperors. Even someone as invincible as them didn't dare to be careless. Thus, only their most trusted confidants were allowed to know the location and send them off. This was indeed an extremely dangerous endeavor, so they didn't wish to be disturbed during the process. That's why so few in history were aware of the emperor's whereabouts and the existence of the 10th world. That's why it was so shocking for the Prime Emperor to publicly announce his ascension to the 10th world. It meant that he wasn't afraid of anyone interfering or stealing his connecting pathway. A few hidden overlords in the 9 worlds felt their heart beating faster. Maybe this is a good opportunity since Fiercest can bring so many people with him. Some of them immediately made a decision. Chapter 1727. In fact, the overlords weren't the only ones tempted. A few generals or hibernating children of emperors felt the same way. They were aware of the 10th world's existence since they saw their parent going up. They also missed the emperors who might still be living in the 10th world. Thus, they were thinking about seeing them and some legends in the 10th world. Emperors usually went alone not only because of the difficulty in surpassing the barrier, it was also due to the hunt waiting above. They could face people at a higher level and might not necessarily survive the ordeal, let alone protecting others. So now, when the Prime Emperor wanted to bring so many people, it meant everyone could have a chance to go to the 10th world. So that's what he'll use to break the barrier. The crystal fowl back at the mine saw the 3 grand Tao and 12 laws hovering above and understood Li Qiye's method. This is even stronger than an epic wheel, definitely before the primordial period and all the epochs. That's when such a powerful thing would be created and break through the barrier like an epic wheel. The fowl murmured. He also yearned while looking at the starry dots. There were the coordinates of the 10th world. After breaking through the barrier, the 10th world was next. It was a type of homecoming. Unfortunately, their mine wasn't allowed to join. Even when an emperor was doing this, he could only open a single path for himself on this barrier with the heaven's will. After all, this was a separation created by the high heaven and another reason why emperors usually went up alone. Li Qie locked onto his target with a chilling glare and said, "Is everyone ready?" Roar! Both the golden dragon and tyrant tiger roared and became excited with surging battle intent. Their terrible aura engulfed the 9 worlds. They were at the level of emperors, so everyone else shuddered. The Prime Emperor alone was frightening enough, but now, 2 divine beasts were present as well. This magnitude of force was truly unprecedented. It could suppress all the ages since it was virtually 3 emperors existing at the same time. No one could ever touch this group in any era. The beast world became excited by exuding an endless primal aura as well. It was as if countless beasts were coming back to life. The birds, fish, and beasts all over the 9 worlds stopped on their track instantly due to fear. Even the soaring immortal sect at its highest peak couldn't possess this all-crushing power. In fact, Li Qie was full of regrets. He wanted to use the dragon and tiger to deal with the ancient Ming one last time before leaving. Alas, they kept on hiding, so he didn't have the chance for a final massacre. Buzz! His forehead lit up and released loud explosions. The 3 grand Dao and 12 laws began to spin like a drill bit. The bright entities became dazzling with a suffocating power. Quite terrifying. The crystal fowl was very wary after sensing this power. Even the pair of eyes in the deepest part of the heavenly corpse burial ground opened as well and became serious. The old ghost realized that Li Qie was going all out back at the negotiation day. If the burial ground were to refuse, he would have definitely destroyed them. Rumble. The Dao and laws rotated faster and faster until it just looked like a drill at work. Once it reached maximum speed, it instantly began to head for the world barrier. Bang! The impact made the 9 worlds shake. Tsunamis assaulted the sea while the stars swayed up above. Even the strongest beings tumbled to the ground. One move to break the heaven. A huge hole was penetrated in the world barrier. Crack! More cracks appeared that were increasingly widening. More locations on the world barrier began to collapse, resulting in more holes. The path to the 10th world emerged before the spectators. One could see the strands of immortal lights descending from above. They were brilliant and tempting, baiting others closer with palpitation. One must get through the lightning ponds first. An ancestor looked at the holes in the sky and said. The paths were still very dangerous. The closest area to the 9 worlds was full of lightning tribulations. One could see lightning bolts rampaging that place like dragons, ready to annihilate all trespassers. After crossing through this area, one would reach a vast expanse. That's the buffering zone between the 2 worlds or a battlefield. The hunt would start there with the existences from above trying to stop emperors from the lower worlds from coming. This was due to the 3 clauses agreement back then. Once an emperor made it to the actual 10th world, all hunting must cease. Of course, it was a different scene for those looking down from the 10th world. The buffer zone looked like a bottomless abyss, made out of time and space. Once fallen inside, anyone would be corroded by these 2 affinities, losing up to several 100,000 years. That's the trade-off in lifespan in order to descend. The beings up there couldn't pay this price since they would die of old age within that expanse. Thus, it was much easier to go up from the 9 worlds versus the opposite. In a short time, all cultivators held their breath. Some were quite tempted, but no one dared to rush forward since they didn't know what was waiting above. Chapter 1728, the spectators in the 9 worlds gulped at the broken barrier. The overlords that knew of the 10th world's existence gleamed with anticipation. In a short time, some people were secretly preparing to go up in this once-in-lifetime opportunity. Some god kings thought that this was the mythical world of immortals. Going up there was a fortuitous event, perhaps they could even obtain immortality. Unlike all the previous generations, the Prime Emperor had shattered the entire barrier, creating cracks and holes everywhere. Anyone who could withstand the upcoming lightning tribulation could have a chance of reaching the 10th world. However, he stood motionlessly in the same spot. Anyone else who wanted to go up still had to wait for him to leave first. Who would dare to compete for the first spot with Prime? We're finally returning. The Golden Dragon and Tyrant Tiger stared intensely at the holes with fire in their eyes. They were different from South Emperor and the others. One group was returning home while the other consisted of visitors. As two who have left home for so long, how could they not become excited at the repatriation? Nevertheless, the other group was still excited and ready to try. There was an entirely new world waiting for them, allowing them to excel even more. Li Chia himself had locked onto a particular coordinate. He then pointed at one of the holes and told the dragon and tiger, "You all go this way. Be careful." "Very well, commence." The two beasts lost their patience long ago. After hearing the command, the two of them eagerly shouted. Rumble. They controlled their ship to fly towards the hole directed by Li Chia. Magu and the others hurriedly waved goodbye at him. They couldn't go with him, so they had to wait for the meetup in the 10th world. It wasn't that he didn't wish to go with them, but he couldn't due to having too many enemies in the 10th world. He caused a huge commotion this time, so the ones up there were surely aware. Plus, they would try their best to calculate his position in the shortest time. That's why he would definitely face an ambush the moment he got up there, so he must go by himself in order to avoid involving Magu's group. "You go on that path." He pointed at another hole and told Ming Yeshue, who was controlling the beast world. Separating was the best way to avoid being captured altogether. Rumble. When the beast world and the gigantic ship jumped into their respective hole, the lightning tribulation frantically attacked them. One wave of thunderous attacks came after another with an immense destructive power. The thick lightning bolts came striking and would turn anything in their path to ashes. "Come!" The two beasts didn't care at all and roared. In the blink of an eye, their vitality erupted, same with their divine aura. Draconic runes and tiger symbols appeared to stir the lighting ponds. Boom! Their attack instantly made a path in the currents, allowing the ship to head for the buffer zone. Those who could watch this scene were astonished. These beasts weren't weaker than any emperor. This was too heaven-defying. Who could stop the two of them working together? Roar! The beast world issued a cry as well that threatened the world. It looked as if the king of beasts was within. Beast runes emerged and came together to form a huge defensive barrier. Rumble. Just like that, it jumped into the lighting pond and suffered the massive onslaught. However, this barrier was quite mighty and was able to withstand the onslaught. It rushed through the tribulation and made it to the buffer zone. The truth was that going through this ocean of tribulation wasn't the hardest part. Two other things were more challenging. First was the pathway that required the heavens' will to break. This would be a lone pathway just for the emperor. Second was the hunt aiming at all newcomers at the buffer zone, the most dangerous obstacle. Meanwhile, the envious crowd was still watching. Certain big shots were waiting to try to go up as well, maybe they could get lucky. Li Chia took a deep breath and couldn't help but turn back to look at Wu Lianxiang despite not wanting to do so. She waved at him with gentle encouragement. Her eyes, full of determination, sent him off as his biggest and eternal supporter. Li Chia became firmer and nodded solemnly at her. It was time for him to tread forward and never stopping. He glanced at the 9 worlds and said, "Goodbye." Having said that, his 4 physiques erupted and became radiant. Boom! He was standing on the peak, but now, it has been uprooted and shot straight at a hole in the sky like an arrow that he was controlling and riding. Bang! He instantly surpassed the pawns of lightning after the hole and made it to the buffer zone. In this whole process, lightning and thunder couldn't touch him at all due to the void imperfection physique. This scene was astounding to everyone. Even tribulations couldn't touch him at all. That's Prime Emperor, no one else was on the same level in history. It's starting. After the ship reached the buffer zone, the dragon on the front and tiger on the back of the ship had a sharp glare, capable of seeing through the entire area. Nothing could hide from their gaze. We'll let them taste our power, no matter who they are. Ha, not coming back after so long, it's fine to teach these juniors a lesson. As long as it is not a 12 Heavens Will's Grand Emperor, anyone else is fine. The Tyrant Tiger fiercely claimed. Boom! In a wink, a gigantic palm descended from above and sealed the field. Its imperial aura suppressed the myriad laws. This power was not inferior to any emperor from the 9 worlds. Not bad, Junior, state your name, which race are you from? The Tyrant Tiger guffawed. That's right, state your name. The dragon laughed as well and unleashed its claws. The tiger showed no reservation and pounced forward with a slash straight at the palm. The Grand Emperor's eyes gleamed with astonishment. Without a doubt, he didn't expect to see 2 powerful adversaries like the dragon and tiger from the 9 worlds. Boom! The power of the heavens will erupted to face the incoming beasts. Without a doubt, the Emperor in the sky resorted to using the will's power. For Grand Emperors, they might not necessarily use the heavens will even against Emperor contenders right away. However, this Grand Emperor had no choice or the 2 beasts would end him. How many heavens wills do you have? 4 or 5? The aggressive tiger wasn't afraid at all and bare its fangs to the world. It created a deep gash in space before jumping within. Emperors with 6 and up won't easily come out in order to avoid the tribulations by the villainous heaven. Even if you have 6, you're not our match, being all alone. The dragon had a much more amicable attitude while attacking with its claw. Chapter 1729, Boom. While the dragon and tiger were fighting the Grand Emperor in the sky, a different palm suddenly came out of nowhere from a different direction and aimed for the ship. Imperial laws oozed from the palm with primordial chaos. The ship seemed tiny before the palm as if it could be crushed at any moment. Even though the girls were mentally prepared to fight the emperors, their hearts still sank once the combat began. These emperors were something else with their heavens will power. Finally a fight. The South Emperor's eyes gleamed with excitement. But Magu was ahead of him. Her pretty eyes lit up and with a buzzing noise, they poured out an endless light. It looked like the river of time separating the ship from the gigantic palm of an emperor. Zzz. The palm started to decay after touching the river. In a blink, it became bony like a chicken foot. Boom! This emperor didn't let up. The power of the heavens will came over like a flood and the withered palm regained its vitality once more. It crossed the river of time straight for the ship just like before. State your name, Grand Emperor. Do not bully the juniors. Magu couldn't retaliate because the golden dragon jumped in and grabbed the palm with its claws. The 2 beasts were still laughing while fighting against 2 emperors. 5 to 6 heavens wills emperors weren't a threat to them. Perhaps one with 9 wills would prove to be a challenge. Of course, if there was a 12 wills emperor here, they might not be able to stop him even when working together. A grand completion eternal physique is quite terrifying. South Emperor was shocked even though Magu was interrupted and stared timidly at her. Even though Magu was not an emperor and rarely took action, everyone was in awe whenever she did. Her physique had the support of time, the thing most cultivators feared the most. It didn't matter what type of existence they might be, they still couldn't stop the power of time. The only grand completion eternal physique in history completely matchless. Old Xian's expression changed as he murmured. While the dragon was facing the other Grand Emperor's attack, a stately voice resounded in a calm manner, "Which fellow Taoists are making it difficult for the juniors from my 9 worlds? If you wish to fight, I'll indulge you." Another imperial aura assaulted the world. "Looks like an immortal emperor from your 9 worlds is here." The dragon smiled at the juniors on the ship. "Looks like I can't fight then. This fucking immortal emperor, I haven't gotten my fill, why are they here already?" The tiger was clearly unhappy about this newcomer. His battle with the Grand Emperor in the sky came to an abrupt end as a result. He has not fought for a very long time due to being imprisoned under the mountain range. Right now, he finally had a chance to fight against a Grand Emperor, but it looked like this won't be possible anymore. The dragon looked at the sky and shook its head, "Unless a 3rd Grand Emperor comes, but that's boring. According to that damned crow's explanation of the old agreement, there can't be a 4th Emperor." South Emperor and the others stared at the sky, curious about which emperor from the 9 worlds was helping them. Bang! After entering the buffer zone, it became dark as if a monstrous beast was blotting out the sky. The statues from the beast world became serious and could faintly guess something. Roar! A primordial scream came about as if a monster was waiting for the beast world. "Our old enemy is here." The city commander could sense this primordial and beastly aura. Roar! A gigantic bion rushed out from the beast world. It shattered the world and opened its mouth, ready to devour the moon. Growl! A roar came from above along with a huge claw. The peak flew like an arrow and took Li Qie to the buffer zone. The shiny path towards the entrance of the 10th world appeared before him. However, there was someone standing there already. It was a very gallant youth. He wore a heavenly robe with a green dragon embroidery. The style was quite aggressive, as if the dragon wanted to fly out and tear everything apart. He had an imperial crest and postured with both hands behind his back as if he was capable of shouldering the high heaven. Alas, there was no surging vitality or imperial power. He was hiding his power, yet no one could get through. Even god kings would shiver upon seeing him. There was no need for him to become angry, they would already be on the ground. Just his stare alone could suppress the heaven and earth, the slightest gesture could take down a star in the sky. A Grand Emperor. Even the most undiscerning fellow would realize that this was a heavens-will-possessing being, on the same level as an immortal emperor. The youth's eyes locked onto Li Qie standing on top of the flying peak. He said slowly, "Your Excellency Dark Crow, I have been waiting." It seemed that his voice forced the heaven and earth into harmonization. The universe was within his grasp. Emperor assailants were clearly not a match for him. Li Qie was not surprised at all. He glanced at the youth and chuckled, a strange face. "I don't think there's an emperor or monarch from the 10th world that I do not recognize or haven't seen before. You must be from after immortal Emperor Qian Li's generation. Your Excellency, your knowledge is wondrous." The youth smiled and said, "I am the 1st Grand Emperor of the current generation. My title is Tao Dragon. It is my pleasure to meet you for the first time." "Oh. A Heaven Emperor." Li Qie looked at him and said, "If that's your title, then it looks like you are related to a true dragon. But there's no sign of a draconic bloodline in your body, that means your cultivation art is draconic. Your insight is impeccable, Your Excellency." Tao Dragon Heaven Emperor clapped and smiled. "A senior once told me that very few things in this world can hide from your eyes and that I must be careful. This is indeed the case today. No wonder why you were able to organize the Emperor Hunt War in the shadows back then. You're not here to chit-chat with me, right?" Li Qie smiled back. Tao Dragon Heaven Emperor shook his head and calmly spoke, "I also want to chat with you, Your Excellency. Even though you weren't in the 10th world, your legends are still circulating for the new emperors and monarchs. Alas, I am here under orders to take your life. No surprise there." Li Qie smiled, "The geezers from the heaven, devil, and divine races don't want me here in order to prevent another emperor hunt. I'm certain that such a thing won't happen again." The emperor's words were mild-mannered, yet they carried such power and sonorous resonation. "So confident, but do you have the power to take off my head?" Li Qie said. "I have 6 heavens' wills and am confident against anyone else from the 10th world and their imperial arts. However, your excellency is indeed an exception." The emperor replied. "That means you had 2 seizing attempts already, 1 left." Li Qie chuckled. There were 72 heavens' wills for each generation in the 10th world. The Grand Emperors had 3 chances of shouldering them. The quantity was up to the Emperor's own abilities. Even though the 9 worlds only had 1 heaven's will, this one was far stronger than the ones in the 10th world. Thus, there was a particular belief in this world: the majority of 9 worlds' emperors could take on a Grand Emperor or an immortal monarch with 2 to 6 wills. Of course, each emperor was different in their battle potential, so who they could match up to was different as well. However, people like Immortal Emperor Jiao Heng, Empress Hong Tian, and Immortal Emperor Gu Chun were exceptions. They instantly established some amazing battle records the moment they got up to the 10th world. Chapter 1730, You are right, Your Excellency. I still have 1 chance left. Dao Dragon Heaven Emperor replied. The 10th world was different since it had 72 heavens' wills. A Grand Emperor or immortal monarch up here could have up to 12 heavens' wills. Of course, few were able to shoulder the maximum number. In the 9 worlds, there was only 1 chance to shoulder the heaven's will. This was not the case up here. In the same generation, an emperor up had a total of 3 chances to seize the heaven's wills, no more. This made the competitions quite long compared to the 9 worlds, able to span for nearly 10,000 years from beginning to end. Looks like you have a big chance of obtaining 9 wills. Li Qie looked at the emperor and smilingly said. Ever since the emperor had created his own Grand Dao, he had experienced 2 attainment periods and had 6 wills. Thus, he had another chance of obtaining another 3. Thank you, Your Excellency. I only have 9 palaces, so 9 wills are enough for me. After all, not too many emperors can have 12 wills. The emperor replied. 9 is enough to be considered exceptional among the emperors. Li Qie nodded approvingly. An emperor ascending from the 9 worlds is considered talented if they were on the same level as a 9 wills emperor. In the 10th world, 1 palace corresponded with 1 will. Of course, certain emperors broke this law, but it was very dangerous to do so. Our emperors envy the ones from the 9 worlds. At the very least, they do not have the same restraint of the 3 attainment periods as we do. Endless potential, the emperor spoke in the same friendly tone. This was the biggest difference between an immortal emperor and a grand emperor or immortal monarch. After ascending, they had 3 chances without any restriction. It meant that they could wait till the next generation to try again. This was indeed their greatest advantage and the thing grand emperors were envious of the most. What is there to be envious about? Li Qie shook his head. It isn't that easy to continue on that path. There are too many twists and turns, making cultivation harder. Moreover, the heavens' wills from the 2 worlds are different. Just 1 misstep would end in a conflict, resulting in a destroyed heaven's will and death. Plus, they can only gain 1 or 2 at a time, not as easy as the emperors and monarchs. You gain some, you lose some in this world. The 9 worlds' emperors have their own difficulties, just no time restriction. When an emperor from the 9 worlds ascended, they had 2 choices. The first was to strengthen their 1 will. The second was to simultaneously hold wills from both worlds. Both required changes in their cultivation and could result in death. Those who were capable of taking in a heaven's will from the 10th world would find the process exceedingly difficult. It was quite easy for the immortal monarchs and grand emperors to take in 1 to 3 heaven's wills, at least relative to their peers from the 9 worlds. Those from the lower worlds could only shoulder one heaven's will at a time. The most heaven-defying would be able to take 2. Fewer than few could take 3 each time. Thus, their limit was 8 outside of the one from the 9 worlds. This limit was created under the first emperor of the ghost race, Immortal Emperor Wangu. This was the person who started the path of holding both types of heaven's wills at the same time. Dao Dragon Heaven Emperor nodded, "You gain some, you lose some." "Well put, Your Excellency. However, you are a miracle creator. I'm sure this matter is no problem for you. Perhaps you will be able to create a cultivation art that negates the conflict between the heaven's wills. If there was someone in the world capable of this feat, it is surely you." The other emperors think so as well. The conversation was quite friendly. A passerby would think these two were having a Tao discussion without any enmity. "So after chatting for half a day, I see now, you all are worried about this problem." Li Qiye smiled and said, "Afraid of a flawless cultivation method appearing, scared of our emperors being able to obtain 12 heaven's wills. An immortal emperor from the 9 worlds was comparable to a grand emperor with 2 to 6 heaven's wills. If fusing the 2 types of wills was difficult, obtaining 8 heaven's wills was virtually impossible. However, this still created immense pressure for the upper world's emperors. If a 9 worlds emperor was able to shoulder 8 more, they would have a chance to be on the same level as a grand emperor with 12 wills. The latter was exceedingly rare as well. The dark crow has been a thorn in the emperor's eyes. There was a certain level of apprehension towards this unkillable roach. If he were to create a perfect art encompassing both the 9 worlds and 10th world's wills, it would add immense pressure to the 3 races. Just imagine, if someone in the 9 worlds could shoulder 12 heaven's wills plus their original, the 3 races wouldn't have anyone capable of stopping them. Dao Dragon Heaven Emperor wasn't here to have a Dao discussion. He simply wanted to find some clues by talking. After all, he was a grand emperor, more than capable of reading others. "Looks like you already have a rough idea, Your Excellency." Though Li Qiye never answered, the emperor had gotten his answer. Their discerning ability was one of the scariest things about emperors. "Then you are even more determined to kill me now." Li Qiye said, "This is indeed a threat to the upper echelons, the existence of an immortal emperor with enough heaven's wills. However, in my opinion, this is an unnecessary worry. As long as our heaven's will from the 9 worlds grows, it won't be weaker than a grand emperor with 12 wills. Immortal Emperor Jiao Heng's conquest against 9 emperors has already shown our boundless potential. 1 palm against 3,000 emperors, 2 fists sweeping through the 13 continents. Even Dao Dragon Heaven Emperor became emotional when talking about Immortal Emperor Jiao Heng. He was the first who dared to challenge our 10th world's 12 wills emperors. However, Your Excellency, he is one and only, there's no replicating someone like him." He was full of respect and awe when talking about Immortal Emperor Jiao Heng despite being from the heaven race. Back then, this emperor fought against 9 others by himself before dueling against the Flame Emperor. This battle record shook all the continents. However, the 10th world wasn't worried about Immortal Emperor Jiao Heng at the moment. A second emperor like Jiao Heng would never appear again, it was the Dark Crow giving them anxiety right now. This was the only person who could move freely between the 9 worlds and the 10th. He was also familiar with the cultivation arts from both worlds. Because of this, he had already created miracles up here before. If he were to come up with a perfect art that makes both types of wills compatible with each other, that future would be too devastating. It would shake the position of the 3 races. This was not something they want to see. Chapter 1731, Dao Dragon Heaven Emperor replied, "If you are aware of that future, you shouldn't be surprised of today, Your Excellency. I know you are well prepared for this incoming hard battle." An emperor always maintained a certain grace and proper temperament. Even though he wanted to kill Li Qiye, he was still very friendly and called him, Your Excellency. "Hard battle? I'm afraid you won't do. 6 wills are not enough. Maybe it can be fun with one of your 12 wills emperors. Li Qiye shook his head. I know you are peerless, your excellency, and surely you have some incredible aces since you dared to come out with your real body. Alas, I still want to try and test my limits. It is great training to fight against a legendary character like you regardless of the outcome. The emperor sincerely said. Li Qiye clapped in response, not bad, it would be hard not to become an emperor with such an attitude and Dao heart. Fine, as you wish. Having said that, his 4 physiques became resplendent and erupted. Their power pressured the firmaments and deterred the realms. Even without using the heavens' will power, his physiques alone could threaten the emperors. Dao Dragon Heaven Emperor was an exceptional talent with his 6 wills after 2 attainments. However, he became serious after seeing the physiques. Boom! His 6 wills appeared and floated above his 9 rotating palaces. 6 palaces were empowering 6 wills while the other 3 were full of primordial chaos and ready to take in a will. The emperor became majestic as if he has just arrived from the primordial period. He grasped the celestials and ruled the myriad laws. His 6 wills rotated like the 6 Tao. His imperial aura exploded, turning him into a matchless ruler worshipped by all. Show me your grand Tao. Li Qiye flashed to his front and attacked. It was a casual punch but it was destructive enough due to the 4 physiques. Start. The emperor was slightly startled but he didn't panic. He raised both hands to create a gate sealing the world. There was a carving of a true dragon with other ancient runes. It looked like a portal back to the ancient time when the world of the dragon race existed. When this gate closed, it could seal time and everything else. Everything was denied entry. Boom! The resulting explosion could shake the 3,000 worlds and take down the stars. An emperor assailant wouldn't be able to handle these world-destroying impacts at all. Bang! 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 Even with his defensive gate, the emperor retreated several steps before stabilizing. His internal energy was running amok. He took a deep breath to stop the fluctuation of energy. He has not met such a powerful foe ever since he became an emperor. Your Excellency, you are invincible. I, alone, am not a match you. The emperor took one step back but this step encompassed an entire realm. In the blink of an eye, he made a great gap between the two. There was no arrogance in this emperor since he frankly admitted that he was not a match for Li Qiye. Of course, this was not shameful at all. The Dark Crow had created too many miracles in the 10th world. One figure after another appeared in this vast space. Each of them instantly sealed the area so no one could escape. The most terrible aspect was their imperial aura ravaging this space. Such seemingly materializing aura could take down an expert with haste. Emperor assailants would drop on their knees instantly. It wasn't only Dao Dragon Heaven Emperor waiting for Li Qiye at this place. More than 10 emperors were involved in this ambush. Ah, just a trap. You bought time in order to seal the coordinates in this sphere so that I will have no chance of escaping. Li Qiye leisurely smiled. Dao Dragon Heaven Emperor was only a bait in order to lead Li Qiye to this area. The guy would have no chance of escaping unless he were to defeat all the emperors and monarchs here. In fact, running away was common in this situation. Since they were outnumbered, emperors from the 9 worlds would use some incredible means to hide in this space before running to the 10th world. Because these beings were so powerful, it was very hard for a grand emperor at the same level to catch up. Moreover, due to the previous agreement, once an immortal emperor made it to the 10th world, the hunt must stop. This everlasting pact was signed by all the emperors from both worlds back then. The Dark Crow was public enemy number 1 up here, so the 3 races would definitely not let him go this time. Your Excellency, you have supreme methods and flawless calculations. I have no choice but to resort to schemes so that you can't leave. Dao Dragon Heaven Emperor spoke while standing in front of Li Qiye in the distant. The other three directions all had a Grand Emperor each. They worked together with Tao Dragon in order to suppress the area. These were their real selves, evident by the great aura. Moreover, 8 more powerful figures stood in the sky. Each of them had 2 heavens' wills. This meant that they didn't come with their real body, only a Tao avatar with 2 wills. This was a total of 8 avatars and 16 heavens' wills. Having 6 wills is a threshold. Once passed, if they still stay in the world, the heavenly execution will come. That means there are emperors who have more than 6 among the 8 of you. Good, let's see how many of you are my old friends then. Li Qiye glanced at the 8 figures and said. The 8 didn't answer because they knew how terrible the Dark Crow was. Some of them were his old enemies. In the 10th world, after a Grand Emperor or an immortal monarch shouldered the heaven's will, there was a certain chance of inciting the heavenly execution. Before 6, the chance was quite low. The lower the number, the lower the chance. However, after 6, the execution will surely come. This was only a matter of time. Thus, the ones with 6 wills and more would hide from the world in order to avoid the tribulation. Even those with less than 6 would do so as well despite the lower probability. No one could escape the heavenly execution when it came. This was proven by history. In the past, Flame Emperor had 12 heavens' wills but he still became ashes before the tribulation. Another example was Immortal Emperor Wangu who created the fusion method. After taking in 8 more wills from the 10th world, he still died to the tribulation and all of his wills were destroyed. Looks like a great era is ongoing. It's quite rare to see emperors shouldering this number in a single generation. Li Qiye looked at the emperors and smirked. Even though each generation would have 72 wills, not all of them would be taken. The leftover ones would return to the world in the form of primordial power so that other cultivators could continue to train. Chapter 1732, 12 Grand Emperors were here with their suppressive 40 heavens' wills. It was quite a terrible and awe-inspiring team. Who could actually stop them and their unbridled destruction? Your Excellency, dying here is indicative of your life's achievements. Outside of the ultimate expedition and Emperor Hunt, such a great team hasn't been assembled before. Tao Dragon Heaven Emperor said slowly. This was indeed the truth. No one or anything was worth mobilizing so many emperors, not even the ones ascending from the 9 worlds. So I should be honored. Li Qiye smiled without fear, but really, I have many enemies in the 10th world but one that can gather so many emperors to kill me. It's not easy, you know. Not too many can organize this. Having said that, he smirked leisurely. Someone among the overlords who has done enough favors or carries enough clout for this feat and definitely wants to kill me? There can only be one person, Geezer Qian. Geezer, I know you're here. Whether it be your avatar or real self, just come out and meet your old friend, don't be so stingy. Li Qiye laughed and called out. Humph. A scowl came about the moment Li Qiye finished speaking. A very faint figure appeared in the sky. It was impossible to see his real face. Despite the weak presence, this figure looked like the king of the gods. In this place, all the emperors had impressive auras and temperament. Alas, they were not enough compared to this newcomer. This was someone who could order the 10th world and all emperors within. Crow, you should have played nice and hide in the 9 worlds instead of climbing up here. The figure's voice resounded across the world with an unquestionable and irresistible prestige. After so many years, Geezer, you're still the same. Li Qiye couldn't help but smile. The 10th world isn't your house, and plus, even if it belongs to your clan, I can come and go as I please. You think I'm afraid of you? Only a merciless death will await you for crawling up here. I and the fellow emperors will destroy your seed of chaos from the get-go. The world turned cold with his words. A murderous aura emanated that could scare anyone below the imperial level to death. Is that so? Li Qiye leisurely said, so noble and stately. Xian Daoxin, you have worked so hard for the 10th world then, opposing me for one generation after another, even risking the heavenly tribulation in order to kill me. The 10th world is really lucky to have someone like you as a grand emperor." Of course, Li Qiye was mocking his foe. Alas, it didn't garner much of a reaction. The person's cold eyes continued to glare at him. Not too many were aware of this name. However, his title, World Emperor, threatened the entire realm. It played a major part in many eras. This was a figure with considerable power and influence, respected by the emperors and gods. Li Qiye didn't mind the chilling glare at all. "Geezer, no need to use the 10th world as an excuse. You only want to kill me because of your daughter." Li Qiye made the world emperor even colder. His terrible eyes would even scare the gods to death. Li Qiye then turned towards the other figures. "Our feud is not recent at all. The geezer is truly persistent. Each time I come to the 10th world, he would always try to ruin my business, to no avail, of course." The geezer kept on taking the moral high ground about wanting to do it for the 10th world, but it's just really a personal feud. I abducted his daughter back then and he swore to kill me. He's here again with you all to kill me. Sigh, why is it so difficult being a son-in-law? Li Qiye laughed while shrugging. He went on, "Geezer, we really don't need to do this. We should make up again and I'll start calling you father." World Emperor had soared above the 9 firmaments, so he was supreme. There was no fluctuation of emotion at all from the teasing. The other 12 emperors didn't comment. The youngest among them, Dao Dragon, smiled back, "Your Excellency, no need to try and divide us. Our 3 races aren't blind and we trust World Emperor. We know who is our friend and enemy." It was a reasonable stance. The emperors were at the top of the 10th world. Few things could fool them due to their unique and insightful perspective. "Fine." Li Qiye clapped and said, "There's nothing I can do if you don't trust me. But it's not easy for we, father and son-in-law, to meet again. Can you give us some time to talk about family stuff?" The other emperors weren't in a hurry to take action. In fact, they felt some apprehension as well, especially about the hidden moves from the Dark Crow. This being was too famous among the emperors due to his role in Emperor Hunt. "We have nothing to talk about, one of us will die today," World Emperor said stoically. "Don't you want to know about your daughter's situation?" Li Qiye smiled. This silenced the emperor. Even though he was one of the greatest in history and stood on top of the 10th world, this was still his daughter, his flesh and blood. "Geezer, we both know that our feud didn't start with your daughter. I was only messing with you." Li Qiye became quite earnest at this moment. "It doesn't matter whether I abducted her or she followed me willingly. For both of us, we can let this go. A grand emperor like you doesn't care for this type of things. What angered you is that fact that your daughter didn't inherit your legacy. Moreover, she violated your will, so you thought that she didn't only betray you but also the 3 races and the 10th world." His opponents were unresponsive. This was World Emperor's family matters and feud with the Dark Crow. "Geezer, we're all the same, rivers that run into one ocean, you, me, Origin Heaven Emperor, Deep South Divine Emperor. It's the same for your daughter too, but her idea is different from yours and mine's. You can hate me and want to kill me or chop me into 1,000 pieces, that's fine. Plus, it is quite justified when you take the perspective of the 3 races and personal grievances. I do ask you for one thing though. When the Buddhist funeral plateau wants to start their final battle in the future, I hope you, as her father, will try to convince her. They have no chance of winning." He solemnly said, "I know that there is nothing in this world that can change her mind, not even me, but I still hope that you will try at least once. It's not just about wanting her out of the war, it's also because of your relationship. It's true, I had personal agendas for kidnapping her back then, but she deserves her father's love instead of animosity." Chapter 1733, World Emperor eventually answered Li Qiye's sincerity, I will do what I should, but Dark Crow, today is when I take off your head. The 10th world does not allow your existence. He spoke from the heart. The ambush today wasn't only because of his personal feud or the kidnapping. He has been a top Grand Emperor for so many generations, vengeance wasn't his greatest motivation. He stood on the side of the three races. It wasn't only because Li Qie was powerful. The guy simply had an extraordinary charisma and influence in the 10th world. No other emperors from the 9 worlds could compare to him in this aspect. Perhaps there were some powerful immortal emperors that could sweep through the 13 continents. However, only the Dark Crow could make these beings sit down for a peaceful talk. Only this dark hand behind the curtains could gather these emperors. Such a being was too great of a threat for their 3 races. The Dark Crow had started several wars, including Emperor Hunt. Their races suffered heavy losses and had to compromise with the 100 races. Thus, a covenant was signed, stating that all the races were equal, at least on paper. Who knows what will happen when the Dark Crow was up to the 10th world again. But an easy guess would be a great blow to their 3 races, one that could shake their status. Because of this, World Emperor gathered the emperors here in order to kill him before he could reach the 10th world. Li Qie continued on with a smile, "Geezer, don't forget the covenant back then. You have 12 people here, no, 13 Grand Emperors with you and at least 40 Heaven's Wills, since I don't know how many you have brought yourself. This is a violation of the covenant." One of the 3 clauses included that when our emperors come up, no more than 3 Grand Emperors and 12 Heaven's Wills will participate in the ambush. I'm sure you don't need me to tell you this. The Emperor Hunt War was equally devastating for both sides. Thus, they decided to come up with this 3-point covenant. One of them was a restraining requirement, limiting the ambushers' number and power. Of course, this was still a great pressure for the Ascenders. Facing 3 Grand Emperors and 12 Heaven's Wills was definitely a challenge. Defeating them was even harder. However, such a battle didn't require a direct confrontation. The Ascender could run and fight or just choose to escape altogether, since the hunt would stop the moment they make it to the 10th world. Thus, the probability of a successful ascension was quite high using the latter method. Ultimately, this was 3 emperors working together, not one having 12 by themselves. This was a great disparity, since a single emperor with this number of Heaven's Will would obliterate the other 3. One emperor with 12 wills would render a new ascender helpless. There wouldn't be a chance to escape. Nevertheless, these beings couldn't personally come because they were afraid of the heavenly execution. Unless a monumental event was happening, they would never come out. Flame Emperor was the defining example. No one wanted to die to these tribulations. Since the start of the covenant, only one immortal emperor had died to the ambushes. Because of this, the emperors from the 10th world gradually lost interest in the hunt. Part of this was due to the restrictions dictated by the covenant. Emperors with 6 wills or below had trouble ambushing a running emperor. The investment didn't have a big payoff, so fewer Grand Emperors participated in the future. The ones above wouldn't get involved due to the heavenly execution problem. In the past, many emperors with 2 or 3 wills were very eager to participate in the ambush. For them, successfully killing an emperor from the 9 worlds meant a great harvest. The Heaven's Will and blood were priceless treasures. Because of this, heavy casualties happened during the ambushes, especially if other emperors from the 9 worlds didn't come to help. After the covenant, only one emperor had died while the others managed to escape even without help. Thus, the ambush today was a violation of the covenant, hence Li Qie's comment. That's right, this was a clear rule in the covenant, no more than 3 Grand Emperors and no more than 12 Heaven's Wills, plus, the hunt must be stopped at the 10th world. World Emperor spoke coldly, "Our 3 races and the 100 races have signed the agreement. We have adhered to the rules, even now. So you have found a loophole." Li Qie smiled. "Don't forget how we drafted and wrote this agreement back then. We respect and abide by the rules when ascenders come from the 9 worlds. However, you are the Dark Crow. We don't care if you have shouldered the heavens' will or not, you are not an emperor or an illegal ascender since you could travel freely between the worlds. Thus, you weren't part of Covenant. The only identity you have is the Dark Hand behind the curtains or the Dark Crow, and neither are included. Looks like my meticulous self can still be neglectful and got figured out by you. Li Qie didn't mind at all. That's true, I am indeed not part of the Covenant just like your explanation. This ambush is not a violation. Li Qie didn't think about himself during the initial draft. After all, the emperors of the 9 worlds fought for it with their blood. Thus, the main focus was for the future generations. Moreover, he was immortal back then, capable of traveling between the worlds without worrying about any ambush despite the Grand Emperor's multiple attempts in the past. It shall end today. World Emperor raised his voice, don't think immortal emperors will come to save you. The 13 continents have been sealed so they won't be able to locate your coordinates so easily. Once they found it, you would be ashes already, so don't bother delaying for more time, let go of this futile hope. This is my advice as an old friend. These 2 enemies have always tried to kill each other but they were very frank and honest with each other on the battlefield. Geezer, why do you think everything is under your control? Don't you think I have planned for this? That the emperors know that I am coming and my coordinates? It's just that I already told them that assistance is not necessary. Li Qie leisurely smiled. This made his opponents slightly bat their eyes. If anyone else postured like this, the group would think that they were lying. This might not be the case when it came from the Dark Crow. World Emperor glared at him and spoke, then let us see who is the better schemer. Dark Crow, even if you have emperors coming, I'm sure it won't be that many. First, Min Ren had already started the 5th expedition and Qi Zhen with the 6th. There aren't that many left from the ones you have groomed. How many that are still around do you think are willing to sacrifice everything for you? Chapter 1734, Li Qie fell into a brief hush before sighing and said, I respect their choice. The path is quite long and it isn't over after becoming an invincible emperor. If they only aim for invincibility by obtaining the heaven's will, they are no different from ants. Having 12 only makes one a stronger ant that can rampage among their peers. Immortal Emperor is only the beginning. A long journey awaits them. This is their mission and pursuit, in order to not waste their life and Tao. All the emperors became silent. They held the highest reports for the emperors who chose to embark on the ultimate expedition. Even though they were enemies, they wholeheartedly agreed with his comment. For those who have yet to become an emperor, the heaven's will was their goal. After becoming one, they yearned for more wills. However, once they reached the peak with 12 wills, this was when they began the final expedition. Aiming for the throne wasn't only to become invincible but something much more. I have nothing but the highest respect for those who choose the expedition. World Emperor became serious and spoke in the most dignified tone. Li Qie didn't add anything since he felt gloomy inside. He participated in the 5th expedition started by immortal Emperor Min Ren. It was a devastating war. Even though he and the Emperor parted on bad terms in the 9 worlds, the Emperor always firmly chose the Dark Crow's side in the 10th. The Emperor Hunt was the best example. When he started the 5th expedition, he was aware of the result. Nevertheless, he still trod on with resolution. This was the path all emperors must take. The Dark Crow was in the 9 worlds when immortal Emperor Qi Zhen began the 6th expedition. Nevertheless, he could still sense the change in the 10th world and understood what was going on. Now, World Emperor has confirmed it for him, so he became a bit downtrodden. If you don't have any last words, start then. After the emperors paid their respect, World Emperor scowled and gave Li Qie the death sentence. Last words? Li Qie smirked, Geezer Qian, if you think I'm really going to die, then so be it. Here are my last words. It is not my wish or anything, I just want to tell you and the emperors of the 10th world, especially if you can find Purewood Divine Emperor. Tell them that the ancient Ming is not extinct. And I'm sure all of you know that they still have 9 immortal emperors hiding in the 9 worlds using the corporeal zone. World Emperor's eyes became much colder, same with his group. The Grand Emperors who have experienced the war back then understood the significance. The younglings have heard the tales before from their predecessors. You stay in the 9 worlds for many generations yet you still can't kill them all. World Emperor said. Li Qie smiled and said, I should be honored, being held in such high esteem by my father-in-law. You actually thought that I would be able to end that race in the 9 worlds. Rumor has it that you have found a method to massacre them in the 10th world, and that you have met Purewood Divine Emperor. World Emperor continued. Looks like you really think highly of me. Li Qie teased, unfortunately, the world doesn't go easy on people. Back then, Purewood Divine Emperor issued the must-kill decree against the ancient Ming. Your emperors mustered all of their forces and still couldn't uproot them. All of you could only watch the ancient Ming run to the 9 worlds because of the corporeal zone. In terms of age, Li Qie was much older than World Emperor. He was already in the 10th world before World Emperor was born, not just once either. He only called the emperor a geezer to tease him because he kidnapped his daughter. People in the 10th world actually thought that his daughter had eloped with the Dark Crow. The truth was a bit more complicated than that. Of course, this was not Li Qie's final message. He only wanted to ask World Emperor to spread this to the upper echelon of the 10th world. World Emperor simply glared at him without replying. No need to look at me like that. Li Qie chuckled, maybe while we're chatting like this, the ancient Ming has snuck into the 10th world using the zone. As you can see, I have created so many holes in the barrier so it isn't that hard if they actually try. You all are focusing on me so much, I'm afraid that you might be missing a spot and they'll sneak in there. The emperors became somber because this was not just a threat. Dark Crow, you still like to scheme after so many years. World Emperor's authoritative tone echoed across the area, you are directing the disaster towards someone else, in this case, the ancient Ming. You caused such a big commotion not only to let the 9 worlds experts come and settle your feuds. Yes, you are right. Li Qie chuckled, I created so many holes not only to move my people up here and settle the feud with all of you, it is also to give the ancient Ming a chance. If they were to take it, then they will come up to the 10th world. If they give up this chance, who knows how many more long years they will have to wait. Li Qie had no need to hide and calmly admitted. This was one of Li Qie's plans by breaking so many holes. He wanted experts from the 9 worlds to have a chance of coming up to the 10th world, and the ancient Ming as well. If the ancient Ming were to use the corporeal zone to sneak up again, the 10th world would become the new battlefield. Of course, Li Qie didn't know whether it was successful or not. He merely presented the opportunity. The entire group became contemplative. The ancient Ming's return would be quite terrible for the 10th world. They wouldn't be able to find the corporeal zone and the looming threat. Li Qie was smiling, unlike the long-faced emperors. He said, don't look at me like that. This is just payback. When I came to the 10th world to talk about destroying the ancient Ming, the reception wasn't there. Plus, who was the one that banished the ancient Ming to the 9 worlds? This was all you're doing, so I'm returning them back to the 10th world. We're even now. I had splitting headaches trying to kill them. It was quite difficult, so it's your turn to feel the pain if they sneak back. This is your war, not the 9 worlds. Who is winning right now? He finished with an impish smile. The 10th world was sealed for some reasons, and this gave World Emperor's group the chance to hide Li Qie's coordinates to delay the reinforcement. It was a deliberate move from them in this chess game. Meanwhile, Li Qie had attracted their attention, increasing the chance of success for the ancient Ming to sneak up. This was Li Qie's overarching plan for this game. Both sides have successfully obtained their objective. World Emperor created a chance to kill Li Qie, while Li Qie created an opportunity for the ancient Ming to sneak back to the 10th world. Who will be the last man standing? Chapter 1735. Of course, the emperors were annoyed of Li Qie's scheme of leading the ancient Ming to their 10th world, evident by their unfriendly glares. "We'll deal with the ancient Ming after we send you off," World Emperor uttered coldly with a sharp gaze. The group had weathered many storms, so they wouldn't panic just because of Li Qie's revelation. In their mind, whether the ancient Ming has come up or not, it was already done and over with. They needed to focus on killing the Dark Crow first. Li Qie smiled freely in response. "I have been waiting for this day for a long time now. Geezer, I couldn't break all your teeth during the Emperor hunt. This has been a regret for me. Today, I hope your real body is here so I can fulfill this wish." Boom! World Emperor answered directly. His imperial aura ravaged the land and the other emperors followed his lead. The four that came with their real body unleashed their 6 heavens wills. As for the other 8 avatars, their 2 wills erupted. In the blink of an eye, at least 40 wills created a storm in the area. Both time and space were instantly refined by this power. These concepts no longer existed in this newly formed battlefield. After the destruction of the coordinates and the suppression of the Grand Tao, World Emperor and his group could instantly seal this space. It robbed Li Qie any opportunity of running. Even his Grand Tao was being repressed. Even an emperor rival might have to kneel before this impressive alliance, unable to resist in the slightest. In a twinkling, Li Qie's grand completion physiques reached their highest state. Both the stagnation and demise domain activated. The sealed space couldn't stop his pace as he instantly emerged above Tao Dragon Heaven Emperor. Bang! 12 fists fused together as his first attack. No words could describe the power of the 4 physiques and 12 fists as one technique. Break! The Emperor became serious, so he channeled all 6 heavens' wills. Their power exploded and created a scene of 3,000 worlds floating. Countless inhabitants were worshipping him. This granted him the primordial power as well as the Grand Tao power. He took out his weapon and unleashed the strongest attack in his arsenal under the empowerment of the wills. Both sides went all out without any hesitation. There was no room for mercy. Both of them wished to kill each other, not giving any room to breathe. Boom! The shockwave from the first exchange destroyed everything nearby. The shiny space shattered and left behind black holes and spatial fragmentations. The Emperor still couldn't withstand the fusion fist despite using his wills. He spat out blood while his body cracked, on the verge of crumbling down. Boom! The other 11 emperors rushed to help by attacking Li Qie with their weapons empowered by their heaven's wills. The force of this assault was unimaginable. It could shatter the 9 worlds instantly, a true calamity if the fight was actually taking place there. Li Qie didn't bother to turn. His left hand created myriad laws while the right hand channeled the myriad worlds soaring immortal, as well as the hell suppression godly aegis. Next was another right punch encompassing the 12-fist style straight for Tao Dragon Heaven Emperor. He intended on taking down the emperors one by one. Each one killed was one less enemy to worry about. Boom! The Emperor gathered the power of the Tao and the Celestials. His 3,000 worlds rushed in front of him in order to stop the invincible punch. However, this wasn't enough. Bang! The already collapsing body of the Emperor was blown into a bloody mist by the second punch. Boom! Meanwhile, Li Qie's 2 physique breaks were stopping the attack from the other 11 emperors. Alas, the 2 breaks and activated domains weren't enough. His left hand exploded and he had to take several steps back. His clothes were stained with blood and started to crack as well. The time for talks and mercy was over, hence the fatal attacks. Before Li Qie could finish killing Tao Dragon Heaven Emperor, World Emperor took action and shielded the area. He instantly took what's left of the emperor in order to save him. The 11 emperors unleashed the second barrages encompassing the power of 34 heaven's wills. Li Qiye didn't have time to think. He unleashed another devastating fusion punch with his right hand. Boom! Primordial chaos engulfed the area after the blast. Everything was forced back to their initial form. Li Qiye failed to resist the 11 emperors again, but who in this world could actually stop the attack? Perhaps only a grand emperor with 12 heaven's wills or an immortal emperor at the apex. The result was his entire body turning into a bloody mist before the catastrophic attack. Boom! The emperors continued to attack in order to end him completely. They were aware that at this level, as long as the heaven's will and the true fate were still intact, they could still reform their body even if they were mere ashes a second ago. There was no way of killing an emperor without destroying the heaven's will and the true fate. The bloody mist suddenly disappeared before their very eyes. They were startled and opened their heavenly gaze to scan the entire area. Alas, no one could find Li Qiye right away. This gave them a bad feeling. Being able to run from 11 gazes was quite a heaven-defying method. Dao Dragon Heaven Emperor's 6 heavens wills lit up. They created the 6 Dao and the Yin and Yang. Thus, the bloody mist turned back into the emperor. He was completely fine outside of his pale complexion, only expending a great amount of vitality. Buzz, in the blink of an eye, Li Qiye's bloody mist appeared again. He recreated his body instantly. Cryptic space, a technique from the space scripture. When a god king used this technique, even an immortal emperor would have a hard time finding them. Li Qiye was an emperor already. This was why the others failed to find him with their heavenly gaze. Geezer, you're old but still in good health, just as fast as the young ones like me. So mighty, I'm happy for you. Li Qiye smiled and teased despite being much older than World Emperor. World Emperor saved Dao Dragon too quickly to Li Qiye's chagrin. Next, Dao Dragon Heaven Emperor joined his peers and once again surrounded Li Qiye. They sealed space again, hoping to start the next onslaught. However, they were much more worried this time around. Chapter 1736, They weren't worried because of fear. All had a firm Dao heart after reaching this level. Instilling fear in them was no easy task. They were concerned that under their spatial suppression, no one should be able to escape, at least in theory. However, Li Qiye clearly turned invisible and hid from their gazes. Cryptic space was too amazing. Once Li Qiye used it as an emperor, other emperors at the same level wouldn't be able to find him so easily. It also meant that he could escape right before their eyes to the 10th world. Strange enough, he had no intention of escaping. It looked as if he wanted to fight them. This meant that he was completely confident in fighting against 13 emperors. This made them nervous. World Emperor stared intensely at him. He understood the Dark Crow quite well after contending against him for generations. This guy wouldn't participate in any battle he wasn't certain of victory. Right now, he had no reinforcement coming, but there was a clear path for retreat, yet he still chose to stay here. This was the most terrifying thing, a reason for World Emperor to be perturbed. Perhaps he wasn't lying before about needing assistance from other immortal emperors. Maybe even if they didn't hide the coordinates, no emperors would come either, since Li Qiye was confident in going against them alone. I want to see your heaven's wills. World Emperor said. He was the strongest supporting force, so he wouldn't be the first one to take action. Geezer, it looks like you're not confident at all. Who do you think will win this chess game? You still think you're one of the players? Li Qiye laughed. World Emperor wanted to see Li Qiye's heaven's wills since he hasn't shown it all this time. He was certain that Li Qiye had become an emperor with a will, but so far, the guy had only relied on his 4 physiques to stop them. The Dark Crow was one of the few people in this world who could make a 12 wills emperor worried. Still want to fight? Li Qiye taunted the emperors. Of course, Grand Emperors never run from a fight. Dao Dragon Heaven Emperor still had a smile on his face. His Dao heart remained steady despite being obliterated just now by Li Qie. He didn't look down on himself, and this was not a blind confidence either. The guy remained vigilant, ready to come up with a new plan. These emperors would never run away due to fear. At most, they would resort to a roundabout fighting method, such as switching in and out in order to tire the enemy. Of course, running could be a viable strategy as well. Ordinary cultivators would run away against a stronger opponent due to fear. These emperors would run because it was the best possible plan. Crow, go ahead and use your killing moves. We're ready. World Emperor solemnly declared. Until Li Qie revealed his heaven's wills, World Emperor wouldn't be able to predict Li Qie's real ace cards and overall strength. This was one of his best abilities after reaching this level. The heaven's will was an emperor's strongest backing. When it appeared, one would be able to gauge the emperor's strength. But now, Li Qie was already contending against them without resorting to the heaven's will. What if he were to release it? My sweet geezer, where's your confidence? Very well, we've been a family for so long, if I don't present a grand gift to you in our meeting today, I would be a useless son-in-law. Behold, my grand gift. I hope you are ready to show something else that can stop me. Li Qie continued his teasing. World Emperor has grown used to Li Qie's style. This was not his first time being teased by the guy throughout the long years. Buzz. One palace emerged after another. A total of 13 floated above Li Qie. 13 palaces. The 12 weaker Grand Emperors took a deep breath. Even World Emperor's expression shifted. Nothing could shake their Dao heart or scare them at this level. However, they were still astonished to see the number of Fate palaces because it was completely unprecedented. No one in the 10th world had 13 palaces either. Your Excellency, you have completely surpassed us and created a new path. Dao Dragon Heaven Emperor spoke with admiration. The combatants at this level would normally respect their foes. Li Qie's creating 13 palaces has earned their respect. All the other emperors beside Dao Dragon felt the same way. It's a miracle for the ages. No one has done it before. A different emperor spoke with a serious expression. One palace meant one heaven's will. This was the existing concept for the emperors in the 10th world. Even though Li Qie came from the 9 worlds, he had broken the eternal shackles. Who knows what will happen in the future? Perhaps he would be able to shoulder 13 heaven's wills. Such an existence had never appeared in the 10th world. He would surpass all others before him, and no successors would ever exceed him. Everything is possible with 13 wills. World Emperor had to admit that Li Qie's future potential was boundless. Li Qie joked, "Old geezer, what do you think about your son-in-law now? Satisfied with my gift?" World Emperor ignored the joke and said, "With 13 palaces, your achievement is at least on the same level as Purewood Divine Emperor." Regardless of whether Li Qie was powerful or weak, his palaces meant that his achievement was at least on the same level as any other 12 Wills Grand Emperor. One of them was World Emperor. If he gave such a high evaluation of Li Qie, it was indeed true. Li Qie commented after hearing the most mysterious emperor being brought up, Purewood Divine Emperor. If my greatest pursuit is the final battle, then another one would be to compete against them. The others here had no objection. If Li Qie could make it to the 10th world alive this time, then he was qualified to challenge Purewood Divine Emperor in the future. This was the most mysterious and the first emperor to have 12 heaven's wills. The other emperors were all his juniors. This person was an imperishable monument that couldn't be surpassed in the 10th world. Life or death shall be determined with this battle. World Emperor spoke with a murderous glare. He might respect his opponent, but this creator of 13 palaces was still their enemy. Both sides wouldn't yield until one of them fell. Clank! Clank! The emperors took out their treasure again. Some wore armor while others preferred spear and shield among others. One even had a rope. All 12 raised their weapon at the same time. Buzz! The weapons empowered by the heaven's wills formed supreme formations. Each emperor had their own formation, but these formations were harmonizing together without any conflict. They were independent yet capable of forming an even greater formation. Li Qie watched and commented, formations made out of imperial arsenals, forming a complete set that should be quite powerful without any compatibility problem. It looks like you all have been planning this for a while. Chapter 1737, You should expect this after opposing us for so long. World Emperor said coldly. For both grand and immortal emperors, imperial massacres and heavenly annihilations weren't their ultimate art, not even a soul annihilation. The reason was very simple. These techniques only consisted of one move. In an imperial battle, if these attacks couldn't defeat the enemy, repeating them again wouldn't be much of a threat. Using them multiple times while achieving the same amount of destruction was only useful against those below the imperial level. Thus, emperors normally used different methods when fighting against each other. A formation made out of imperial arsenals was one of them. There were many exquisite and interesting formations, but two things were crucial. The first was the heaven's will, the second was an invincible weapon refined by the user. The heaven's wills acted as the main controlling force in the formation. Under normal circumstance, it supported one weapon to create one formation. If an emperor was the one creating the formation, it would be even more powerful. However, not all formations required their presence as long as the heaven's will was there. These formations were even stronger in the 10th world because the emperors up here could refine a full set of arsenals. A complete set could work together and make up for any individual deficiency in order to reach perfection. A formation made out of a full set was exceedingly powerful. The biggest difference between a formation and a heavenly annihilation was the usage period. A formation could even last for a generation. Repeated unleashing of an annihilation couldn't truly boost its power since it was only a single strike. There was another advantage for an arsenal formation. It could trap the enemies. Even if it couldn't kill them right away, being suppressed by one was unbearable to even the most powerful foe. They would eventually be refined into ashes. Li Qie leisurely told World Emperor, I'm not surprised. I'm sure you have worked hard and thought about all different ways to kill me. World Emperor didn't do this alone. He deliberated with many emperors from the 3 races on how to deal with the Dark Crow. Eventually, they created a supreme formation meant to be used against the Dark Crow. It was very flexible and could be controlled by any emperor. The individual formations are still of the imperial level, but once combined, they became the Crow-slaying formation. Time to end this. No mercy could be found in World Emperor's eyes. There was no animosity, only a pure murderous intent. The 3 races and World Emperor must kill Li Qie for their people. Li Qie's abduction of his daughter didn't make World Emperor hate him either. His unyielding determination to kill was because Li Qie was a threat to the position of their races in the 10th world. Indeed. Li Qie became serious. His 13 palaces instantly turned into a boundless primordial chaos. Nirvana heaven came out from within. At this moment, both sides were revealing their fatal techniques. There was no need for further posturing. It was time to eliminate the enemy in one move. The formations of the emperors slowly assembled together and a mirror eventually appeared in place of everything else. There was no color in the mirror, only a bleakness as if it had been abandoned for some time. Suddenly, a withering aura as vast as the ocean emerged from within. It could drown the entire 9 worlds with its monstrous scope. Buzz! It shot out a ray of light, as tiny as a strand of hair. One would be sorely mistaken if they were to underestimate this ray due to its size. It instantly corroded everything, even lifeless entities such as time, space, laws, Grand Tao power, and even the primordial power. The force of the heavens wasn't spared either. This ray surely was capable of destroying a heaven's will. This was the most terrible aspect of this attack. This tiny ray was the culmination of the crow-slaying formation. The Dark Crow was immortal, so they wished to use this withering force to end him. Even his invincible crow body would suffer a great destruction. Even if it couldn't kill the crow completely, it would require several dozen million years before it could show up again. Activate! Li Qiye roared. His physiques became resplendent while his nirvana heaven suppressed the realms with its boundless vitality. He sealed everything in front of him while creating the most fortified shield made of laws in the world. He didn't bother running because he was already fixated by the withering ray. There was no escaping this time around. Even the strongest shield in the world couldn't stop the ray. With quiet noises, it pierced through his defensive line and body. At someone of his level, being penetrated with a little wound like this was nothing. Exploding into a bloody mist was no big deal either. However, his entire body began to decay from the tiny wound. His vitality, flesh, power, and Grand Tao completely lost their vigor. Pieces of flesh began to fall down from his body. Boom! The three vessels instantly emerged above his head. The vessel of life poured boundless vitality into his body in order to keep him alive. His dried flesh was recovering. The vessel of Genesis added primordial energy in order to wake up his Grand Tao, allowing him to have his power back. Lastly, the vessel of Athanasia made his life and Tao eternal and endless. Their mutual existence allowed him to retaliate against the terrible withering ray. If it was only the vessel of life alone, his flesh and life force could come back, but he wouldn't be able to attack without the Grand Tao. With the addition of the vessel of Genesis, his Grand Tao power wouldn't be able to last long either. Buzz! The man began to recover under the support of his vessels. He was virtually a corpse earlier, but his life force has returned. Geezer, is this all you got? Li Qiye laughed at World Emperor standing in the sky. World Emperor's expression became austere after seeing Li Qiye's current state, for he understood the significance of the three vessels. Chapter 1738. As the three vessels were contending against the withering ray, the energy from the mirror immediately turned into a maelstrom. The twisting energy focused completely into the thin ray and crazily oozed out. Its power was amplified several times due to this new influx emanating from the vast expanse of energy. The size of the ray was still the same, just the density of power was much stronger, causing it to pulse continuously. The 12 emperors didn't care that the ray couldn't kill Li Qiye and pushed their heaven's wills to the limit. They derived the Tao to the maximum potential and channeled everything into the pulsing ray. When this new ray made contact, all of his wounds lit up. This was definitely not a good thing. The damage being done by the ray was several dozen times greater than before. Even with the three vessels and their boundless vitality and power of the Grand Tao, more of his flesh rotted off his body. This type of decaying was scarier than death. Keep in mind that after reaching Immortal Emperor, their flesh would have divinity or corpse energy. Both of these affinities were quite powerful. However, the pulsing ray destroyed everything. Not even the primordial energy was left. Under this attack, his body truly turned into residues of waste. It was an absolute death. My will is eternal, my Tao is everlasting. Li Qiye cried out as his body was disintegrating. In the blink of an eye, he crossed through the past and the future to become perpetual in the present. In the blink of an eye, it didn't matter how much the Tao has changed or how much time has passed, he would always exist. Nothing could ever move or change him. He used his 7 nights Tao in this split second, allowing him to derive the myriad ages and 3,000 worlds. He could become a true immortal or the high heaven. In the end, everything disappeared. Only he was left, eternal. His body has entered a state of perpetually. Even though most of his body had rotted away, the withering pulse couldn't continue to spread due to his 7 Knights Tao, the 3 vessels, and Nirvana heaven. The emperors found that their formation was not able to pierce through this state of eternity, so they would inevitably become the losers. All spectators would be shocked if they had the privilege to see this. 12 Grand Emperors and 40 Heaven's Wills were an unstoppable force, a group capable of slaughtering all opponents. However, Li Qiye was able to withstand this absolute power. The lone will of an emperor from the 9 worlds was comparable to 2 to 6 Heaven's Wills in the 10th world. Of course, very few emperors could fight against a 6 Wills Grand Emperor right away. It was already excellent to take on 4 or 5 wills. The majority were only around the 2 or 3 levels. From this, one could easily imagine just how powerful this force was. It might be the greatest ambush in history. World Emperor joined the fray in the next second. He placed his palm on the mirror while his body became radiant. It looked as if he grasped all the power in the 10th world. Figures of monarchs and emperors of the 3 races appeared behind him. All of them chanted in order to offer their support and boundless power. Even though they didn't personally come, their battle intents have arrived. Boom! The pulsing ray became as large as a pillar. The little strand alone was frightening enough, but now, nothing in this world could exist. Buzz! Li Qiye's Tao, 3 vessels, and his body immediately turned to ashes. It was a complete death. His power, will, and grand Tao ended before this pulsing beam of energy. There was no divinity or strength left in the specks of dust. He no longer existed. This was much more terrible than any type of death. One had a chance for reincarnation through death, but not before this withering beam. This was World Emperor style, worthy of being at the apex of the 10th world. He was one of the most influential emperors among the 3 races, on top of being considered the smartest one. He immediately decided the battle with a single action despite not being part of the action at the start. One didn't want to have this kind of enemies the most. The mirror dissipated and the 12 emperors showed up again. They heaved a sigh of relief while looking at the scattering specks. All 12 were quite experienced ever since their Tao debut all the way till their ascension. They have experienced numerous battles against the rest of the world. However, they still felt a great pressure in this battle. Their enemy wasn't only an immortal emperor. He was a legend spanning across many generations, the dark hand of the 9 worlds, the being that pushed their races to the limit. Even someone like World Emperor couldn't kill him despite their long-running rivalry. Today, they have finally ended this legend, the Dark Crow. This has eliminated a seed of chaos for their 3 races. They felt that they didn't let everyone else down with this victory. They felt a sense of relief and happiness, even more so than when they became a Grand Emperor. Such emotions couldn't be described with words. World Emperor was the only one who was still serious. He continued to scan through this area without missing a single detail. He was different from the other Grand Emperors and knew the Dark Crow too well. He considered his opponent as an unkillable roach that would always strike back with increasing intensity. In the ancient eras, even before the birth of World Emperor, the Dark Crow has failed many times. The Grand Emperors of the 3 races made him run for his life. One time, he even had to escape back to the 9 worlds. However, he would always rear his ugly head again, stronger than before. He trained more immortal emperors and immortal monarchs on top of perfecting his own strategies. Eventually, this culminated in the Emperor Hunt War. The 3 races lost their imperious position in the 10th world after this. Chapter 1739, Before the Emperor Hunt War, the 100 races had no status in the 10th world. Even though the wise sages and immortal emperors did win some territories for them, such as the arrogance and pure continents, these races were still under the divine, devil, and heaven races in most places of the 10th world. They didn't have the right to migrate or to aim for the heaven's wills. Certain spots were strict enough to stop them from cultivating altogether. After the war, the three arrogant races had to sit down and negotiate before finally signing the Three-Point Covenant. The 100 races won property rights and were considered on the same level as the three races, at least on paper. Everyone knew that during the war, Immortal Emperor Qi Zhen was in charge. Immortal Emperor Min Ren, Immortal Emperor Yen Shi, and other immortal emperors on top of certain immortal monarchs from the 100 races participated. In the end, they won and earned the same status as the three races. Because of this, these emperors were considered heroes by future generations. Alas, very few people were aware that there was a dark hand behind the scene, the Dark Crow. It was his idea and plan. When he proposed it, Immortal Emperor Qi Zhen was the first to answer. She stood by his side and supported each of his decisions. Later on, Immortal Emperor Min Ren, Immortal Emperor Yen Shi, Immortal Emperor Mo Go, Immortal Emperor Tun Ri, Immortal Emperor Ba Mia, Immortal Emperor Yulong and many others joined the Dark Crow's banner. The war finally erupted and these emperors and monarchs from the 100 races began their assault. They fought till the Celestials lost their light and the myriad laws were broken. The three races' grand emperors had no choice but to settle for peace. If the war continued on, they wouldn't be able to handle it either due to the heavy price. In the end, both sides signed the peace agreement. This eternal covenant was sworn on the honor of all the races. The Dark Crow was the leader on the 100 races faction while World Emperor personally presided over the three races camp. This wasn't their first bout since they had many skirmishes in the past of their long-lasting rivalry. World Emperor was one of the few with 12 Heaven's Wills, a top member of the three races. This was the reason why he fought against the Dark Crow, not because his daughter was kidnapped. The Dark Crow always sided with the humans and the 100 races in the 10th world. Personal feuds didn't matter to these two. They could even let go of past grievances and sit down to have a nice chat with a cup of tea. However, when it came to these large-scale conflicts, they each picked their own people. This past history made World Emperor very cautious in the present. He understood the Dark Crow and knew that the guy wasn't a risk-taker, not to mention his flawless calculations. They used a roundabout method to convince the emperors and monarchs in the 10th world to agree in the sealing of the 13 continents. This gave them a chance to hide the coordinates in this area as well. Nevertheless, no secrets could be kept forever. People at their level should be able to realize something as time went on. Many monarchs and emperors were on the Dark Crow's side, especially the ones groomed by him. After realizing that something was amiss and finding out about the ambush, these emperors should instantly come to assist the Dark Crow. However, no one was coming, so World Emperor found the whole thing perplexing. Immortal Emperor Min Ren had started the 5th expedition and Immortal Emperor Qi Zhen started the 6th. So many emperors on the Dark Crow's side have left, especially the most supportive ones. Nevertheless, the ones who stay behind should still be coming to help. The lack of reinforcement, strangely enough, haunted World Emperor's mind. This made him think that the Dark Crow was conducting another different chessboard while they were hunting him. Who was the player and who was only a pawn? This has yet to be decided. He felt that the Dark Crow's death was a bit surreal and couldn't confirm it. Suddenly, a lotus flower with 18 petals emerged, 8 of which were already sparkling and translucent. In the blink of an eye, the 9th flower became bright as if something had just lighted up. The 12 emperors had an ominous feeling while World Emperor was completely aghast. Retreat! World Emperor shouted and instantly took action. He pushed back the past, present, and the future on top of all laws in the world. However, it was already too late. Boom! Ancient laws descended from the sky, filled with chaos aura and primordial power. Moreover, the essences of these laws were even older compared to the heaven's will. If the chaos aura and primordial power of the heavens will were created at the start of the world, then the ones of these laws even predated that. Clank! The laws instantly headed for the heavens' wills above the grand emperors, wishing to restrain all of them. Hide! The fearless Grand Emperors suddenly had felt a tinge of horror in their mind despite possessing the firmest Tao heart. Nevertheless, they were skilled enough to understand each other and react appropriately. No one tried to directly confront these incoming time-worn laws. All of them used the most heaven-defying methods to hide themselves and their wills. Characters at their level instantly recognized the laws and knew that there was no point in trying to stop it. Hiding was the only option. At the same time, World Emperor sealed all the power and temporal affinities in this area with an astonishing speed. The whole place fell into a hush. There was no grand Tao, power, or laws. Nothing was left of this area. The emperors working together to hide and World Emperor omni-sealing happened in a split second. Clank. Alas, the time-worn laws still grabbed 6 heavens' wills. The 4 Grand Emperors, who came with their real form, each had 1 will seized. 2 of the 8 avatars were slower, each of them had 1 will restrained as well. The problem was that Tao Dragon Heaven Emperor and the other 3 came in person. This made their presence and laws too powerful and conspicuous. Thus, even though they tried to evade by concealing everything, strands of their auras still leaked out. As for the other 2 avatars, they slightly lost their composure due to fear. Just this tiniest emotional fluctuation in the shortest period was enough. Because of this, the time-worn laws detected and grabbed onto these 6 wills. The Emperor's expression changed for the worst. In their mind, the heavens' will was more important than anything. Chapter 1740, 9 Deaths for 1 Life. I shall trade my death earlier for your heavens' wills. The ashes turned back to Wuxia. This reconstruction process was different than the automatic recovery conducted by one's own body. It was a reversing process that eventually reconstructed Wuxia's body and true fate. He stood there, deathly pale, on the verge of falling down at any moment. The Death Scripture. World Emperor was aware of the artifact. The Death Record, one of the 4 arts of the Scripture, 1 fate accumulated from 3 deaths, 1 item formed from 6 deaths, 1 life changed from 9 deaths, and 18 deaths to reach the high heavens. A while ago, Wuxia used a supreme method to assume his strongest form while letting Old Xian, South Emperor, and Blood Bull God Fiend kill him. This was his 8th death. He truly died again for the 9th time during this ambush. He wanted to use his death to trade for their heavens' wills. If he could grab all 40, it would be completely unimaginable. However, the 12 emperors in world were amazing enough. They instantly hid their auras so the time-worn laws could only find 6. Guard. World Emperor began again. His hands became bright as he pushed them down to seal everything. This force could imprison a supreme true immortal and all the devil kings. His title and 12 heavens' wills weren't only for show. The guy was completely extraordinary, other emperors paled in comparison. The other 12 followed his lead and instantly tried to hold the 6 shackled wills back. There was no point in attacking Wuxia any longer in their mind. They were not facing him but an ancient power that originated from the start of the world. It was the power of a heavenly scripture. The oldest of forces in the universe. The 6 wills were sealed and seemed to be disappearing from the world. Though the time-worn laws have latched onto the 6 wills, they couldn't pull the wills back to Wuxia because the 13 emperors were suppressing the area. Geezer, you are so amazing, worthy of being my rival. Wuxia chuckled, but, I have toiled in the 9 worlds for generations, you think this is all I can do, just relying on the death scripture to come here alone? You are still underestimating me, watch this. Having said that, the twisting golden, silver, and iron lights glowed brilliantly. Boom! The 3 grand Tao and the 12 laws instantly floated above his head. It's time for me to harvest, no one can stop me. Wuxia coldly uttered. All along, he didn't utilize the other arts of the death scripture outside of the death record. His whole plan was to wait for this moment. Clank! The record became resplendent with the 9 petals like stars illuminating everything. The time-worn laws that were locking the 6 wills also wrapped around the second of the 12 laws. In the past, he fused the first law with the heaven's will from the 9 worlds. He intended on fusing these 6 wills with the second law. Not good. World Emperor was startled while the other 12 knew that something bad was going to happen. Buzz. In the blink of an eye, the second law wished to become one with the 6 wills. The owners of the wills felt the robbing process. Bang! The world shook and quaked with a new arrival. This person was resplendent and presided above the gods. Even emperors with 6 wills here were overshadowed. He could give birth to the yin and yang, master the universe, and end the eternal river of time. World Emperor has finally arrived with his real body since he had no other choice. Rumble. Visual phenomena appeared in the sky as well as the power of the tribulations, capable of judging all living beings. Even an apex 12-will emperor was subjected to this arbitration. Heavenly execution. The Grand Emperors had nothing to fear after their ascension, but there was a chill running down their spine the moment they saw this. Even a 12-will Grand Emperor would turn to ashes. Flame Emperor, Wave Emperor, and even Immortal Emperor Wan Gu from the 9 worlds were prime examples. Run! World Emperor instantly severed karma and the realms. There was no intention of getting the 6 wills back. He crossed the river of time and peeled off from space while carrying the other 12 Grand Emperors. He came and left quickly, leaving behind the 6 wills that were locked. He was quite decisive enough in this endeavor. His real body didn't come to kill Li Qie, only to save the 12 emperors even if it meant risking a heavenly execution. This was due to seeing Li Qie's death record and understanding that the match was decided. Unless Li Qie were to die from old age, his souls were destroyed, or the high heaven, nothing else could kill him. But the 3 Grand Tao and the 12 laws gave Li Qie a chance to retaliate. The guy wanted all 40 wills, not just 6, and perhaps even aimed to kill him. Because of this, World Emperor took action right away before disappearing from sight. With that, the heavenly execution also dissipated. Li Qie flatly muttered, "The old man has been hiding for too long, so the moment he came out, an execution came." That was why dangerous. World Emperor had reached the peak long ago with his 12 wills, so he had to hide in the past. An emperor of his level had too great of a chance to bring out an execution upon sight. It was almost a certain thing. In the 10th world, anyone who shouldered the heavens will had a certain probability of inciting a heavenly execution. However, it was much lower for anyone under 6 and especially less for 1 to 2 wills emperors. 6 and above was much greater, needless to say about the 12 will ones. Thus, most emperors would start to hide at the end of their generation. Some even did so much earlier. Buzz. The second law fused together completely with the 6 wills. It became resplendent as if it was full of life. What a shame, the geezer is too careful with unbelievable skills, or I would be triumphant, harvesting 40 wills in one go. Then no need to trap more Grand Emperors in the future. Li Qie shook his head with a tinge of regrets. He was preparing for today long ago. Knowing that the upper echelon wouldn't let him go and the ascension was their best chance to kill him, he waited for the ambush. His 3 Grand Tao and 12 laws required the heaven's wills for gestation. He even wanted to light up all 12 at the same time. This would give him enough resources for the final battle. Alas, World Emperor was too careful and mighty, so he only got 6 wills in the process. Chapter 1741, Buzz. The death seal lit up and raised Li Qie like a lotus flower. He disappeared into the vast expanse. Bang! It eventually broke through the sky vault and made entry into the 10th world. Thump! Li Qie fell into the ground after the seal disappeared. He laughed and patted the dirt and mud off his clothes. He looked up and saw a barren land with no end in sight. It spanned more than 10 million miles. A scorching air assaulted his face as if there were countless volcanoes underground. This place seemed to have been set on fire by an unbelievable flame. While stepping on the pebbles, people would feel as if they were stepping on burning coal. It was truly a test of perseverance. Burning Rampart, pure continent, not a bad place. A home for the 100 races. Li Qie licked his lips and smiled while breathing in the burnt air. This was one of the 13 continents. It had countless inhabitants from the 100 races. No one knows how vast this place was. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that it was the size of any of the 9 worlds. It was a prosperous location. Even though it wasn't as highly viewed as arrogance in the mind of the 100 races, it was another safe haven for them along with arrogance before the Emperor Hunt. Only in these 2 places were the 100 races treated on the same level as the 3 races. Thus, arrogance and pure were considered their territories. Arrogance was the first among the 13 continents where the 100 races gained equality while pure was the second. Before Emperor Hunt, all members of the 100 races were willing to stay at these 2 continents because they considered them the safest. Of course, this was due to the continuous effort of the wise sages in the past. The greatest contributions came from 2 immortal emperors, Jiao Heng and Gu Chun. Just the name of arrogance should be indicative of immortal Emperor Jiao Heng's majestic accomplishment. Its name was white in the past, but the emperor came and defeated 9 grand emperors. This battle achievement threatened all the 10th world. His domination lasted for several generations. Eventually, he even challenged Flame Emperor who possessed 12 heaven's wills. The result of this fight was unknown. After Flame Emperor died to a heavenly execution, it became even harder to find out. Nevertheless, Immortal Emperor Jiao Heng changed the name of the continent to Arrogance. Moreover, the citizens from the 100 races were no longer under the jurisdiction of the 3 races. Flame Emperor at the time gave implicit agreement. No one from the 3 races objected this change either. Just like that, Arrogance became home for the 3 races. A verse came from his achievement, 1 palm against 3,000 emperors, 2 fists sweeping through the 13 continents. This ode echoed the entire realm, giving pride to the humans that were as weak as ants. Pure came much later after Arrogance. The biggest contributor was Immortal Emperor Gu Chun. He was the first emperor of the 9 worlds, so he ascended much earlier than Immortal Emperor Jiao Heng. However, he didn't challenge and defeat all the grand emperors like Immortal Emperor Jiao Heng at first. He lacked amazing battle records but gained a very high position after arriving. He was acknowledged by many grand emperors from the 3 races. Even the second person with 12 heaven's wills, Origin Heaven Emperor, thought very highly of him. He maintained a low profile especially after Origin Heaven Emperor started the second ultimate expedition. He rarely asked about worldly matters and only focused on cultivation. Several more generations later, after the failed expedition of Deep South Divine Emperor and Immortal Emperor Fei, the Quiet Emperor finally appeared. He commenced a meeting with the Grand Emperors, Immortal Monarchs, and Immortal Emperors from all races with the intention of starting the 4th expedition. The result was the 3 races agreeing to remit Pure Continent. The 100 races from then on had the same status as the 3 races in this particular continent. With the negotiation completed, Immortal Emperor Gu Chun and the other embarked on their way. Even though he wasn't as supreme as Immortal Emperor Jiao Heng who defeated many emperors to establish Arrogance, his inconspicuous effort and achievements still won him the respect in all the 13 continents. The children of the 100 races felt that he was worthy of being the first emperor from the 9 worlds. Perhaps people from Arrogance would think that Immortal Emperor Jiao Heng was above him. The citizens from Pure considered him to be at the highest position. Burning Rampart was a desolate desert in Pure. Despite spanning for millions of miles, it was tiny compared to Pure as a whole. Immortal emperors from the 9 worlds could sense a unique aura here beyond the scorching temperature, one that couldn't really be detected in the 9 worlds. It was the aura of chaos containing primordial power from the origin. This was the main difference between the 9 worlds and the 10th. Cultivators from the 9 worlds absorbed worldly energy to control the Grand Tao. Meanwhile, cultivators from the 10th were even more direct. They absorbed chaos energy in order to control primordial power. Even though the worldly energy in the 9 worlds could be refined into chaos and primordial power, it was much more difficult to do so if one wasn't an immortal emperor. When an emperor reached the 9 worlds and wanted to grow, they would also refine their worldly energy and Tao power into the next level. Li Qiya smiled while sensing the aura that wasn't as readily available in the 9 worlds. He began his tread after determining a direction. He was quite slow, just like a mortal. In fact, he was indeed a feeble mortal right now. The withering ray from World Emperor's group was too powerful. It destroyed everything from Li Qiya, including his Tao foundation. Only the 13 palaces and 4 inner physiques were left behind. Alas, they were dimmed and devoid of power. It wasn't strange for him to be reduced to this level. Think about it. How many people would be able to survive an attack from World Emperor and 12 more Grand Emperors? His rebirth was already a miracle. Without his 13 palaces, he would never be able to cultivate again, since this type of injury would haunt him forever. The 13 palaces have escaped all shackles. They protected his inner physiques, and these 2 entities removed the injuries from the withering ray. With his Tao foundation destroyed, all of his previous cultivation was gone with the wind. However, he considered this to be an acceptable result. He didn't become depressed at all. It wasn't a big deal to him. All of this could be rebuilt again without difficulty. He had already achieved his goal for the ambush. At the very least, he was able to steal 6 wills to light up his second law. More importantly, World Emperor escaped because of the heavenly tribulation. These emperors from the 3 races shouldn't bother him for a while. At the same time, the threat of the ancient Ming ascending should be pressuring them as well. The question was whether to focus on destroying the Dark Crow, their lifelong enemy, or the ancient Ming shrouded in darkness first. They required time to deliberate regardless of the final decision. Thus, the next period of time was peaceful for Li Qiya after taking the first successful step in the 10th world. Chapter 1742, Burning Rampart has been incinerated into a land of death with no sign of life here to speak of. Many inhabitants in Pure believed that this place had been burned by a heavenly flame. The stones and rocks have melted. Some places even had signs of porcelainization. This was the proof of the unbelievably high temperature that was present in the past. Only a heavenly inferno would reach this raging level, hence the prediction. Cultivators didn't have any trouble navigating through Burning Rampart. They were free to travel using the sky or the earth and capable of withstanding extreme temperatures. This was not the case for mortals. They would either die from thirst or starvation from being lost, or just go crazy from the blazing heat here. At this particular juncture, Li Qiya was even weaker than a mortal scholar. Nevertheless, he still strolled through the scorching ground with such ease. This insanity-inducing heat cracked his lips and with smoke coming out of his mouth, yet it didn't affect him. He had experienced pain 1,000 times worse than this. This level of pain was as light as the wind to him and completely trivial. This wasn't his first time here either, so he continued on after picking a direction. He was in no hurry to leave this place, or Pure for that matter. At the same time, he wasn't worried for Ming Yeshua and the others. There was no point, because the Golden Dragon and Tyrant Tiger were paving the way for them. Outside of 12 will emperors, even 2 grand emperors at 10 wills wouldn't be able to kill them together. Moreover, the coordinates of the ship were very well known. Even if 3 grand emperors were to attack them, certain emperors from the 9 worlds would come to help right away. There were people along the way during his journey. Of course, they weren't residents, only cultivators. After reaching a particular area, cultivators would show up. They were here to look for ore mines or Tao materials. Others were here to try and polish their Tao comprehension. The majority of them were flying in the sky or riding their treasures and weapons. Of course, a few were dashing through the sand as well. However, there wasn't a mortal like Wuxia walking through this place. This attracted the cultivators' attention. In their eyes, a mortal was simply an ant. Thus, Wuxia was not worth a second glance. They quickly got on with their business. Of course, one or two kind ones would occasionally stop and ask, "Hey, mortal, are you lost here? Do you want me to lend you a hand?" "Thank you, I am here to improve myself, just let me be." Wuxia smiled and answered them. "Be careful, don't die here. Burning Rampart isn't a place for mortals." The kind cultivator shook their head and left without forcing the issue. Wuxia ignored others' stare and continued on his way. If cultivators were thinking about training at Burning Rampart, there was one place where they must go, the Sky Pit. This was a very strange area to the west of the rampart. There were many large pits here, not just one. These pits had varying temperatures, unlike the rampart. Some were as cold as an ice storage. Others were hot enough to boil the unlucky ones that fell down. Some had springs running through it just like an oasis. The most magical aspect of this place was the numerous mysterious marks. The pits came in all shape and form with varying depth. The only similarity was the many marks within. One mark was only in the form of a long crease along the wall, a resulting mark of being burned. Another one consisted of many random runes, some of which were very occult. These seals weren't carved or branded. They seemed to form in a natural manner. No one knew how they came to be. Some believed that a supreme existence has left them behind. Perhaps these were also the remnant marks after a heavenly execution. Another common belief was that the high heaven sent them down as enlightenment marks. Later generations were very interested in these markings. The thing that interested them the most was the visit from many immortal monarchs and grand emperors. Even the top ones such as Flame Emperor, Origin Heaven Emperor, and Deep South Divine Emperor came to take a look. Rumor has it that even Purewood Divine Emperor was here as well. Of course, this particular visit couldn't be verified due to the mysterious nature of this particular emperor. He was the first to obtain 12 Heaven's Wills and was considered the longest living Grand Emperor. People only knew that they came to visit the place before, not their purpose. However, Tao comprehension was the most popular theory. Because of this, people always visited the place to follow in the footsteps of the emperors. They all desired to learn something from the mysterious marks here. Perhaps one day, they could even become an amazing emperor or monarch. However, a pitiful amount managed to ever learn something. The majority left empty-handed. Burning Rampart might be a desolate area, but the Sky Pit was always lively. There were always several hundred or even more than 1,000 cultivators present. The lowest number was around several dozens. At this time, a fair number of people were meditating here. Some hovered above in order to feel the power of primordial chaos. Others were pondering about how to understand the profundity of these marks. One flew above to get a panoramic view over the entire Sky Pit. Because Pure was one of the largest lands for the 100 races, many humans, golems, and charming spirits were here. Of course, cultivators from the 3 races were present as well. When Wuxia got here, the person looking down at the entire pit had a scepter symbol on his forehead. This youth came from the Heaven race and the scepter was their unique symbol. Not all members of this race would have this scepter marking. Mortals didn't, only after reaching a particular cultivation level or a certain thickness in their bloodline would this scepter appear. Also, some of the noblest members would have the scepter at birth. Wuxia saw marks everywhere in these pits. He looked at the sky vault, wishing to pierce through its deepest location. His gaze was able to surpass everything. Damned heaven! He licked his parched lips and murmured. He found a pit and directly got inside to stare at the sky. He didn't bat an eye as if there was something beautiful up there. This continued on for several days with him lying motionlessly. Some cultivators thought he was dead until they saw that his eyes are still open. "Hey, don't play dead here, mortal. You're in people's way." An expert reprimanded Wuxia. Chapter 1743, Wuxia has been staying at Sky Pit for several dozen days. He would only lie there to look at the sky in a daze without moving at all. Occasionally, he would do so next to a marking, as if wanting to imprint the mark on his body. At other times, he would sit in the meditative pose as if he was cultivating. The truth was that for ordinary cultivators, this place was no secret. There were no hidden treasuries, occult cultivation, and it wasn't even a good place for training. This place was useless unless people were at the same level as Origin or Deep South. However, these two emperors didn't come here for Tao comprehension. They only wanted to read the future and the wish of the heavens. Of course, Wuxia was aware of the secret hidden here. One that only he knew of, and it was useful to him only. The 9 worlds had many interlinked and disconnected aspects with the 10th. For cultivation, worldly energy could be refined into chaos energy and grand Tao power could be polished into primordial energy. However, the latter was much purer. Even though one could still use the cultivation method from the 9 worlds here, the speed could be as slow as a snail's pace. Without a doubt, people would think that they're too dumb for cultivation. Because of this, immortal emperors would make minor changes to their cultivation despite wielding the immense heaven's will. There were 2 paths for them to take. The first was to strengthen their heaven's will. The second was to take in the wills from the 10th world. As for the 100 races in the 10th world, they couldn't cultivate these imperial arts, so they had their own. Some arts were stolen from the 3 races or at least derived from them. Of course, some wise sages spent generations to create new merit laws. One immortal emperor must be mentioned on this topic, Immortal Emperor Wangu. He was the first emperor from the ghost race, so he ascended to the 10th world very early. His achievements were not on the same level as Immortal Emperor Jiaoheng and Immortal Emperor Gu Chun, since he didn't win any territory for the 100 races nor fought against the Grand Emperors. He spent his time cultivating like a hermit, searching for the Grand Tao. With that, he was able to create a path for immortal emperors to fuse the 2 types of heaven's wills. This was a matchless achievement for cultivation. He also spent his time creating suitable merit laws for the 100 races. Ultimately, few surpassed him in terms of contribution towards cultivation. In the 13 continents, many mortals from the 100 races would normally start with the best and most common entry cultivation method, the myriad law art. This method was created by Immortal Emperor Wangu. It was suitable for humans, ghosts, charming spirits, and many others. It was one of the most widespread merit laws. Many vagabonds and new cultivators couldn't join the big powers to train with the best merit laws or imperial arts. Because of this, they could only pick the most common and suitable merit law, which was usually the myriad law art. If myriad law was the most suitable for all races, then the mortal reversion art was the best for humans. This was the second law of the 3 most popular ones. Of course, other races could also cultivate with the mortal reversion art, but humans had the best result. It had countless copies. Each of them was different because later generations would make adjustments, for personal use or future use. Despite its popularity, no one knew who created this particular method. It came out of nowhere in an ancient era. Some people believe that it came from Immortal Emperor Jiaoheng or other wise sages of the human race. The truth was that its creator was the Dark Crow. After coming to the 10th world, he pondered about a cultivation method up here. He didn't only create it for the humans, but he took it to a higher level, culminating in an art to punish the heaven. Later on, with increased proliferation and more additions, very few people could use mortal reversion and turn it into the heaven-punishing art. Wuxia chose mortal reversion as his entry method this time around. He didn't pick something from the 9 worlds because they weren't suitable in the upper realm. Even though his memories regarding mortal reversion have been erased, he created it back then inside these pits. Thus, he returned to this old place in order to look at the markings. Memories of the art surfaced again. He had his reasons for doing so. Though there were many editions of mortal reversion around in any street-side shops, he needed the purest of them all, not the ones that have been altered. Moreover, the heaven-punishing art that came after was best learned in this place. These pits contained secrets about an ancient expedition not known by others. As he continued his research, a few cultivators glanced at him with derision. Cultivators who cared about their face wouldn't attack a mortal. Otherwise, someone would have thrown a human beggar like him away already. After seeing his actions, the cultivators thought that he was insane. Many geniuses came without finding anything, but a mortal like him wanted to learn the Tao here. That's the behavior of a lunatic. Of course, some people paid attention to him too. There was a skinny old man with a goatee and two youths behind him, one boy and one girl. The boy was dashing while the girl was enchantingly pretty, a rare beauty she was. They were the old man's disciples and stood behind him while watching Wuxia. The old man was very interested and had been following Wuxia for the last 10 days. He noticed Wuxia was studying the marks. The boy asked, "Master, what's so special about this mortal? There are many masters in this world, hidden dragons and crouching tigers everywhere. Our Sago Palm is only a tiny sect, lacking the insight to recognize real experts. Thus, we need to be meticulous and observant. Maybe we'll even gain something from it." The old man explained. "Master, your teaching makes sense, we should carefully observe other cultivators, but this man is only a human mortal. He is just having some strange ideas coming to the sky pit for Tao comprehension. Even the geniuses from the 3 races can't get anything from this place. Is he daydreaming?" The beautiful girl felt that Wuxia wasn't worth their time since they came here to train. They couldn't be blamed for thinking like this. Wuxia's cultivation has been destroyed, so everyone else saw him as a mortal. You can't put it like that. The old man shook his head. Such strange ideas are why we have immortal monarchs. In the beginning, humans didn't cultivate either, but the wise sages had dreams and strange thoughts, heralding our prosperity in the present, creating the myriad sects and merit laws for our human race. Sometimes, these strange ideas are essential for pioneering achievements. Chapter 1744, The 2 young ones didn't quite agree with their master. In their eyes, how could a mortal beggar create any merit law? His observation and every action naturally didn't escape Wuxia's eyes, but he didn't really care and acted as if they didn't exist. Eventually, one day when he was sitting above a pit resembling a lake, the old man finally took his 2 disciples over. "My name is Tai Shu Wang, current sect master of Sago Palm. Meeting fellow Taoist here can be considered a stroke of fate. May I have your name?" The old man cupped his fist and asked. His attitude was quite rare. This was a sect master, yet he was quite respectful towards a mortal. Even an ordinary cultivator wouldn't care for Wuxia, especially in his current sorry state. Wuxia was bored to death while looking at the shimmering lake and ignored the old man. His arrogant attitude irked the 2 disciples. The male shouted, "Hey! Are you deaf? My master is talking to you." Even though Sago Palm was a tiny sect, their master was still an expert and a sect master. This beggar should consider that it was an honor to be treated in this manner by their master. "Chinner, do not be disrespectful." Wang shouted before cupping his fist towards Wuxia again, "Fellow Taoist, please excuse me for not teaching my disciple well enough." Wuxia remained fixated on the lake to the 2 young ones' chagrin. If it wasn't for their master's presence, they would have taught this mortal a lesson already. After a long time, Wuxia slowly turned around to look at Wang and said, "Behind courtesy is a hidden motive. You wish to ask me for something. How presumptuous." The male disciple named He Chen's expression turned for the worst as he shouted, "Be quiet." Wang reprimanded him. The female disciple, Shen Shaoshan, was also unhappy. She spoke softly, Master, why are you tolerating his disrespectful attitude? Only a mortal, what can he do? Back off. He shouted again before coming forward and deeply bowed towards Li Qie. My disciples are shallow and can't recognize greatness. Please forgive me. Li Qie glanced at him and said, out of consideration for your cordiality, you may sit. He patted on the muddy ground next to him. There was nothing there, only dirty soil, but Wang didn't mind at all. He lifted up his robe and sat down. Li Qie smiled at the respectful old man and said, I am only a mortal, why do you think I'm a master? Burning Rampart is a dangerous place just like a boiling stove, how could a mortal go here? The fact that you are a mortal shows just how amazing it is. Even though your clothes are messy, you are still calm, showing your exceptional heart. Thus, even if you are a mortal, you are someone special. Li Qie was amused by the response. Weak your cultivation might be, not your vision though. Many experts lack this insight of yours. Shen Shaoshan and He Qin didn't like his reply at all and scowled. Their master might not be anyone impure, but he was still a Dao monarch. But now, a mortal called him weak. This person didn't watch his mouth at all and have eyes yet can't see Mount Tai. Thank you. Wang replied, I'm just a bit more meticulous and careful than others. You either want an answer or have a favor to ask of me. Li Qie told the polite old man. Sir, you are indeed a master, a dragon hidden among men. It is my pleasure to meet you. The old man was startled. Meanwhile, his disciple felt that his master was only being played by this mortal. A bit interesting. I'm curious about why you think I can answer your questions. Li Qie chuckled. Wang busily answered, Sir, my late teacher taught me that the eyes are the windows to the mind. It can directly reflect a cultivator's Tao heart. In this place with eternal mysteries, anyone who looks at these marks would have a muddled gaze. However, your eyes are clear, unlike the others. Even emperors can't understand everything here, yet you are unperturbed. It shows that your mind must be amazing, able to see through the sun shrouded by the clouds or all the real merit laws behind the chaos. Li Qie nodded approvingly, good. Your innate talents are bad, but you understand the ways of life. Your master must have been a terrific person too, to teach you something like that. Sir, you are too kind. Wang cupped his fist. The two disciples thought to themselves, what was this about a clear pair of eyes? Maybe this mortal was born stupid and couldn't react to any of the markings. Li Qie stared back at the lake before speaking, it's fine if you want to beseech me, but that depends on my mood. If I feel like it, I can teach you a thing or two. Sir, if you can answer my questions, Sago Palm will surely thank you. Wang hastily added. Stop. Li Qie interrupted him and waved his sleeve, your rewards are meaningless to me, such a transaction only debases our interaction. You are right, but if you do need anything, just say the words. Wang replied. The two disciples still couldn't handle the mortal posturing like a guru. They couldn't watch their master acting so subservient towards him either and wondered if their master had been struck by a spell or something. Li Qie said, very well, I shall grant you a chance. Speak. The two felt like vomiting blood. This mortal was actually speaking to their master like this. Wang looked around before quietly said, this isn't the place to talk. Sir, will you come to our humble abode? Fine. I don't have any business anyway. Li Qie nodded. He didn't mind going to Sago Palm since he had gotten the mortal reversion art right now. It was time to leave Burning Rampart. Sir, this way. Wang stood up and gestured. I'm tired from a long journey. Get me a carriage. Li Qie told the old man. Wang took out a treasure carriage instantly, one that was pulled by 4 divine colts. The two disciples didn't dare to comment even though they were annoyed at their master submitting to the guy's every whim. Li Qie pointed at Shen Shaoshan and casually said, she'll be my driver. You. Her face turned red after hearing this. Even though Sago Palm was a tiny sect, she was still its first disciple, a princess of sorts with so many people fawning over her. She quivered with rage after hearing this demand. "Brat, you're pushing it, don't win an inch and want a foot." Her junior brother shouted in defense. "Stop!" Tai Shu Weng shouted again at He Chen. The boy could only grit his teeth and kept his mouth shut. Li Qiye ignored him and glanced at the girl. "It is your honor to be my driver." Having said that, he got into the carriage and immediately went to sleep. This treatment made her livid. She had to restrain the urge of beating this mortal up. "Shaner, do a good job," Weng reminded his disciple. "Master," she felt wronged and wanted to plead. Her master has always doted on her, but he still made her the driver now. Weng reiterated in an urgent manner, "This relates to our sect's rise and fall. Do a good job of serving him. If anyone dares to be disrespectful, I will expel them." His expression and words were quite solemn and serious. Xiao Shan rarely saw this side of her master, so she swallowed all of unhappiness and indignation. However, she channeled this anger towards Li Qiye instead and held nothing but contempt for him. Chapter 1745, Shen Xiaoshan was quite angry. A first disciple like her had to be the driver for a mortal. Even though she wasn't a princess, she was certainly treated like one back in her sect, but now, this guy was treating her like a servant. She wanted nothing more than to brutally beat the guy down, but she didn't dare to disobey her master's order, especially after seeing his serious demeanor. Tai Shu Weng was much more respectful than his two disciples. In his eyes, a mortal like Li Qiye could make his sect prosper. Thus, he had high hope for the guy. Even though he wouldn't dare to say that under his control, the gate would grow much larger. He just wanted to gather enough resources and capital for the next generation. This mortal could be the bridge allowing them to cross the Dragon Gate. The sect was located in the western frontier. Its scale was quite negligible, only a few thousand disciples. The strongest was Tai Shu Weng at Dao Monarch. He was also quite famous in the province. Not to mention all 13 continents, a Dao monarch was nothing impure. In an imperial lineage, Dao monarchs were only common disciples. This western frontier belonged to the Jilin imperial clan. There were countless weak sects like Sago Palm. It didn't even qualify to become a tributary to the clan. It had to rely on a country under the clan's jurisdiction, Western Bank. At the same time, there were more than 300 countries like Western Bank below the clan. Thus, one could imagine just how tiny Sago Palm was in the grand scheme of things, as well as the immense size of Jilin. The carriage had great speed and took less than a day to arrive at Sago Palm. Tai Shu Weng respectfully invited Li Qiye into his sect and arranged a small quarter meant for honored guests. The entire sect was very confused. Why was their master so respectful towards this human beggar? Some even wanted to ask their first sister, but she was in a foul mood and had no desire to waste words. After entering the main chamber, Li Qiye sat down and told Weng, "Take out the things you need help with." Weng was surprised and said, "Well, sir, you must be tired from the trip. You should rest and we can talk about it, no rush right now." Li Qiye narrowed his eyes and said, "What? You don't think I'm capable of helping now?" "Ah, no, of course not." Weng hurriedly appeased, "That wasn't my intention. I was just thinking that you need some rest right now." "No need, take it out. Unless it is something difficult, it won't take long. Don't waste my time." Li Qiye waved his sleeve. Weng didn't say anything after seeing the guy's insistence and immediately left. After a while, he came back with a tiny box. It was tightly locked with a tiny seal. His expression was very prudent and serious. One could tell that the item inside was definitely extraordinary. He unlocked it and removed the seal before taking out a scroll. He carefully placed it in front of Li Qiye before rolling it open and said, "Sir, there are many confusing and old writings in this scroll. Please take a look and decipher it." There were strange symbols inside with no particular order. People simply couldn't understand it at all. Upon close inspection, one would find similarities between the ones here and the marks found at the sky pit. Both of them were still as perplexing as ever. Li Qiye's eyes became austere after seeing the symbols. He raised his head and asked Wang, "Where did you get this thing?" Wang was shocked to see this gaze even though Li Qiye was a feeble mortal. He felt his legs giving in, this feeling completely shocked him. A Tao monarch like him was frightened by a mortal. Well, he smiled wryly and didn't answer. "This isn't something you or a sect like Sago Palm can have." Li Qiye's voice turned cold. Under Li Qiye's austere glare, Wang succumbed to fear. "Sir, the truth is that the item doesn't belong to us. A good friend of mine from Western Bank copied the symbols. A country like Western Bank isn't qualified to possess an item like this either." Li Qiye uttered. "Sir, how do you know?" Wang said in a daze. Li Qiye flatly responded, "Why did you find me?" "Very simple, it is because you saw me pondering the marks at the sky pit, the reason for top emperors like Deep South to visit the place. The marks there are beyond your sect and Western Bank's comprehension. Thus, even this copy can't be from Western Bank." Wang was astounded. This proved that Li Qiye was knowledgeable enough. Even if he wasn't a cultivator, just his knowledge and wisdom alone would make him a supreme mortal. "You put us cultivators to shame. We're mere frogs under the well compared to your broad knowledge." Wang bowed, completely convinced by Li Qiye. He finally waved his sleeve so that He Chen and Shen Shaoshan would leave. Even his direct disciples couldn't listen to this matter. After they left, he was still hesitant. Li Qiye continued, "If you don't tell me, I won't be able to help you. In my opinion, this will be the only chance for your sect to soar." Wang eventually clenched his teeth and made up his mind. He quietly said, "Please don't tell outsiders, sir. The symbols from this scroll are from the Jilin imperial clan. Every once in a while, the clan would have an exam for scholarly cultivators or even mortals that can read astronomy within their border. The exams are always secretive, these symbols were leaked by someone." He was very careful about this topic because if news of this were to spread, it could bring a sect-destroying disaster to Sago Palm. Nevertheless, he still wanted to gamble with Li Qiye. After hearing this, Li Qiye stood up with a sour expression. He stared at the horizon through the window without speaking for a long while. Taishu Wang was a bit horrified at this moment. This mortal emitted a soul-stealing prestige. No one would dare to offend him. Li Qiye eventually returned to his spot and his expression eased up. He looked at the old man and asked, "Which immortal monarch from the Jilin clan participated in the 6th ultimate expedition?" "You don't know, sir." Wang was surprised. "Of course I know, I'm just asking to chat." Li Qiye calmly responded. Wang scratched his head and said, "Rumor has it that Nightfall immortal monarch was the one. I only heard it and didn't dare to inquire further, being an insignificant character that I am. There were many stories relating to the 6th expedition at the 13 continents. However, only grand emperors and immortal monarchs were privy to the details. Others only had access to unverifiable rumors. This was doubly true for a tiny sect like Sago Palm. A weak character like Wang didn't dare to pry about this matter. He only heard experts from the bigger sects talking about it. Nightfall immortal monarch's involvement was only a rumor as well. No one dared to ask the clan about it. Nightfall immortal monarch. Li Qiye became quiet after hearing the name. An immortal monarch was the title of heaven's will holder from the 100 races, such as humans, golems, charming spirits. This was a way to differentiate immortal emperors from the 9 worlds versus the ones from the 10th world. Chapter 1746, Nightfall was the third and strongest immortal monarch of the Jilin imperial clan. She had 11 fate palaces that contained 11 heaven's wills. She was only one step from being a top emperor. Her existence allowed the clan to prosper again, especially during her era. When did the Jilin clan start these examinations? Li Qiye asked Taishu Wang. The old man pondered and eventually answered with a forced smile, I'm afraid I don't know. It has been going on ever since I knew what's what, so at least this generation on a small scale. I heard that in the past, it was an internal thing. Later on, they also wanted to recruit intelligent and talented disciples, so they opened it to outsiders too. After hearing this, Li Qiye chuckled and told the guy, you want me to join your sect and take the examination? Ah. I do recommend you because the Jilin clan loves talents. Any sect within their jurisdiction can recommend examinees. Of course, I would want nothing more than for you to join our sect too. The old man rubbed his palms awkwardly and said. I know what you want. Those who can pass the examination will be held in high regards by the clan. If you recommended me to take the test or if I were to join your sect, after I become a disciple in that clan and are groomed by them, your sect can build a connection from there. After all, I'll put in good words for you and this will boost your clan's status. Perhaps you will no longer need to be a tributary to West Bank and can be directly under Jilin instead. Wang felt his face becoming hot after Li Qiye blurted everything. Back at the sky pit, he could see that this mortal was very knowledgeable regarding astronomy. Further conversations confirmed that the guy was a true scholar. Despite being a mortal, he was more than scholarly enough to perhaps join the Jilin clan. This was Wang's plan. Sir, you are an erudite scholar. With your talents, after becoming a cultivator, you will surely show off your true skill. Even if you can't become an overlord, you will most likely become a strategist for a clan. Thus, staying in the mortal realm is a waste of your knowledge and potential. If you can join the Jilin clan, you'll soar to the sky. With the resources of the clan at your disposal, you'll broaden your horizon and learn even more things. Why wouldn't anyone take such a good path? Wang flattered and told Li Qiye about the positive aspects. In fact, anyone who knew the clan would think that a mortal being able to join it was the same as a carp jumping over the dragon gate. No mortal with this knowledge would refuse the offer. It was an opportunity granted by the heavens. Instead of feeling excitement and anticipation, Li Qiye simply gave a quick glance at the old man before gazing out the window again. After a while, he said, I can go to the clan for the examination. Really? The old man became ecstatic and immediately bowed. Sir, you are an amazing talent, I'm sure you will be recognized and groomed by the Jilin clan. This was the best case scenario for him. If his recommendation could get someone into the clan, there would be an established line of communication. This, in turn, would raise Sago Palm's status. Don't get excited so quickly. Li Qiye leisurely said, it's not that fun being attached to a behemoth like that. Just a little turn of its body can annihilate your sect. Yes, of course. Wang laughed happily. He naturally understood this logic. Danger accompanied potential in this case. Of course, he was also aware that risk was necessary for any type of harvest. If they didn't dare to take this amount of risk, there would be no hope for Sago Palm. Your talents are non-existent but your eyes are bright and perceptive. What a shame that you came from a tiny sect like this. If you were from a great power, you could still achieve something great. Li Qiye said slowly. The old man smiled wryly and said, I'm already very satisfied to be here at Sago Palm. In my eyes, nothing can be better than this place. He was a broad-minded person, capable of reading people and situations. Alas, his background betrayed him. Even being the sect master of this tiny sect wouldn't grant him anything. There were no resources and backings. As the adage goes, a clever wife still can't make a meal without rice. Thus, one couldn't expand and strengthen the sect. At the same time, his talents were average and limited his cultivation. This was another factor contributing to his sect's stagnation. Your plan is not bad, not only wishing to establish a relationship with the Jilin clan but also doing everything to groom your two disciples so that they can expand the sect. Unfortunately, their talents are much greater than yours but they lack visions and magnanimity. They might not become anything worthwhile in the future. Li Qiye casually commented. Ah. My disciples are arrogant due to their ignorance, they will need your guidance in the future. I hope you will be able to polish them a bit. Wang bowed again. He was aware that he had no hope in his lifetime. He was quite old and could return to the earth at any moment because there was no surpassing the Dao monarch level for him. However, this wasn't the case for He Chen and Shen Shaoshan. They were much more gifted than their master, especially Shaoshan. He had high hopes for her since she was the best in the sect. They were the focus of his plan and allowed him to see a sliver of hope. In his mind, if Li Qiye could join the clan while he could groom his two disciples into exceptional people, his sect would take one step at a time towards something higher. You have also thought about marrying your disciples into the Jilin clan. Li Qiye made another speculation. Wang's expression changed as he faltered backward because Li Qiye clearly saw through his mind and revealed thoughts that he had never told anyone before. This was indeed the truth. A direct disciple from Jilin might not want to marry Shen Shaoshan but a member of a side branch might. His disciple was both talented and beautiful. If this were to happen, his disciple would soar and transform into a phoenix overnight. This would be a fundamental shift in fate for their sect. A while ago, he also had another plan in mind. If Li Qiye could actually join Jilin, he would marry his disciple to Li Qiye. This would bolster the relationship between Li Qiye and the sect, a very beneficial development for his sect's future. Nothing can hide from you. Wang smiled. If Shaner could marry into the clan, it would be a monumental change in her life. I wonder if she is fortunate enough. Wang didn't hide it at all. In fact, he hoped that Li Qiye and Shen Shaoshan could become closer. Despite being immortal, Li Qiye's knowledge and capabilities would allow him to rise later on. A marriage alliance is an old and never-changing method. No other pact in this world is as secure. Li Qiye smiled and didn't judge the old man. Wang's face turned red. His method was a bit embarrassing but he would still do it. He simply replied, "Sir, right you are. Even if we don't have any ambition to become strong, we still want something for self-preservation. My sect is only an ant, any great power can easily crush us." He sighed before continuing, "My late master wanted to see our sect grow stronger, not stay as an unknown sect that could be destroyed at any moment and no one would bat an eye. Alas, I'm too useless and can only work hard so that the next generation can have some connection with the Jilin clan." Chapter 1747, Taishu Wang spoke from the heart. Not to mention all of Pure, even in the West Bank alone, they were only a tiny sect painfully struggling at the lowest level. The young ones couldn't sense this struggle. He Chen and Shen Shaoshan have been trained by Wang since they were young. Wang had even more hopes for Shaoshan, so that's why she became a bit arrogant after being doted on for so long as the princess of the sect. Contrary to their sense of superiority, Wang was experienced enough and had seen the strength of the great powers before. He knew that their sect must obtain some connection with the Jilin clan. Otherwise, if someone were to destroy them in the future, no one might even hear about it. For example, West Bank country, it would only need to send a random elder to flatten their sect. This was the reason why Wang was always anxious about the future. It rather became a tributary to Jilin than West Bank. It wasn't only because Jilin was more powerful. More importantly, it was much farther away from their own sect. Due to the distance, Jilin wouldn't interfere or supervise with a tiny sect like Sago Palm. This wasn't the case for West Bank because of the close proximity. Thus, being connected with Jilin would give Sago Palm another layer of assurance. The path is difficult, not just for cultivators and training. Sects have a difficult time too. Li Qiye told the old man. This type of things happened too often in both the 9th and 10th worlds. The old man forced a smile and asked awkwardly while pointing at the scroll, "Sir, can you solve these symbols?" "Oh, you don't trust me?" Li Qiye responded. The old man quickly waved his hands back and forth in denial. No, that's not what I meant. I know that you are full of wisdom. It's just that. I'm sure you are aware, these examinations have their standards and the candidates are carefully chosen. I do have some connections that can let you come to the Jilin clan to show your skill. However, I still need something more tangible to convince them. Otherwise, no one will believe me. All of you are blind men touching an elephant. How can you know the answer? Not to mention you and your connection, even the Jilin clan doesn't know what they are looking at. It's all just speculations and not even learning anything on the surface level. Li Qiye smiled and shook his head. He continued on while looking at the old man, "You might have gotten this thing but definitely not the answer. Even if I explain the symbols to you, you still won't be able to see their profundity. In fact, these symbols detailed things that were too profound. Even the ancestors from the Jilin clan wouldn't be able to understand them, only possessing a superficial knowledge at best. Only characters at the imperial level were capable of true comprehension. Sir, I might not understand it but I do have an assessing standard with me. I'm sure it won't let you down." The old man hurriedly said. Li Qiye smiled in response, "Very well, I'll entertain you then." With that, he wrote down text in such a smooth manner. The content was profound with esoteric Tao laws beyond Wang's comprehension. Of course, Li Qiye agreed to take the exam wasn't because of Wang or Sago Palm. He simply felt very interested in the items at the Jilin clan. They, themselves, weren't aware of what they had. This was the reason why they started these examinations, hoping someone could understand these symbols. Wang took a look after Li Qiye was finished. He naturally didn't understand them. The text looked heavenly like stallions soaring across the sky. He became dazed with a headache. Nevertheless, he still carefully folded the paper and put it away. In his eyes, this text shouldered the fate of his sect. They depended on it to climb up the ladder towards the Jilin clan. Of course, Li Qiye really didn't care about these things. No one could stop him from getting what he wants. He stared at the horizon in quiet contemplation with a heavy heart. The ultimate expedition was an immensely difficult topic. Despite not personally seeing Immortal Emperor Qi Jin's 6th expedition, he already knew the result. His heart, time-beaten and numb, was still affected. Tai Shu Wen didn't dare to disturb him and quietly waited to the side. After a while, Li Qiye regained his wits and glanced at the old man. "I'm a bit tired, time for a bath. I'll have someone prepare one for you." Wang hastily replied. "Let your female disciple waits on me," Li Qiye casually ordered. Wang was taken aback by the request. Even though he had such thoughts, especially if Li Qiye were to join the Jilin clan, it would be too early right now. "Don't worry, I don't care for her beauty or anything. Let her serve me with a back rub," Li Qiye answered after noticing the old man's expression. "I shall do so." Wang shuddered after seeing Li Qiye's cold eyes again. He believed that the guy wasn't in it for anything sexual. "What?" Shen Shaoshan shouted after hearing her master, "Master, you want me to go serve him?" "Yes." Wang said slowly, "Do your best without any mistake. This is a heavy responsibility for your sake and the sect's." "Master, this is too much." He Chen loudly joined in. His senior sister was the prettiest at Sago Palm. So many brothers had a crush on her. Now, she had to go serve a mortal beggar. He Chen didn't know what spell had stricken his master. "Watch it." Wang reprimanded, "What do you know? Even if he is only a mortal, his vision and mind are superior. An extraordinary mortal he is." When dealing with others, do not judge by appearance or you'll pay for it one day. He rarely yelled at his disciples in such a stern manner in the past. It was certainly working because the two became afraid. But, Master, well, it's too irrational to let sister go serve him. He Chen lowered his tone. Wang said, who can predict the future? Go, don't be so willful. You are responsible for Sago Palm as well as the first sister. Be a role model for the young ones instead of acting so immature. Despite her unwillingness, Xiaoshan didn't dare to go against her master's wish. She continued on with an unhappy expression. He Chen stomped on the ground after seeing what he perceived as an injustice. Wang saw everything and said, Chener, you are letting me down. Master, He Chen didn't expect these words to come from his master at all. You and your sister have great talents, much better than mine. However, the two of you are too arrogant, thinking that you're better than others so you look down on them. I pampered you too much instead of doing a good job of grooming you. I have failed in my role as your master. Wang sighed and shook his head. Master, He Chen's complexion turned pale. Wang went on, you should know that the responsibility of taking care of the sect will fall on the two of you one day since I'm old now. Cultivation alone isn't enough to lead a sect, wisdom, reading people, and magnanimity are necessary or the sect will fall in your hands. How will you be able to see the ancestors then? The two of you lose your cool too easily while being too obstinate with your beliefs. If you don't try harder to rid yourself of these flaws, how can I ever be at ease to hand the sect over to you? Chapter 1748, Shen Xiaoshan had warmed the bath with the perfect temperature. After preparing clothes for Li Qie, she said coldly, it's done, you can take your bath now. She was quite discontent. Even though she wasn't a princess from a great power or country, her background wasn't that weak as the first disciple of Sago Palm. This was relatively prestigious enough, but now, she had to a servant to a mortal. If it wasn't for the fact that one couldn't disobey their master, she would have beaten the guy already, let alone serving him. Li Qie stood there and looked around at the bath filled with mist. He stretched out his arms and said, disrobe me. You, Xiaoshan's expression sank. She thought that she would only be preparing the bath for him, not something like this. You shouldn't push it. She was furious since she was completely inexperienced with the opposite sex. An innocent maiden should not have any contact with men, let alone take their clothes off. Li Qie coldly stared at her and spoke, hurry up. Xiaoshan quivered with rage, evident by her glare. Alas, Li Qie stood his ground and calmly met her gaze. In the end, she clenched her teeth and began the undressing process. Due to her inexperience, her fingers were trembling with clumsy movements. Looks like you got a lot to learn. Normally, I would hate such clumsiness, but this will have to do for now. Li Qie leisurely commented. Shen Xiaoshan's expression became unsightly with rage spewing out of her eyes while having the urge of breaking him into pieces. Li Qie completely ignored her angry gaze. After a while, she eventually finished undressing him completely. The entire process was very embarrassing since she didn't dare to look straight at him and had to keep her head low. Her fingers became hot as she touched his toned body. She quickly turned around after finishing the task. Her face was red, overwhelmed with both anger and shame. This was all because of this bastard. Li Qie's calm demeanor contrasted her fury. It was a normal occurrence for him. Under normal circumstances, someone like Shen Xiaoshan wasn't qualified to wait on him. He entered the bath and immersed into the water before ordering, give me a massage. She almost vomited blood after thinking that she was spared from this torture, not expecting another unreasonable demand. Li. You're really pushing it now. She angrily shouted. Fool. Li Qie glanced at her and took his time responding, you think I'm trying to curry favor with your sect? It is the opposite. Your sect prosperity and decline are up to a single thought of yours. Reflect on the difference between you and your master. He is quite discerning with great ideas. Moreover, he's stronger than you right now, but he is still very respectful towards me. If it wasn't for his attitude, I wouldn't want to take a single step into this sect. Come over. Her face kept on changing color. He was completely frank and even shattered her confidence. She felt her scalp tingling with rage but still walked closer and sat down next to him. Having never massaged anyone before, let alone a man, so understandably, it wasn't a good job. With a blush, she had trouble restraining her anger at having to perform what she considered a lowly task. Thus, she rubbed harder while fantasizing about crushing him to pieces. Alas, that would be going against her master's order. Of course, this pain was nothing to Wuxia. He glanced at her and said, "Your master is a rare talent despite his mediocre constitution. Many Dao saints and Dao celestials have far inferior insight about how to deal with the world compared to him. For example, you and other cultivators, the only thing in your eyes is supreme merit laws and aptitude while taking zero consideration about customs and social interactions. Thus, it wouldn't surprise me at all if one day, someone massacres your entire clan because of something stupid you have done." Are you saying that you're more exceptional than us?" Shen Shaoshan scowled. This was her first time really talking to him. "What do you think?" Wuxia calmly elaborated, "Do you think you're better than your master? Look at it from another perspective, will you do a better job as the sect master in the future?" She became quiet. Her talents were indeed better, but she might not do a better job than him as the sect master. Though the sect had no sign of rising up the ranks, it was peaceful under Tai Shu Weng's command. Moreover, he had a great relationship with the neighboring powers. He dealt with intersect politics in such a skillful manner. She was confident about surpassing him in cultivation but becoming a better sect master. That was a different matter. "You think your master is stupid? Or is he a sycophant that would lick the boots of any man?" Wuxia continued. "Of course not. My master isn't that kind of person. He is a visionary." She shouted and wouldn't allow anyone to insult her master. "Right." Wuxia was in a rare mood to teach and continued on, "If your master isn't stupid and kept on being respectful towards me, is there something wrong with him? If I have no value, would he act in this manner? If I am incapable, would I not care about cultivators? Do you think I am an ignorant fool that has no fear of death?" Shaoshan had no response because the guy was making sense. Her master was not stupid and he wouldn't conduct himself towards a mortal like this for no reason. In the beginning, she was already discontent due to her own prejudice and considered him an insignificant mortal. His attitude only further exacerbated the issue and rage blinded her perception. After thinking about it carefully, her master wouldn't let his first disciple wait on any random person. "Alright, don't just stand there. Focus." His voice disturbed her contemplation. She regained her wits as well as a better understanding of her master's intent and the situation. Nevertheless, she was still annoyed at his attitude, but her mood did become better as she began her message. Why would she bother posturing towards this mortal when her own master was borderline subservient? She became more attentive and better with the task at hand. Wuxia enjoyed it and said, "Not bad, able to change your attitude. Still a bit unhappy, but at the very least, your decorum is better now. Being able to turn back from one's mistake is the greatest virtue. You always talk to people like this." An innocent maiden was taking care of him, yet he was still criticizing her. How could she not become angry? "Do you want to hear the truth?" He smiled. It's not like you ever hold back, do you need my permission?" She scowled unhappily. "That's true." Wuxia nodded seriously and chuckled, "I don't really pay attention to how I normally talk. However, one thing is certain, under normal circumstances, not to mention talking or waiting on me, you wouldn't be qualified to even see me." Chapter 1749, Shen Xiaoshan's mood had just gotten better, but this didn't last long after hearing this. Such arrogant words would have enraged just about anyone. Not even qualified to see him. How outrageous was this statement? In fact, she naturally didn't know that in the 9 worlds, so many ancestor-level characters and young emperor assailants had a hard time meeting Li Qie even if they wanted to. So many imperial lineages were willing to marry their goddess and princess to fiercest, the prime emperor. Unfortunately, their ladies didn't even have a chance to meet Li Qie, let alone taking the next step. Oh. Then are you saying that you are a noble from some country or an illegitimate child of a big shot? She sarcastically mocked. I know you wouldn't believe me. But nobles and princes are nobodies. Li Qie calmly answered. Shen Xiaoshan couldn't say anything. She couldn't even become angry anymore. Other braggers would turn red a bit after boasting so hard. However, this mortal was so confident in his speech to her disbelief. He spoke in such a nonchalant and matter-of-fact manner. If this mortal was boasting, then he would be the best one she had ever met. But if he wasn't? That's why she had nothing to say and was completely confused during this short contact with Li Qie. She had no clue who this man was, he was unfathomable. The more people got to know him, the more they became moved by an unknown attraction, perhaps due to his charisma. It was as if he could engulf just about anyone. After this, they would be utterly convinced by him. It was quite a frightening aspect, causing her to shudder at this moment. Come in. He spoke as she was lost in contemplation. She was taken aback by the request. He was lying half submerged in the bath and she had never taken a bath with a man before. What kind of woman do you? She angrily shouted. You're overthinking it. Li Qie waved his hand and interrupted her. I'm not telling you to take a bath together with me, only to clean me well. Her anger didn't subside after hearing this. She still angrily stared at him with a touch of embarrassment. She couldn't get into the bath to serve a man. What now? Afraid that I'll take advantage of you? Li Qie assessed her and said flatly, you are quite pretty, but there is a waiting list for that. There is 1,000,000 women in line waiting to take advantage of me before you. You. 1,000,000 before me. Most girls were a bit prideful of their beauty, especially someone as pretty as Shen Xiaoshan. Though she couldn't compare to the daughters from the great powers and imperial lineages, she was still the prettiest at Sago Palm. But now, when Li Qie said there was 1,000,000 in line before her, it was truly humiliating and infuriating. She had the urge of beating the man ahead into a pig head. Who really knows? The 13 continents are too vast. Li Qie said slowly. Blood almost left her mouth again. She glared at him and uttered coldly, can you stop being so narcissistic? Li Qie answered, this is called confidence. Come, don't waste my bath time. She felt her soul leaving her body after being stared at by his dull yet authoritative eyes. There was a sensation of his eyes gazing into her soul. She lost control of her body, but it was a pleasant feeling. His profound eyes encompassed 3,000 worlds, capable of devouring all divine lights and gestating all existences. All beings would prostrate before them. Even though he was a mortal at the moment, he was once the ruler of the 9 worlds, the dark hand behind the curtains, and especially an immortal emperor. Someone at Xiaoshan's cultivation couldn't withstand his charm. Even eternal existences had submitted to him. Before she knew it, she had already stepped into the bath. Water wetted her clothes, revealing her enchanting and exquisite curves as she gently washed his body. After a long time, she regained her wits and became startled. What sorcery is this? She was understandably alarmed since she seemed to have lost control of her body and became a victim to his whim. It's no sorcery. Li Qie shook his head, this is called prestige. Have you ever seen a grand emperor? With your cultivation, you won't just be kneeling after seeing one. His prestige and authority could turn you into a follower for a lifetime. Humph, but you're not a grand emperor." She scowled. Of course, she hasn't seen an emperor before, but she had heard many legends relating to them and could imagine that scene. Rumor has it that wherever they went, people couldn't help but kneel, just like Li Qia's comment. "Ah!" She suddenly screamed due to shame because she was completely wet at this moment. She turned red and hot. This situation made it too awkward for her. Li Qia didn't bother glancing at her. He said flatly, "Don't worry, I won't be taking advantage of you." "You." His calm demeanor only exacerbated the situation. It was as if this garden of spring was nothing before his eyes. Of course, he had seen too many beauties and supreme figures. He didn't want to take a look at someone like Shen Shaoshan. She was only an inconspicuous tree in a garden with 100 blossoming flowers, and he didn't care for these flowers either, let alone her. After confirming that he wasn't looking, she continued to wait on him. However, she didn't dare to look at his body at all. From start to finish, he simply lay there to enjoy her service. In the beginning, she was quite bashful, but as time passed, she calmed down after seeing that Li Qia had no devious intention and action. Anger turned into annoyance after seeing his lack of reaction to a beauty like her. Though she wasn't a peerless beauty or anything, her features were impeccable and she was certainly confident in her figure. Others might not swoon over her instantly, but they weren't bad. But now, Li Qia didn't steal a single glance at her. This was indeed hurting her self-esteem. Perhaps he wasn't lying when he talked about her not fitting his standards. "Humph, do you always make pretty girls wait on you?" She didn't know why she was unhappy. It was a good thing that he was playing nice. "Depends on the girl. You're quite lucky to have this chance since not just anyone can do it," he replied. This statement was no longer as outrageous now that she got used to him. "So you're saying that many beauties have waited on you? How many figures have you seen?" she angrily stated. Chapter 1750, Li Qia smiled at her comment and answered, "It's not about how many, just one that can get into your heart is enough." "Please, then what kind of beautiful women have you seen?" Shen Shaoshan asked with annoyance. "Beauty alone can't reach the apex. Only a bag of skin and well-sculpted skeleton beneath, not enough to touch my heart." She took another look at him and became suspicious. "You must be lying then." "Humph, probably haven't seen any naked woman yet." He almost burst out in laughter after hearing this. "Do I really need to lie about this?" "Humph, who knows? Earlier, you were boasting non-stop. I don't quite believe you." "Okay, fine, if you said you have seen countless beauties, then have you seen the prettiest and pure in her figure?" She smiled, hoping to stump him. "Who is the prettiest and pure?" Li Qia leisurely asked. "Ha, you don't even know who the prettiest and pure is, yet you still brag about having met countless beauties? In my opinion, you have probably only seen common ladies or courtesans in the mortal world." She became even angrier for some reasons after thinking that he was comparing her to women in the mortal world. Li Qia only chuckled and didn't bother defending himself. "Wait, you really don't know Pure's prettiest?" Her eyes widened as she stared at him. Li Qia chuckled and said, "I do not. Do I need to know who she is?" "You were clearly bragging now, not knowing about Imperial Princess Jilin." She snorted and said. Li Qia calmly responded, "Only the prettiest and pure, not the 13 continents, but then again, I don't care about the latter either." "Here you go again." She retorted, "Do you know who she is?" "She's the princess of the Jilin clan, a noble lady with immeasurable stateliness. Rumor has it that she even has the bloodline of an immortal monarch." Imperial Princess Jilin was very well known in Pure due to her beauty and prestigious bloodline. Of course, Shaoshan had never seen her before, but she still believed that the princess was the prettiest in Pure. Only the bloodline of an immortal monarch, not a real imperial princess. It only takes a sentence from me for her to become my bed warmer. Li Qia smiled freely. You're insane. She didn't mock him this time. On the contrary, she was scared out of her mind and immediately covered his mouth. If outsiders heard these words, it might bring about a sect-destroying disaster to Sago Palm. The pale girl shouted, "You might be tired of living but I'm not, same with my sect. If you have a death wish, go die alone, don't take us down with you." She was, understandably, spooked out of her mind. Sago Palm was only a tiny sect. There were too many like them under Jilin's jurisdiction. They weren't even a grain of dust compared to the behemoth that is Jilin. Not to mention the princess, even an ordinary disciple from that clan is an untouchable existence to Sago Palm. Thus, Li Qiye's rude comment towards the princess could be a source of disaster if the clan were to catch wind of it. Of course, Shen Xiaoshan was the only one reacting. Li Qiye didn't care at all. This princess was only a normal cultivator in his eyes. He stared at her with amusement. After a while, she eventually regained her wits. "You're taking advantage of me." Li Qiye's leisure voice sounded by her ears. She was surprised to hear this and instantly found that the two of them were next to each other. To be more precise, she was lying on top of him. Both of them were submerged under water. Her wet clothes painted her curves, towering peaks, the flat and grassy plain beneath. These scenes were indescribably beautiful. Worst of all, Li Qiye was completely naked. She felt her body burning with a strange sensation coursing everywhere. Ah! She immediately jumped up and water splashed everywhere. Contrary to her shocked state, Li Qiye acted as if nothing special was going on. "What are you looking at?" The embarrassed girl shouted before squatting back down into the water in order to hide her exposed body. She had never experienced this before and wanted nothing more than to crawl down a hole. Li Qiye leisurely said, "It's only the flesh, you saw me completely too." Such a response only made her madder. This guy benefited yet he was still posturing. "Alright, I'll stop embarrassing you." Li Qiye smiled and shook his head. He closed his eyes and went back to enjoying the warm water. Meanwhile, she took a deep breath to restrain her bashfulness before warning him with a stern expression, "I don't care how talented and knowledgeable you are. You can act all that at our sect too because we need you, but do not run your mouth like that, especially about the imperial princess. It doesn't matter how great you are, Jilin can crush you with a single finger. You can be arrogant here but before the Jilin clan, you can't even cause a single ripple." She was very serious this time since she didn't want him to be killed and especially for her clan to be destroyed. "Looks like you know how to restrain your arrogance sometimes." Li Qiye casually responded with his eyes still closed. "You." She could see that he didn't truly take her words to heart. Another deep breath was required. She put on a rare attitude and spoke with a tinge of gentleness, "It's fine that you are capable but our sect is too small to handle any storm. If you want to speak these domineering words in the future, I hope it won't be here." Li Qiye finally opened his eyes and stared at her while being pleasantly surprised. "That's a better attitude. Looks like you can be more like your master in the future." It was her turn to be quiet. The truth that she wasn't a fool. However, Li Qiye was only a mortal so she naturally felt superior and arrogant before him. With more interactions, she found that he wasn't an ordinary mortal nor was he that simple. Before she knew it, her attitude and mindset started to change for the better when dealing with him. "Now that I'm looking at you again, much sexier than before," he teased. Embarrassment and anger quickly returned despite her successful attempt at quelling them just now. She felt her body burning when he stared at her. It was a numbing and tingly sensation, similar to being slightly electrified. Her heart shuddered with an indescribable sense. She felt that it was getting harder to stand straight. Her red face could no longer bear to look straight at his eyes so she bashfully lowered her head. Chapter 1751. It took a lot of effort for Shen Xiaoshan to finish bathing Li Qiye. The truth was that she had never dared to think about performing such a task in the past. Even though she was stricken with embarrassment earlier on, she eventually became accustomed. Li Qiye's calm demeanor affected her own. Just think about it, any other man would have other thoughts while being served by a beauty like this. However, Li Qiye was nonchalant with an indescribable temperament. Perhaps this was a natural disposition of a noble. Deep in his bones was a supreme and inviolable aura. It was as if the guy was a natural-born leader, an existence ruling the myriad realms. Thus, others serving him was a matter of course. Xiaoshan gradually changed her role due to his own temperament and gently served him as a young maid. He felt much more comfortable after taking a bath and smiled. Meanwhile, she began dressing him with meticulous care. The initial prideful has gone away. She felt as if she was charmed to the point where she was inexplicably enjoying this process. She fixed his collars and couldn't help but take another look at him. A common appearance that could be found anywhere. The nicest compliment he could ever receive in terms of his appearance was that it was pleasant to look at. However, upon closer inspection, his free and unyielding temperament even if the sky was falling gave an ever-rising aura. When one looked at his eyes, they would find that this ordinary pair of eyes was as unfathomable as an ocean. They would inevitably be engulfed inside with no escaping once attracted. I'm aware of my boundless charisma, but you shouldn't stare at me like that without blinking. You'll tire yourself out, and plus, if you happen to have a crush on me, you'll lose sleep and all your appetite. It would be my fault then. Li Qiye leisurely spoke and interrupted her observation. She became red from ear to ear, but she didn't retort this time. Even though she might not like the comment, she didn't have the courage to even look at him. He simply shook his head and sat down on the master chair. He steadied his dantian and calmed his mind to eventually absorb both chaos and primordial powers. Xiaoshan's mind eventually returned. She felt that it was too embarrassing earlier, completely losing to this young man despite being the first sister of Palm Sago. She looked up and saw him meditating. It prompted her to ask, "What are you doing?" "Cultivating, of course. The Grand Tao is too long for rest." Despite meditating, he didn't close his eyes and seemed to be ready to chat. "You, cultivating? What amazing merit law is this?" she teased after glancing at him. Despite some differences between the 9th and 10th worlds, there were still similarities. Regardless of the merit laws, cultivators here wanted to absorb chaos and primordial energy since everything was predicated on them. Other secret techniques needed the support from the merit laws. Mortal reversion art, the most suitable for humans. Li Qiye calmly said. She wanted payback for losing earlier. Because of this, she couldn't help but mock him after hearing about his merit law. "Oh? Aren't you a guru, knowing everything with countless books memorized in your head? Why are you cultivating something as common as mortal reversion?" She felt regret right away after the words came out and feared that she might have been too harsh and that he would become angry. However, her pride didn't let her submit so easily. That's why she continued to stare at him and nervously waited for a response. Li Qiye didn't become angry nor threw back some verbal retorts. He simply chuckled and stared outside the window. This only made her regret her choice of words even more. She would feel much better if he were to reprimand her instead. This nonchalant attitude of his instilled fear upon her. She was afraid that she would lose something, that he would look down on her arrogance. She lost her will to posture and looked down at her feet. Nevertheless, Li Qiye's eyes remained fixated out of the window. His silence amplified her fear. Suddenly, she became alarmed with her nose itching up. I didn't mean it like that just now. I'm not looking down on you, it's my fault." She mustered her courage to quietly apologize. She admitted her mistakes for the lack of control earlier. She was afraid of being completely ignored by him and didn't want to lose something she couldn't even describe. At this moment, she was willing to do anything as long as he would stop being angry. Li Qiye wasn't actually angry at her since he's not the type to get angry over trivial matters. Her comment earlier simply made him think about a few people in the past. That's why he stared out the window in a daze. Having heard her apology, he smiled and waved at her, "Come here." She was completely obedient to him for some strange reasons and walked closer while looking down at the ground. Keep in mind that her cultivation was quite excellent in the sect since she was among the top 2 of the young generation. But now, she looked like a defenseless little girl in front of him. Li Qiye suddenly pulled the unsuspecting girl on top of his lap. She couldn't dare to breathe and had to bite her lips while lying flat down. Feeling his masculine air made her entire body hot. Her heart began to beat crazily like a fawn jumping around and her nerves felt as if they were on needles and pins. She felt powerless with a numbing sensation all around with no will to resist. At this moment, she was willing to accept whatever he wanted to do to her. Chapter 1752, After placing her on his laps, he smiled and asked, "Do you know what you did wrong?" Her face was blushed to the point where it looked like rouge could drip down at any moment. She couldn't describe her feelings, only that her heart was about to flutter away. I know. She whispered like the buzzing of a mosquito. It was gentle like the rainy spring season. Then go ahead and tell me what you did wrong. He revealed a half smile. Her mind was going crazy with heat waves coming and going. It made her weak and unable to speak due to the unbearable embarrassment. She whimpered, I shouldn't have mocked you. I didn't mean to, it was my fault. Her 3 souls and 7 spirits were leaving her body. She would do anything to appease him at this moment. It's good that you can repent, but a punishment is still in order. Li Qiye smiled. What kind of punishment? Before she could finish, she felt her buttocks burning up. Bang! 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 Li Qiye was slapping her round and plump buttocks without showing any mercy. Ah! She cried out in pain but didn't dare to do so again. She bit her lips and felt quite indignant with tears in her eyes. She had never been mistreated or hit like this until today. The strange part was her willingness to endure this treatment. After Li Qiye got his fill, he put his hand away and gently rubbed her butts. This is only a warning. The caress made her mind flutter. It was large with calluses, even though it was through a layer of clothing, the sensation went straight to her heart. It made her forget about the pain earlier. A tingling sensation spread throughout her body. She felt as if she was turning into water and went limp on his laps. He continued to rub it, causing her to moan intimately like a kitten. It made her embarrassed as she tried to bite her teeth in order to avoid making more sounds. However, his electrifying touch made her mind flutter all the way up to the clouds and forget everything in the world. Does it still hurt? He said flatly after one last touch. After hearing the caring words, she felt as if she was drowned in honey and couldn't think properly. No, it doesn't. She whispered. At this moment, nothing else mattered to her, including the grievance just now. He chuckled and said, All right, it's over. Stand up. It took a while before the shy girl could stand up. Alas, she still couldn't look straight at him. Sit down. He glanced at her before ordering. The obedient girl sat down next to him while he continued to absorb energy. He explained, remove all unnecessary thoughts from your mind and brave your Tao heart. Remember, it is easiest to enter this Zen state when a person feels the most satisfied. She blushed again after hearing his implication, but she didn't dare to think too much and quickly followed his order. It was difficult in the beginning since she sat so close to him, but eventually, his masculine odor stopped interfering with her mind. Under his rhythmic breathing, she entered a Zen state by following the same beat. In a short time, she felt infinitely close to the rhythm of the world and became so close with it. This was her first time sensing this wondrous feeling ever since her Tao debut. Cultivation and all the other Tao are ultimately similar, absorbing chaos and primordial energies. The essential foundation isn't about what kind of invincible imperial laws you have or the best offensive method, it's about how firm your Tao foundation is. Without the fundamentals, imperial laws won't be as effective. Li Qie began his instruction. This was her rewards for waiting on him. There are countless merit laws in this world, including coveted imperial laws. However, imperial laws might not be the best to build a firm foundation. They are certainly more powerful with faster speed on top of possessing a greater Tao understanding. Alas, they are not the most precious right now. He took his time preaching in order to give her a new fortune. For merit laws in the present, we'll omit the 3 races and will only focus on the 100 races. He went on, the most suitable merit law in the 13 continent for the 100 races is the myriad law art created by immortal Emperor Wangu. It encompasses different bloodlines and races, all are suitable with this law. There's nothing too special about it. The start of cultivation is tasteless and boring like plain water. However, it builds a steady foundation. The real power of this law comes out in the latter stages. Thus, real effort and struggling are necessary in the beginning before reaching completion with this law. Of course, one must cultivate the original edition if they want to reach full potential. A few idiots thought that they're smart enough to change the speed of cultivation for this law. They thought that they have understood its profundity and changed this supreme art completely. He explained to her the origin of one of the 3 grand merit laws as well as its mysteries and uses. One didn't need any guidance for this particular law. Literacy was the only requirement. The emperor back then purposely derived this law to the simplest form. Moreover, those who cultivated this law with different entry methods would have different results. What this meant was regardless of one's comprehension ability, the chance of chi deviation was very low. Of course, this was limited to the original edition. The ones being spread in the present day have been changed completely. Very few original editions were available. Just imagine how great this emperor was. He was the first emperor of the ghost race. Outside of his own heavens will from the 9 worlds, he trained a long time in the upper realm and eventually shouldered another 8 wills. He was the inventor of the fusion technique, the only person from the 9 worlds who had shouldered 8 more wills. Some even believed that his lifelong cultivation was on the same level as Flame Emperor. The simplicity of the law hid the painstaking effort expended by the emperor. Unfortunately, future generations didn't understand his laborious attempt and decided to change his law. The 3 grand arts were the most widespread cultivation chants in the 13 continents, but they were used mostly by vagabonds with humble backgrounds or mortals. Even cultivators from tiny sects wouldn't pick this one. The reason was quite simple. They were too easy to understand. There were no mysteries of the Tao to speak of. What was cultivation for its practitioners? It was about grasping the profundity of the Grand Tao in order to reach the apex. Thus, when they had such an easy time cultivating these arts, people from even the tiny sects began to forego it completely. Chapter 1753, the earlier one could grasp the essences of the Grand Tao, the earlier they could cultivate increasingly formidable merit laws. Thus, the disciples from imperial lineages naturally wanted to cultivate their emperor's laws. Just think about it, starting with entry merit laws from emperors meant getting access to the highest Tao profundity. This seemed like it would be the best foundation before studying even more mysterious arts in the future. This wasn't the case for the 3 grand arts. They focused on absorbing chaos and primordial energies instead of comprehending the Grand Tao. This was the biggest difference between the 3 grand arts and other merit laws. Other ones focused on grasping the Grand Tao before absorbing the energies, while the 3 grand arts treated grasping the Tao as minor details. This was similar for a monk wishing to become a Buddha, the transformation was the ultimate goal. Certain Buddhist skills and abilities obtained in the process were only unexpected extras. There was one more reason why many cultivators from the 100 races abandoned the 3 grand arts, the speed of cultivation. The early periods were truly arduous. With similar comprehension and talents, any other merit laws would yield faster result than the three grand arts. One realm was usually the difference. The real strength of the three arts would only come out after reaching Tao Saint and Tao Celestial. Not too many cultivators could reach this level after a lifetime of training in the 13 continents. Thus, it was meaningless for them to pick the three grand arts. After teaching her the myriad law art, Li Qiye carefully explained the meanings behind the mortal reversion art for her. He did it in a way that was extremely easy to understand. Under her Zen state, Shen Shaoshan was immersed in the Grand Tao. She forgot everything at this moment, for she felt as if she was part of the original chaos. The boundless primordial energy was engulfing her. Her mind continued in this trance. After a long while, she finally regained her wits and felt quite comfortable. She could feel the chaos energy all around her. Even though she could already accomplish this in the past, she could sense them now even without meditating. The feeling was quite clear as well. What is going on? Her newfound sensitivity to the chaos energy astounded her. This is bringing order out of chaos. Li Qiye said flatly, the merit law from Sago Palm actually originated from myriad law and mortal reversion. However, your ancestors thought too highly of themselves and combined the two together for something new entirely. I simply taught you how to distinguish the Tao more clearly, allowing you to sense chaos and primordial energies from the origin. The slightly astonished girl carefully observed her own body and became excited, 2,300,000 chaos energy. While she was ecstatic, he said calmly, "Congratulations on your big harvest." But how is this possible? She had gotten 200,000 more. This session was the same as 1 or 2 years of cultivation for her. She simply couldn't believe it. It's because your awareness of these energies was at a muddled state. Now, it is finally connected with the world, so all the energies are rushing inside like water flowing through a river. Li Qiye didn't find this surprising at all. Unlike his calm demeanor, she was still jubilating. Keep in mind that she had only reached the Tao Noble realm recently and only had a bit over 2 million chaos energy. Her master had high hopes for her and believed that in just several more years, she would surpass him. If this trend continued, she would be able to reach Tao Monarch in just 2 years. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call her a top prodigy at that point. The cultivation system in the two worlds was quite similar. The 10th world also had 17 realms. At the 17th, one would be ready to shoulder the heavens will to become a grand emperor or immortal monarch. From lowest to highest, they were Tao Dust, Tao Ant, Tao Insect, Tao Serpent, Tao Tiger, Tao Child, Taoist, Tao Emissary, Tao Master, Tao Noble, Tao Monarch, Tao King, Tao Sovereign, Tao Sage, Tao Saint, Tao Celestial, then Emperor. Normally, these realms were decided by the amount of chaos energy. For example, one would need 100 units of chaos energy to break through from Tao Dust to Tao Ant. The bottleneck point for Tao Ant was at 500, then Tao Insect at 1000, Tao Serpent 5000, Tao Tiger 10,000, Tao Child at 50,000, Taoist at 100,000, Tao Emissary at 500,000, Tao Master at 1 million, Tao Noble at 2 million, Tao Monarch at 5 million, Tao King at 8 million, Tao Sovereign at 10 million, Tao Sage at 30 million, Tao Saint at 50 million, Tao Celestial at 100 million. As for the Emperor level, units of chaos energy were no longer the measurement. The number of heaven's wills became the factor instead. Just one session had netted her 200,000 more. Such gains could only be described as lightning speed. This seemingly impossible feat had been carried out by her. After a long time, she calmed down and bowed towards Li Qiye. There were all kinds of emotions and words in her mind, but she could only say one word, "Thank you." She didn't know how to address him. All seemed improper. "Fine, this fortune can be attributed to your effort, I shall grant you it today. You may call me, young master." Li Qiye said freely. This was no big deal to Li Qie, but of course, even when it was easy, he wouldn't do someone a favor for no reason. Because she had waited on him, he decided to give her this opportunity, one that would be worth a lifetime of benefits. "Young master." She spoke softly. Even though she was completely convinced, she still felt a sense of loss. Li Qie nodded in response, "I'm a bit tired." Having said that, he closed his eyes and slept. However, he was still channeling mortal reversion to absorb chaos and primordial energies. Shen Xiaoshan gently put a robe over him before leaving. When she made it to the door, she still stole another glance at this ordinary man. Li Qie took advantage of his stay at Sago Palm to cultivate mortal reversion and establish a new Dao foundation. After his grand Dao was destroyed, it didn't mean everything he got from the 9 worlds was gone. That destruction was just the beginning of a new life for him. The cultivation in the 10th world isn't only a new start of a grand Dao but also a new journey. He didn't want to stop at the imperial level. Being an immortal emperor or an immortal monarch wasn't enough for him. This was only necessary to pave the way for his future. In order to open a new epoch, he needed more than the grand Dao of the 9 worlds and cultivation from the 10th. He would use a completely new style for this new era, a new beginning. Because of this, these little steps in the 9th and 10th world were pebbles paving the way for him. Not even one part could be missing. Of course, he wasn't in a hurry to reach the apex and shoulder the heavens' wills either. He simply wanted to build a strong foundation, one that could allow the grand Dao from both worlds to harmonize with each other. Stealing those wills wasn't hard. The real test was about jumping out of the confinement. That was the only way for him to be the last man smiling during the ultimate battle. However, the path towards the Dao was endless. It was easier said than done to jump out of the currently established system and herald a new epoch. That would be the beginning of a new river of time. Nevertheless, he was completely confident that as long as he kept on going, success was imminent. Chapter 1754, Primordial Chaos engulfed Li Qie's true fate as he sat on the master chair. He chanted incantations in order to absorb these types of energies that were gathering like flowing rivers. The first realm of the 10th world was called dust. It meant that when cultivators were at this level, they were no different than specks of dust and were completely insignificant. This lowest realm only required 100 units of chaos energy to break through to the next, Dao Ant. It was very easy, even the least talented would only need 1 or 2 years. A disciple from a great power cultivating a decent merit law could do so in just 1 or 2 months. A few geniuses would be able to do it in just 3 to 5 days. Even for mortals in the mundane realm without a chance of cultivating merit laws from sects, as long as they went to a market to buy any of the 3 grand arts and try their best for 10 years, they would be able to reach Dao dust without any guidance. That's why there were countless cultivators at this realm, even mortals. All in all, 100 units of chaos energy were very little. Li Qie channeled his mortal reversion art and within several short days, he had absorbed more than 50 units of chaos energy. If this kept on going, he could break through the dust realm in just 10 days. As one of the 3 most popular arts in the 13th continent and the most suitable for humans, mortal reversion still had a very slow cultivation speed, the slowest among the 3. This sluggish pace didn't quite affect Li Qie because he was its creator and knew its true profundity. More importantly, he had 13 palaces. Even though they have lost their luster at the moment, they were still present. This allowed him to break through all shackles and limitations. In fact, as long as he was willing, he could raise his cultivation speed and derive mortal reversion to its highest state. Under these circumstances, he could absorb 100 units of chaos energy in just 1 day. Alas, this wasn't part of his plan. He took his time separating these strands of energy and only took in the purest part. He wanted the best possible, so his standards were too stringent. No one bothered him in the last 2 days. Only Shen Xiaoshan came to serve him, so he had his fill of food and clothing. The only person in a bad mood was He Chen. He simply couldn't accept his senior sister waiting on a mortal, so he viewed Li Qie as an eyesore. However, he didn't dare to cause trouble for Li Qie because of Taishu Weng's order. On the third day, Wang came back and wanted to talk to Li Qie. Xiao Shan noticed this and quietly gave them space. Her attitude came as a surprise for Wang. How could he not know his own disciple? But now, she seemed to have turned into a completely different person, docile and considerate. "Sir, you are amazing indeed." This disciple of mine had always been arrogant and proud due to her inexperience. But in just 2 days, she follows all of your order. Looks like your charisma is irresistible. Wang had to praise. Li Qie only smiled after hearing this. He could even teach immortal emperors, let alone a girl like Shen Xiaoshan. Wang rubbed his palms and said, "Sir, I have talked with my friend about the incoming examination at the Jilin clan. May I ask when you are ready to go?" "Whenever." Li Qie said leisurely. He was ready for a trip to the clan. Of course, it wasn't the clan itself but the item in the clan's possession that interested him. "Great, I'll go prepare everything for you." Wang became excited after hearing Li Qie's confident tone. He wanted to take advantage of Li Qie's abilities. If Li Qie could shine, it will be very beneficial for his sect in the future. "Who is in charge of Pure right now, still the War Monarch clan?" Li Qie asked as Wang was leaving. The old man scratched his head in response, "Well, the truth is that I am only a lowly character and don't have access to higher level information. Right now, there is no alliance for resistance at all. All races are living together peacefully in Pure. The 3 races don't have any large-scale conflict with the 100 races. There are still some minor skirmishes but that's it." "That's true, the gods and emperors know to lay low after each expedition, so there will be a period of peace," Li Qie said slowly. These higher-level beings were aware of what they will have to face, so they became smarter in order to avoid any heavenly execution. "Yes, after the 6th expedition, no war has been declared between the races. But you are right, the most influential power in Pure is still the War Monarch clan. Rumor has it that they still have 5 living Grand Emperors. No sect in this place can touch their position." Wang came from a small sect, so he only knew about rumors with no way of verifying them. They dare to say that they have 5 living Grand Emperors? That's only to scare the uninformed sects like yours. Li Qie smiled and shook his head. War Monarch Heaven Emperor's descendants care too much about their face, just like how he went crazy with the matter of his younger sister-in-law. "Oh, my little ancestor." Wang turned pale and quickly shushed Li Qie. "Please stop, our sect is over if someone were to hear you say that here." This reaction was understandable. A tiny sect like theirs wasn't qualified to talk about imperial lineages, especially not the matter of an emperor. Moreover, War Monarch Heaven Emperor is still rumored to be alive. No one would dare to talk about these things publicly. Li Qie chuckled after seeing the nervous old man. "Well," Wang hesitated and looked around. He smiled wryly and couldn't restrain his gossipy side and asked, What is this matter about the emperor and his younger sister-in-law?" He couldn't be blamed at all since Grand Emperors, immortal monarchs, and even immortal emperors from the 9 worlds have always been interesting topics. Their actions related to the rise and fall of their races, so how could people not pay attention? As for the topic of anyone's younger sister-in-law, people would never get tired of this. Men always had some stray thoughts about their sisters-in-law, so if the Grand Emperor were to have something going on with his sister-in-law, it would definitely be a hot topic for all the noisy cultivators in the 13 continents. "It's not what you're thinking." Li Qie smiled. "It's about when Immortal Emperor Wan Shi seduced War Monarch Heaven Emperor's sister-in-law. War Monarch was furious and wanted to chase Immortal Emperor Wan Shi out of the 13 continents. Immortal Emperor Wan Shi seduced the Grand Emperor's sister-in-law." The old man blurted uncontrollably. He realized his mistake and quickly lowered his voice. This was even more explosive of a scandal than if the Grand Emperor had a dubious relationship with his sister-in-law. Aren't you going overboard? Li Qiye shook his head. This matter was well known a long time ago, but people have eventually forgotten about it and rarely brought it up. Oh, it's because my knowledge is too lacking. The old man was still as curious as before. Immortal Emperor Wanshi really did all of this? Despite shallow knowledge, Wang had heard about some stories relating to this emperor before. Immortal Emperor Wanshi was the first emperor of the Golem race and one of the earlier ascenders. The tales told of his many romantic exploits and the children he left behind everywhere. 2. Japanese anime like sister fetish, Chinese novels love sisters-in-law. Chapter 1755, All of What? Li Qiye simply chuckled. The legends about immortal Emperor Wanshi's romantic affairs everywhere, seducing the women from the three races. Taishu Wen smiled wryly. It was a bit awkward talking about this matter. Plus, it was always worrisome talking about the emperors. He looked around and saw no one. His gossipy side took charge again as he whispered, as you said earlier, the thing about War Monarch Heaven Emperor's sister-in-law. It's no secret. Li Qiye was amused at the old man's nervous yet excited appearance. Immortal Emperor Wanshi simply seduced the emperor's sister-in-law and enraged him. It's not the first time an immortal emperor has done something like this, but immortal Emperor Wanshi was indeed one of the biggest perpetrators. He didn't just have romantic conquests, he seduced virtuous women and daughters from the three races, sect masters' wives and queens, even wives and daughters of high gods. Too many to count even. Even the high gods' wives and daughters. Wang was astounded to hear this and understood why there were so many rumors about this emperor in the 13 continents. This emperor has always despised worldly conventions. This wasn't a big deal for him. Li Qiye smiled. That's incredible. No wonder why people say his bloodlines run strong among the three races. Wang murmured and even felt a sense of pride. That's an immortal emperor for you, charismatic and charming. The most impressive part is he had so much success with romance in a time when the 100 races were considered inferior. Even though Wang wasn't a golem, he still respected the emperor from the 100 races. In the past, the 100 races used to be enslaved by the three races. From this stemmed great conflicts and animosity. But even under such circumstances, the emperor was still able to seduce so many noble women from the three races. This, more or less, was a source of pride for the members of the 100 races. They felt elated with schadenfreude. You are underestimating the emperor. Li Qiye disagreed. You think he went around seducing women just because of love or lust? That's too shallow of a perspective. Emperors have no need for that to show off their charisma or resort to physical pleasures for satisfaction. Please elaborate. Wang smiled wryly and said, I am foolish and not aware of the emperor's real intent. There were two main reasons outside of just causing chaos. First, leaving his offsprings and their powerful bloodline to live among the three races. This would strengthen the Golem race. Second, it was to stain the bloodlines of the three races. His imperial bloodline on top of being the first emperor of the Golems meant that it was extremely mighty. His blood would overwhelm the three races' bloodlines. This is the reason why his bloodline is still part of their lineages after so many years have passed. He paused for a bit before continuing, his exploits weren't for romance, only for the golems. Otherwise, why would so many grand emperors chase after him back then? Do you think they cared about something as trivial as romantic scandals and affairs? That they would risk being exposed to heavenly executions just to chase him? No, emperors did not care at all about this type of matter. However, immortal Emperor Wanshi's bloodline was too powerful. It would take roots among the three races, so the Grand Emperors didn't want to see the golems grow stronger. That's why they started their hunt. He couldn't help but smile while recalling this matter. It was a very lively scene back then when the Emperor was being chased everywhere. That's quite respectable, regular people like us can't compare to his vision. Wang said with admiration. The romantic exploits of the emperor were passed down to future generations. However, many would stop at the surface level, few were aware of the emperor's real intent. Just think about it, the emperor ascended during a time when the 100 races were subservient to the divine, devil, and heaven races. Nevertheless, he chose to root his powerful bloodline among their ranks. What could this be but another method of strengthening the golem race? Emperors have their own brilliant ideas. Li Qie said, this applies to all of them, not just immortal emperors. Their vision made them work harder for the sake of their race. Wang nodded in agreement. Of course, these existences were unreachable for him. Even after working for a lifetime, he might not be able to see any of them. The best he could do was listen to their legends. 2 days later, Wang finished all the preparations for the examination at Jilin. Thus, they embarked for Jilin city. He brought along his 2 disciples, He Chen and Shen Xiaoshan. Xiaoshan naturally would tag along because she was waiting on Li Qie at the moment. As for He Chen, Wang wanted him to broaden his horizon with this trip. Sir, I have to go meet the higher-up to talk about this matter, so I can't go with you, please excuse me. Wang told Li Qie, this is my junior brother, he'll be in charge when I'm not around. Just tell him if you need anything. He introduced his junior brother, Shi So, to Li Qie. The guy was a prudent person and not one to waste words. After the initial greetings, he stood quietly to the side. Even He Chen, who was annoyed with Li Qie, felt excitement for the trip. He had visited Jilin before with his master. However, it was a rushed endeavor. Someone from a tiny sect like him visiting Jilin was like a farmer boy entering a metropolis. Jilin city was the headquarters of the clan. There were 700 lineages and 300 countries under the clan's jurisdiction. A small sect like Sago Palm wasn't even counted in this mix. However, the clan didn't interfere at all with these sects' administration. Thus, they were only under the banner of the clan in name only. The truth that only Jilin city was truly under the clan's control, the only place where they governed. It had absolute influence and authority in this place. Any visiting sect and lineage would need to show the clan some face in this city. The Jilin clan had 3 immortal monarchs and mainly consisted of humans. It was created by immortal monarch Jilin and was very young compared to the imperial lineages of the 3 races. Nevertheless, this didn't deter its influence at Pure. More importantly, 2 of the immortal monarchs from the clan were rumored to still be alive, albeit in a state of seclusion. Only Nightfall Immortal Monarch was away since she had participated in the 6th expedition. These 2 monarchs were the reason why the Jilin was virtually untouchable in Pure. Of course, Nightfall Immortal Monarch contributed to this as well. Back then, she had 11 palaces and 11 wills, a being so close to the highest level. All of the other emperors in her generation were no match for her. Her strength, to a certain extent, increased the influence and prestige of her clan. Chapter 1756, Shi So brought Shen Xiaoshan and He Chen to Jilin city with Li Qie. Staring at this behemoth of a city from the distance was a moving experience. This sizable city was built within a vast forest and had towering walls made from treasure metals that emitted a cold luster. These impregnable walls shielded the city from the ferocious beasts outside. Contrary to the thick forests, the city was very lively. It had rolling hills and pavilions built next to each other. The stone-paved streets led the way to the valleys and mountains, connected together by many bridges. Some buildings leaned on the hills while certain palaces were built on mounds. Of course, temples were floating in the sky as well. All of these different architecture pieces decorated the city, giving it a very prosperous appearance. The streets were filled with people and carriages. Newcomers would be in awe by this scene and left unable to look away. Jilin City. Memories of certain people and things appeared in Li Qie's mind, causing a slight ripple in his emotion. Since Pure was the second biggest haven for the 100 races, he naturally left his marks in this city when he was the Dark Crow. "Young master, you have been here before?" Shen Shaoshan asked after seeing his expression. It would surprise her in the past, addressing a mortal in this manner. But now, she found it completely appropriate. Of course, He-chan didn't like this, but there was nothing he could do since it was his senior sister's wish and could only channel his annoyance towards Li Chia instead. "A couple of times," Li Chia said nonchalantly. The group naturally didn't know that he had left behind some heaven-shattering tales on this land. "Please, at least try to come up with a plausible story." He-chan snorted with derision. "It's extremely far from West Bank to Jilin. Not to mention a mortal, even an ordinary cultivator would never be able to make the trip. Next time, do better or people will know that you're lying right away." He-chan's attack made sense. It would have required too much time relying on their martial uncle to fly them to Jilin. That was why they borrowed gateways from the great powers to reach Jilin. Otherwise, this trip would have taken a much longer period. "Junior brother, don't speak in this manner." Shen Shaoshan no longer doubted Li Chia. She defended, "He is a knowledgeable scholar and would win the favors of many great powers. I'm sure they were willing to lend him their gateways." "Humph, who would believe this? A mortal being viewed highly by great powers? Easier said than done." He-chan found his senior sister's trust in Li Chia completely astounding. It was because he couldn't stay close to Li Chia and interact with him more. There was a lack of awareness, so he found such a respectful attitude from his sister to be strange. However, the best he could do against Li Chia was talk due to his master's instruction. Of course, Li Chia didn't care at all and only chuckled in response. "We'll find a place to stay in the city first and wait for senior brother to meet up with us." Despite So's quiet nature, the juniors still respected him, so after his comment, He-chan stopped arguing with his senior sister. The moment the group got inside, they could feel the prosperity of Jilin. This bustling scene could truly mesmerize many experts. The cultivators from the smaller sects would even forget their way home. In fact, since the olden days, numerous cultivators had their Tao heart affected by the allure of life. From then on, they became lost within the coil and never improved their cultivation. Though this wasn't the two young ones' first time at Jilin, this majestic city still made them curious as they darted their eyes around. Shen Shaoshan was much more reserved, being a girl and all, unlike He-chan. There was no semblance of pride or posturing. The guy looked around like a village boy's first time visiting the city. So was much better in this regard since he had been here more often than the juniors. Plus, at his age, he was mature in his conduct. Of course, it didn't last long since he also became interested in certain trinkets and treasures along the streets. Contrary to the other three, Li Chia, the mortal in the group, was much more aloof. He walked freely since this city wasn't that new to him. He had seen bigger and older cities. So eventually brought them to a small courtyard in an average hotel. There were naturally more extravagant hotels in the city, but Sago Palm couldn't afford such luxury. Even if they could money-wise, it would show too much arrogance and a lack of decorum. Thus, an average hotel like this was perfect for them. "Let's go take a look outside." After a quick wash, Li Chia told Shen Shaoshan, who was waiting on him. "Where to, young master?" she asked. "Anywhere." Li Chia smiled and said, "Since we're here at this prosperous city, might as well buy some items or weapons." She was slightly surprised and softly replied, "The currency in Jilin is chaos stone, not gold or silver." This was a delicate way of putting it. She was afraid that Li Chia didn't have any money, so she tactfully reminded him, not wishing to see an embarrassing situation in the future. It was hard to connect her current self with her previous prideful personality. "I know, I don't have any chaos stones though, but that's fine, I can get whatever I want in Pure." Li Chia naturally understood the implication. This is Jilin we're talking about. She thought after being taken aback by his response. Once she regained her wits, Li Qiye was already outside, so she gave chase. Meanwhile, He Chen was also eager to take a stroll. However, they came this time for Li Qiye's examination. Without the permission from the seniors, he didn't dare to go alone, so he was quite happy to see Li Qiye going out. He followed right away without caring about Li Qiye's opinion. Sure So had to follow as well. His responsibility was to protect Li Qiye, so he didn't dare to let the guy go alone. He wouldn't be able to answer to his senior brother if something were to happen. Li Qiye led the group around the streets. He looked around casually as if there was no goal at all. Of course, he was looking for a certain place while checking out other items. Perhaps there would be some notable treasures or artifacts along the way. Alas, few items could get in his sight at this moment. So along the way, he saw many decent items, but they weren't enough to interest him. On the other hand, He Chen had a jolly good time. Even the reserved Shen Shaoshan was tempted after seeing some treasures displayed in the small vendors. Unfortunately, even the senior sister in a small sect like Sago Palm didn't have that much spending money. It was a pittance compared to disciples from the great powers. Come, everyone. Take a look at this heaven bestowment Dao fetus taken from the corpse of an immortal crane. It's perfect to make a crescent blade out of. Due to my negative financial situation, I have to sell it for 500 Dao Master Chaos Stones. Come, don't miss it. A small shop was advertising a dazzling Dao fetus with a crescent shape. Xiao Shan was moved to see this Dao fetus and couldn't avert her eyes. Plus, she could definitely afford 500 Chaos Stones of this particular grade. Fairy, do you want to buy it? This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The merchant was quite discerning and recognized her interest right away. Li Qiye instantly pulled her back and stared at the merchant to say, "Your imitation skill is too rough. Next time, don't spray so much refined powders on the stone, just 1/3 of this is enough. It's overly bright, those who have seen a heaven bestowment Dao fetus would know right away that it is fake." The merchant's expression shifted as he took one step back. The two young ones were surprised as well. Even Sure So felt the same way because he couldn't tell that the stone was fake. Chapter 1757, The merchant's reaction betrayed him wholly. However, he looked at Li Qiye and saw that the guy had no cultivation to speak of. He grew bolder and sneered, "Ha, ignorant mortal, daring to blabber some nonsense today and besmirching my golden reputation. If all of you don't give a proper answer, don't think about leaving." His attitude alarmed Sure South. He didn't wish to cause trouble inside the Jilin clan's territory. It could bring about a self-destroying disaster. He wanted to apologize, but Li Qiye raised his hand to stop him and spoke without batting an eye, "Try and see if I won't make a ball out of your head." The merchant froze after hearing these strong words uttered in such a calm manner. Even though this seemingly ordinary man had no cultivation to speak of, the merchant still felt an overwhelming chill. He didn't have the courage to react and only stood there looking silly. Li Qiye turned and left without a second glance at the guy. Shen Shaoshan gave chase and whispered softly, "Thank you. Just child's play." Li Qiye smiled freely and continued forward. At the same time, He Chen stared curiously at the petrified merchant since he didn't quite catch what happened earlier. Sure So glanced at the merchant before quietly following Li Qiye with his head tilted in rumination. The group strolled randomly around for a bit before they made it to a small shop located on an inconspicuous street. No one would take note of this particular shop with a wooden sign hanging on top of the door. It was loose and crooked after the long years. This type of shop, surprisingly, had quite a domineering name. The words, "Imperial Cabinet," were carved on the sign. The powerful calligraphy was expertly done, clearly by the work of a master. To the top right corner of each word was a tiny stamp in the shape of a crow. No one would actually see it without paying great attention. Li Qiye smiled after reading the sign, then brought the group inside. After entering, the group found that this small shop wasn't actually that small. It was the size of a chamber despite the tiny entrance. Alas, the content wasn't matching its domineering name at all. There were a bunch of items inside, a few piles of stones here and a pile of dried wood there. In another corner was a bunch of household items. In short, this didn't look like a shop at all, only a garbage heap. Everything was casually thrown on the ground on top of each other without any management. There was an old shopkeeper inside. His eyes were old and blurry. At this moment, he was trying to thread a needle to fix his worn-out cotton robe. It required his full attention. Li Qiye didn't disturb him and only watched with both hands behind his back as if he was watching an art show. He Chen was too young and couldn't stand still. He walked around, looking and touching everything he found interesting. Shen Xiaoshan stood quietly next to Li Qiye as he observed the old shopkeeper. She was curious about why he chose this decrepit shop. Just what was here that attracted his attention? Even though Li Qiye was virtually immortal, she was aware of his knowledge and wisdom and respected him for it. Shi So was also staring, but his target was Li Qiye instead. The guy prompted many questions in his mind. He gradually understood why his senior brother was so respectful towards the mortal. Just the guy's calm and patient demeanor alone was exceptional. After a long time, the shopkeeper finally moved the thread through the hole. This seemed to be a huge relief for him as he sighed and finally noticed the waiting customers. Sorry for the long wait, everyone. He revealed a friendly smile. Old eyes are no good now, can't do anything right. May I ask what you all are looking for? Pawning some treasures or buying some artifacts? You can do that here. Xiaoshan glanced around again after hearing this. The items scattered on the ground resembled trash more than treasures. Yes, we are fair and reputable here. The old man smiled in response. How much is this bottle? The wandering He-Chin found a jade bottle under a table. He blew away the dust and found it quite cute. The more he looked at it, the more he liked it, so he inquired about buying it. In his mind, nothing in this shop was worth any money, so he could definitely afford it. Ah, young noble, you are quite keen. This bottle came from the Gold Continent, an antique. If you like it, then it'll be 50 million Dao Sage Chaos Stones. The shopkeeper responded. 50 million Dao Sage Chaos Stones. He-Chin shuddered after hearing this with a loosened grip. The bottle fell off to his horror, but he reacted quickly enough and caught it in time. Shopkeeper, are you confused? This bottle is worth 50 million Chaos Stones. He-Chin stuttered. This was an unimaginable number. Not to mention him, even his sect couldn't come up with just one Dao Sage Chaos Stone. As for 50 million stones, selling his sect wouldn't come close to netting that amount. This sky-high price naturally scared him. He held the bottle tightly lest it were to fall and break. That is really too much. Xiaoshan found the price inconceivable as well. Reputation is very important to us, we do not lie to customers. The shopkeeper smiled. Carved from the rarest heat jade in Gold Continent produced by the Qian clan, a perfect piece even. The crafter has perfected his technique from the heaven race and used vitality to gestate it for at least 30,000 years. Moreover, the owner of this vitality had one of the 3 progenitor bloodlines of the heaven race. This, in turn, gives the bottle the ability to suppress both gods and devils. Li Qiye glanced at it and began to explain, it is quite old now, slightly before or after Emperor Hunt. So, 50 million Chaos Stones is indeed a fair price. If this was a bigger store or an auction house, it could possibly be sold for up to 70 million Chaos Stones. The group was certainly shocked. They didn't know whether Li Qiye was speaking the truth or not, so they stared at the shopkeeper for verification. The old man was astonished as well. He tidied his robe before cupping his fist at Li Qiye. I have eyes yet couldn't see Mount Tai. Sir, you are very well informed, just needing a single glance to grasp everything. This is a very rare ability. He Chen stood there with his mouth agape. Li Qiye was completely right with his smooth description. Just how knowledgeable was this guy to recognize this jade bottle right away? Shi So was still a big shot despite his humble background, but he couldn't see how this bottle was special at all. But Li Qiye, a mortal, was so clear about this matter. Such vision and knowledge would shame many cultivators. Shen Xiaoshan was slightly surprised, but she took it better than the rest. In her eyes, this man knew everything and was peerless in this aspect. Inadvertently, she took pride in his achievements. There was nothing he couldn't do despite being a mortal. It's no big deal. Li Qiye accepted the gesture and leisurely said. Sir, we don't have that many merchandises here. Please take a look and comment. The shopkeeper invited. Meanwhile, He Chen returned from his daze and carefully put the bottle back to its original position. He couldn't be gentler since he didn't want to break it. Earlier, he was touching everything in this place. Recalling this sent cold chills down his body. If he had broken something earlier, there was no way of repaying it even by selling all of sago palm. Chapter 1758. The shopkeeper walked Li Qiye around to appraise his items, but Li Qiye didn't seem to be too impressed. Shi So and Xiao Shan were right behind him. They conducted themselves quite carefully in order to not break anything since these items could be worth millions of stones. The frightened He Chen was even more prudent and was virtually tiptoeing around. Even if he was 10 times more courageous, he wouldn't dare to touch any of these items scattered on the ground. What if it turned out to be a priceless treasure? Sir, what do you think about this crimson stone? The shopkeeper occasionally picked up 1 or 2 items, some were on the ground and table. All the items here were covered with dust and spiderwebs. If it wasn't for Li Qiye's comment earlier, no one would think that this shop had such valuable merchandise. The shopkeepers were only picking the best items for Li Qiye to see. However, what treasures had Li Qiye not seen before? Thus, he only casually smiled or commented briefly at the given items. It was the same for this stone. He simply said, a crimson divinity stone from a mine in the divine burial ground. It is precious but far inferior compared to a crimson-eyed demon stone. It seemed that the shopkeeper's items weren't enough to impress Li Qiye. What about this old branch? Next was a pitch-black piece of wood that looked like metal, covered with a few holes chewed by insects. Time-worn soaring wood, many emperors like chairs made out of this material. However, its value relies on how many holes are eaten by the phoenix silkworms. There are too few here on yours, so it isn't worth as much. Li Qiye gave a quick appraisal. He didn't comment on the majority of the items. Even when he did, it was only 1 or 2 statements. Nevertheless, this was more than enough to shock the group. Divine burial ground and phoenix silkworms. These were items that only existed in the legends, but they were right before everyone's eyes at the moment. Not in their dream would they expect this tiny shop to have so many wondrous treasures. It was simply unfathomable. Alas, Li Qiye didn't even want to glance at some of them. His attitude astounded the group more than anything. Normally, they would never be able to make contact with these treasures at all, but now, Li Qiye treated them like trash. Just how domineering was this? Shi So was completely moved at this moment. He was utterly convinced by his senior brother's wisdom. No wonder why the guy was so subservient to this mortal. Such scholarly gifts would be appreciated in any great power. In the beginning, He Chen was annoyed at Li Qiye, but now, he was staring at Li Qiye as if he was looking at a demon. He simply couldn't figure out how this mortal that couldn't be much older than him had so much knowledge. He felt that this guy was actually a demon and even wanted to split open his skull in order to see if his brain was different from others. Normally, he was very confident in his talents. He learned and understood things quite quickly, but he felt inferior compared to this mortal. Li Qiye's knowledge was as vast as an ocean while his own was a mere puddle of water. Meanwhile, Li Qiye's appraisal was so attractive and charming in Shen Xiaoshan's eyes. Her eyes lit up while looking at him. She felt that nothing else in this world could be more captivating than this scholar ahead. Eventually, they stopped in front of a tiny, dust-laden cupboard and looked at the item inside. Who knows how long since this cupboard was last maintenanced? There was only one item inside. In the entire store, this was the only item that was stored properly, while the others were thrown around. It was unstained by even a speck of dust, as if someone has been cleaning it regularly. This was enough to show its value after considering the rest of the shop. When Li Qiye stopped here, the other three also stopped behind him to stare at the item. It wasn't anything special, just an old chunk of bronze that had broken off from a bowl. It was around the size of a palm and had old, uneven edges, indicative of its age. The three didn't know why this tiny piece of bronze was considered precious at all. However, they didn't dare to underestimate it since they were aware that this shop was extraordinary. Why is this treasure valuable? The young He-chin couldn't help but ask the shopkeeper since Li Qiye kept on staring at it without speaking. This is our clan's hereditary treasure. It has been passed down for generations now. The shopkeeper explained in a respectful tone, it has an irreplaceable position in our clan. The group was stirred after hearing this. This piece of bronze was definitely an amazing treasure. Did it belong to an emperor? He-chin eventually asked, unable to figure it out. The shopkeeper smiled, it's not an emperor's possession but even something better. No one can own this treasure since that would be a supreme fortune. Outside of emperors, someone who can grasp it will be a talent as amazing as a true dragon soaring on the horizon. This answer only made the group even itchier with curiosity. For your clan, the value of this treasure isn't in and of itself, not its materials but rather, the story behind it and its creator. Li Qiye, who has been staring at the item the entire time, finally commented with a sigh. Sir, how do you know this? The shopkeeper staggered and stared at Li Qiye in disbelief. No one outside of his clan should be aware of this. There's nothing I don't know. Li Qiye said flatly, Imperial Clash, it has always been here as a symbol, just like the Imperial Cabinet. His eyes drifted towards the distance afterward. Who knows what he was thinking? The rest exchanged glances out of confusion. They didn't know what he was talking about. Of course, only the old shopkeeper understood the stories within. Creak. At this time, the door to the shop opened with several people entering. A young lad was leading the way. He was vigorous and full of energy, indicating his decent cultivation. The extravagant robe he had on showed that he came from a noble background. The 5 disciples behind him looked quite powerful too with their sharp eyes. Shirso's group changed their expression. Shen Xiaoshan looked down on the ground, not wishing to be recognized. However, it was too late. The youth's gaze fixated on them. Perhaps they were his target in coming here. Oh. You Sago Palm disciples are quite busy, running 10 million miles to be here at Jilin City. How rare. The youth sneered. He-chen and Shen Xiaoshan didn't respond. They were waiting for Shirso's lead. Chapter 1759, Shirso sighed inwardly after seeing the young man's attitude. What will come shall come, and there was no avoiding it. His master worried about this the most, but there was nothing else they could do. He went forward with his head held low and respectfully said, Please excuse our lack of ceremony since we didn't know you were here, Duke Liang. Old Shir, this isn't West Bank. No need for this type of thing. The youth arrogantly sneered. His name was Liang Yiheng, a duke from West Bank. He was a trusted confidant of the West Bank crown prince, so he had a prestigious role there. Meanwhile, Sago Palm was only a tiny sect. Just one duke alone was enough to render their sect out of breath. Shirso didn't dare to say anything to the ridiculing tone. This guy was a Dao monarch and was much stronger than him. Only their sect's strongest expert and leader, Tai Shu Wang, might be a match for him. There was no lack of experts on the same level as Liang Yiheng at West Bank. Thus, it was easy for this particular country to destroy Sago Palm. I heard your sect master is very busy recently, running around to build relations. The youth's expression turned frighteningly cold. Sure So shuddered after hearing this. The opponents clearly came for this matter. It looked like West Bank had eyes everywhere. Not even a blade of leaf fluttering inside their territory could escape from their eyes. Duke, not quite. Senior brother is only going to meet some old friends because he's getting up there in age and is afraid that he might not be able to say goodbye when his time is up. Sure So quickly replied. Tai Shu Wang was trying to meet people in order to climb up to the Jilin clan. This was something West Bank didn't wish to see. Why would they let someone else sleep on their bed? Because of this, they began to apply pressure on Sago Palm. Of course, they had to tread carefully since they didn't know whether Sago Palm has been successful or not. Because of this, Liang Yiheng's group came to Jilin for scouting. On the other hand, Wang and his sect desired a breakthrough or they would always be at risk of extermination by West Bank. Moreover, it would be a silent death. No one would bother asking about it. This was an existential crisis that one needed to overcome. Is that so? Yiheng's uttered coldly, he is old indeed with not much time left. Go back and persuade him to get ready for his funeral arrangements so that his children can send him off properly. A murderous flash appeared in his eyes. Sure So, Shen Shaoshan, and He Chen were alarmed. This was both a blatant threat and the truth. If given the right opportunity, West Bank would definitely try to kill Tai Shu Wang. Ah, Duke, you're quite funny. Sure So didn't want to dwell on this topic and waved at Shaoshan and He Chen. Come, greet the Duke. The two had to come and bow despite their unwillingness. Yiheng didn't bother looking at He Chen. He stared at Shaoshan and said, Old Sure, your sect isn't smart at all, are you waiting for His Highness, the Crown Prince, to ask? Miss Shen should have been brought to His Highness a long time ago. Fine, I'll speak in his stead since he is here too at Jilin. He doesn't have a maid to wait on him, so let Miss Shen come over to wait on him. She can warm his bed as well and if she's lucky enough, His Highness will grant her a night. Yiheng sneered again. The three were appalled at such vulgarity, especially Shen Shaoshan. She turned red with rage. Whoosh! Suddenly, a jade bottle came flying straight for Yiheng's face. However, he swung his sleeve and knocked the bottle to the ground to pieces. The 50 million bottle. He Chen shouted in aghast. They looked towards the direction from which it came from and realized that the thrower was Li Chia. The group became frozen and couldn't regain their wits. It was over, a disaster was coming. Who the hell are you? Yiheng turned towards Li Chia and became murderous after seeing that he was only a mortal. If this wasn't Jilin, he wouldn't be asking any question and would just simply kill the guy. Li Chia said flatly with a dismissive glance, Get out of my sight before I become angry or I'll crush your head to a pulp. Ignorant fool. Yiheng was livid. He was still a duke in West Bank. Even Sure So's group had to be respectful towards him but now, a mortal dared to treat him with such contempt. Go, break his legs and drag him over here so I can crush his head. Yiheng shouted at the disciples behind him. Little animal, you're the one courting death for provoking our duke. The disciples aggressively rolled up their sleeves, ready to cripple Li Chia. Watch out! Shen Shaoshan and the others were horrified. Li Chia was only a mortal. It didn't matter how smart and knowledgeable he might be, he couldn't resist cultivators at all. Li Chia didn't bother to glance at them. He raised his right hand and a piece of bronze that was inside the cupboard suddenly flew over and latched onto his hand. Clank! Suddenly, a bronze glove covered his palm. It spewed out a metallic shimmer that seems to be hiding 3,000 worlds with an awe-inspiring divinity. Boom! He casually swept forward with his right hand and instantly blew them flying while vomiting blood. Li Qiye then stared at Yiheng and said, "I'll give you a chance to attack." Yiheng became pale at the sight of this glove, but he had no other choice. He took out his sword and cried out, "Brat, die." A white slash rushed for Li Qiye. Li Qiye nonchalantly retaliated with a fist. Boom! The sword crumbled while Yiheng was slammed to the ground with gushing blood. Li Qiye didn't bother speaking. He punched Yifeng's face and one could hear the sounds of bone breaking along with Yifeng's miserable wails echoing in the shop. His face was smashed to a pulp. If it wasn't for Li Qiye sparing his life, even 100 of him wouldn't be alive right now. This particular bronze glove had a power of the imperial level. Moreover, it had unlimited usage. Even a mortal could unleash the power of an emperor. However, only emperors could use it with one exception, the Dark Crow. Crack! Li Qiye stomped on Yiheng's broken face. "I do not wish to kill in this place, so I'm sparing your dog life. Go back and tell your master, whoever they may be, to stay out of my way and don't touch my women or I'll massacre your clans." Yiheng was a fish on the chopping board at this moment. It was too easy for Li Qiye to kill him. "Right, you broke a bottle worth 50 million Dao Sage Chaos Stones earlier. That's on you." Li Qiye said flatly before turning towards the shopkeeper, "West Bank Country owes you this. If they won't pay, use force." In fact, even the shopkeeper was stunned to see the imperial clash on Li Qiye's hand due to an eternal and mythical legend in his clan. Scram! Li Qiye kicked Yifeng to the curb, no longer caring about this matter. Yiheng didn't even dare to fart at this moment. He and the disciples from West Bank kept their mouths shut and ran while pissing their pants out of the shop. Li Qiye then raised his hand towards Shin Shaoshan. She took out a handkerchief for him while being very confused. He wiped away the blood on his hand in a very meticulous manner as if he was fondling a lover. In the end, he sighed and said, "Emperors do not need this item while those that do can't use it. Thus, it can only be left here for people to look at, but so few could recognize its worth." Clanking noise resounded and the imperial clash fell down from his hand. It turned back into the piece of bronze and returned to the cupboard as if nothing has happened. Chapter 1760, Shin Shaoshan and the other two couldn't gather their wits right away. That scene earlier was too shocking and they couldn't describe it at all. They didn't know whether to be surprised at Li Qiye smashing Yiheng's face or that he was able to use the imperial clash. Of course, the shopkeeper was shocked as well, albeit for a different reason than the other three but still on the same magnitude. An ancient and eternal legend had appeared again before his very eyes. Others didn't know and thought that this man was only a mortal. However, those who knew his identity and have heard of his tales would be stricken with fear. This was an existence that could make the gods and emperors in the 10th world palpitate and had a penchant for creating chaos. Li Qiye gave the handkerchief soaked with blood to the shopkeeper and said, "Have a look." The blood that was wiped off the imperial clash was now depicting a lifelike picture. The shopkeeper used both hands to accept the handkerchief and saw the picture. He became astonished and bowed towards Li Qiye before carefully putting it away. "All right, nothing else to do here. Let's go." Li Qiye smiled and left the imperial cabinet. The three eventually regained their composure and gave chase. Before leaving, they couldn't help but glance at the imperial clash inside the cupboard again. Even though they didn't know where this thing called imperial clash came from, the power of the 3,000 worlds was quite incredible. It was definitely an unstoppable weapon that could slay countless experts. The most stirring thing was that this weapon was able to be used by a mortal. It even looked like the thing was ready to accept Li Qiye as its master. He Chen looked up once more when he was outside at the crooked wooden sign. It was quite funny because such a shop assumed a very domineering name. But he certainly didn't think so anymore and thought that Imperial Cabinet was a very suitable name. The three simply didn't know what to say, especially Sure South. He stared at Li Chia with awe and fear, not daring to come too close. Just think about it, Liang Yiheng was someone even his senior brother was wary of. But now, Li Chia smashed his face on the ground without even batting an eye once as if he was crushing an insect. No, something even less. It truly shook Sure So down to the core since Li Chia did it in such a carefree manner. It showed that he didn't give a damn about Yiheng or West Bank at all. Just think about it, a mortal not caring about a cultivation country. Just what kind of power and domineering attitude were required? More importantly, he didn't think Li Chia did it out of ignorance, but he simply didn't view the guy as anything noteworthy. It made him wonder about Li Chia's identity. He felt that the guy was completely unfathomable and worthy of reverence. Those who carelessly oppose him would die without a grave. Sure So shuddered again after thinking that his head might be smashed just like Yiheng's if he were to antagonize the guy. He no longer viewed Li Chia as a mortal but rather a primordial beast. Despite the guy's harmless appearance, Sure So saw snow-white fangs that could tear someone's throat off at any moment. He grew even more impressed with his senior brother's insight and ability to win Li Chia's grace. Shen Xiaoshan wasn't thinking as much. In fact, she didn't even care that Li Chia had smashed Yiheng's face to pieces. As she was walking alongside Li Chia, she secretly stole glances of him and enjoyed a sweet feeling as if she was bathing in honey. My woman, these words left her an amazing aftertaste. Her heart was fluttering and she felt she was up there in the clouds. The young He-Chen had a different reaction. He worriedly said, since you stomped Yiheng's face in, what if West Bank takes this out on our sect instead? Sure So became nervous after hearing this since it made sense. Even though they were at Jilin, as the adage goes, a monk can run but not his temple. If West Bank were to blame this on Sago Palm, it could be completely destroyed. Don't worry, I'm sure their king has no time to worry about your sect at this moment. 50 million Dao Sage Chaos Stones are more than enough to make them anxious. They're digging everywhere now and even selling their cities and resources to come up with this amount, no time to worry about anything else. He chuckled and said. The three glanced at each other and recalled the broken bottle. He-Chen shuddered the most. Luckily, he wasn't the one to break it or selling himself wouldn't be enough. He was actually holding it earlier too. Even though it was in the past, his palms still became sweaty. Li Chia kept on walking forward. The group eventually made it to a deserted alleyway that had no visibility. Okay, time to stop tailing now. Li Chia turned around and said. Sure So's group was surprised and also turned back. At this time, they saw someone following right behind them. The guy must have been tailing them all along. Sure So was thinking about other matters the entire time so he didn't pay attention. Meanwhile, He-Chen and Shen Xiaoshan were too inexperienced to worry about anything. Ha, quite vigilant, aren't you now? After being exposed, the person walked up, revealing himself to be a servant due to his uniform. However, he was a cultivator, not a mortal. Brothers, they got us, come out and meet our friends then. He laughed and said. Shadows appeared in the buildings all around the alleyways and slowly surrounded Li Chia's group with unfriendly gazes. Sure So and the other two immediately circled around Li Chia in order to protect him because he was the one without cultivation in the group. Sure So observed them and found that they all wore different items of clothing. Some looked like merchants while others had traveling clothes on. Some robes had sect markings too. In short, these several dozen people were from all over the places. They were all cultivators, not mortal robbers. The group wondered when they have offended these people. Alright, I don't have time to talk nonsense with you hooligans, get your boss out. Li Chia leisurely said while being surrounded. Boss, that's him. The dozens made way for one youth and a man to walk forward. The man pointed at Li Qie and said. Sure so recognized this man. It was the merchant who sold fake goods earlier on the street. They have forgotten about this matter and didn't think that trouble would arise from that little exchange. The person called boss by the merchant was a youth. He looked only around the age of 17 or 18 and was a little short of stature. He wore a large robe to hide his fat stomach. This looked like a successful businessman, especially his eyes, seemingly capable of finding deals wherever he looked. Chapter 1761. The young merchant walked up and stared at Li Qie and his companions while still beaming with smiles. He looked like a believer of amiability makes one rich, not a fan of violence at all. My brother told me that he had met a master. I, Xing Lao Lu, wish to meet this master. The fat youth smiled and said. What do you want? Sure So knew that it was trouble but he didn't dare to show a weak side. Nothing, nothing. The youth said, we from the hooligan gang, earn our meals here at Jilin City. We're at the bottom of society so it isn't easy for us. Sometimes, we even have to pry the bones away from dogs. Sure So's group was confused since who would want to call themselves hooligans. This didn't make sense at all. However, he remained vigilant. Even though the group was wearing shoddy clothing, they were definitely cultivators. So what? The hot-headed He Chin immediately asked. It wasn't easy for us to build up a solid and trustworthy reputation at Jilin. It took a lot of work, you know. But your group accused my brother of selling fake goods and besmirched our reputation, even almost hurt our brotherly relationship in the process. That's why I can't just sit and watch. What do you want then? Sure So became serious. Nothing, nothing. Sheng Laoyo's eyes squinted from smiling too hard. We're here to do business to get rich, fighting and killing aren't our styles. I'm a fair person, since you have stained our reputation and made me question my brother, you must make reparation now. He cleared his throat and continued, ahem, like this, just buy my brother's item for 8,000 Dao Noble Chaos Stones. This new number is for us to go have some tea on top of compensation for his emotional distress. The group immediately understood and angrily glared at Lao Lu. This is extortion. He Chin shouted. Prior to this, that item was only selling for 500 Dao Master Chaos Stones. But now, it was 8,000 Dao Noble Chaos Stones. The price jumped countless times in just half a day. How can you call this extortion? A merchant's reputation is priceless but we are also reasonable, this is already a cheap price. And if we refuse? He Chin couldn't restrain his youthful vigor and uttered coldly. It's one thing to play nice but if some people want to besmirch our brand, that's a different story. Despite Laoyo's perpetual smile, he was getting ready for a fight. The dozens surrounding group were warming up too, ready to get started at any moment. The group became anxious and quickly took out their weapons. Sir, what do you think? Sure So had to look at Li Qie and was ready to follow his orders. Even though he didn't wish to cause trouble in Jilin, 8,000 Dao Noble Chaos Stones was not a small number for them. Li Qie glanced at Lao Lu and smiled, you don't think I won't flay you and use your skin as a foot towel? You're fat so I can't make leather boots out of you, but a towel will do. Huh, your tone is ferocious enough. Lao Lu was still smiling on the outside. Even though he was talking to Sure So's group earlier, he had been spending more time gauging Li Qie. He continued on, the truth is that my old skin is very rough. People have always wanted to do so but failed. If you try to do it, I'm afraid you will hurt your fair hands. Not old at all. Li Qie chuckled, your skin won't take long at all, now, the old skin inside the old cave is a different story. That one is indeed old. Lao Lu didn't expect this response and uncontrollably took one step back. In a flash, his eyes were deathly fixated on Li Qie. Li Qie was still all smiles in face of this gaze. I don't know what you're talking about. Lao Lu struggled to maintain his smile and said, "You must have a great background, I still haven't asked for your name." "Li Chia." Li Chia answered with a playful tone. Lao Lu searched every corner of his memories but couldn't remember this name. It meant that he had never heard it before. Nevertheless, he was unwilling to give up because information and espionage were his best skills. "It's a shame that I'm too ill-informed and haven't heard of your name before." Lao Lu replied. "It's not your fault since you aren't qualified to know. Go ask Qi Gong, he will tell you." Li Chia chuckled in response. Thump. 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 Lao Lu instantly took several steps back with a pale complexion. He stared at Li Chia as if this guy was even uglier than a monster. He established the hooligan gang and they enjoyed tricking cultivators and even masters the most. When these victims brought reinforcement, Lao Lu would always step up to face them. However, his identity has always been a secret. Even the members of the hooligan gang didn't know where he came from. Nevertheless, despite his lack of tenure in Jilin, his abilities were more than enough to win over the crowd. In fact, ever since he left his home, he had never brought this topic up to anyone. However, Li Chia was able to recognize him and even mentioned a dreadful name known by very few people. Such words struck him like thunder. "This lowly one has eyes but can't see Mount Tai. Please forgive me." In the end, the pale Lao Lu was no longer smiling. He cupped his fist towards Li Chia before telling his gang, "Brothers, let's go." With that, he turned and left, not daring to linger for half a second longer. His disciples were perplexed as well but they didn't dare to ask anything and quickly dashed off as well. The sudden development left the three slack-jawed since they didn't know what was going on. "Humph, cowards, scared so easily." He Chen snorted after seeing this. Shi So remained quiet and stared at Li Chia. He naturally knew that Lao Lu was no coward. Those who dared to extort people at Jilin City were not so easily frightened. Though he didn't understand what Li Chia meant, it must have been some earth-shattering thing since it managed to scare off Lao Lu. Just think about it, just talking about them alone was enough to send someone running. This was enough to scare him again. This mortal ahead was too terrifying and made others shudder uncontrollably. "Old Shi, where do you think you're going?" Right when the group was about to leave, another bunch descended from the sky and immediately blocked their path. The group was surrounded again, this time by a matching, uniformed unit. They were robust with an austere appearance. The leader was a youth wearing a four-clawed dragon robe. He was full of chaos energy and had an oppressive noble aura. His high status was quite obvious. "Wang Xiaotian." Shi So blurted out after seeing the youth. "Old Shi, looks like your sect is a lot more courageous now, not only daring to wound the Duke but also call me by my given name." The youth was as cold as ice. Shi So was startled by the youth's cold glare. Shen Xiaoshan and He Chen were alarmed as well because this youth was the Crown Prince of West Bank. The Crown Prince was quite capable and ruthless. His position was earned with blood and merits and he was almost as powerful as the ancestors from West Bank now. He alone could destroy all of Sago Palm. That's why Shi So was so scared at this moment. Liang Yihan came to Jilin together with Wang Xiaotian. After Yiheng's face was smashed, the disciples brought him to their crown prince. Chapter 1762, Wang Xiaotian was not a sight for sore eyes, at least for the three from Sago Palm, since he was much more powerful than Liang Yiheng. So now, Shi So was uncertain after being surrounded by Xiaotian and his men. He glanced at Li Chia again and saw that the guy still stood there calmly as if nothing was happening. This was a calming panacea and made Shi So braced himself to say, "Your Highness, this is all a misunderstanding." Of course, he knew that a misunderstanding was no excuse for smashing Yiheng's face. However, this was all he could say. They were already riding the tiger and couldn't get down. Plus, The other option was to distance themselves from Wuxia, and this might not be a wise choice. Misunderstanding, this is your answer. A murderous glint flashed in Xiaotian's eyes, but he showed no sign of anger and replied with coldness, if your sect wants to keep on going, then follow me right now. We'll get to the bottom of this. He stared at the group and Wuxia. He had received some news about Sago Palm as well as Tai Shu Weng's recent attempts at joining the Jilin clan's examination in order to move up. That's why he was paying so much attention to Wuxia. Well, Sure So shuddered before smiling wryly, Your Highness, I am on important business, I'm afraid it's a bit inconvenient. He knew that if he were to leave with Xiaotian, he should stop thinking about coming back alive. This was only a ruse to get them to leave Jilin. The moment they were out, Xiaotian would instantly kill them, or even worse, the most heinous of torture before making them disappear completely. Ihan was Xiaotian's confidant, so the guy was not going to take this lying down. Old Shi, you need to know that conspiring against a duke is a serious crime. Can your sect shoulder it? Xiaotian became quite imposing. He didn't only want to kill this group but also all of Sago Palm in order to make an example out of them. However, he was willing to let the three survive for now since they were going to become his evidence and justification for destroying Sago Palm. An elder from Sago Palm harming a duke from his country. This was enough reason for them to destroy Sago Palm with justice on their side. Of course, he had his apprehension as well. This was Jilin, not West Bank. He didn't wish to be so arrogant in this place. If he were to catch or kill the group in Jilin, the clan would definitely hear of it. This was not giving enough face to the Jilin. If the Jilin were to be unhappy, they could also mobilize their force to easily annihilate West Bank. Thus, he was trying to get Sure So's group to leave with him. Sure So was aware of Xiaotian's plan, so he couldn't leave with the guy no matter what. The only way to oppose West Bank was praying for his senior brother's success in negotiation. Alas, the danger was right before him, but he was helpless since he was not a match for Xiaotian. He could only rely on Wuxia and hope that the guy would be able to avert this crisis. However, Wuxia was only standing there with a slight smile. While Sure So's group was at an impasse, the rolling sound of a cart suddenly came into the alleyway, pushed by 8 people dressed like servants and merchants. The cart was loaded with a pile of merchandise, so it was quite heavy, resulting in a zigzagging pattern while moving. Move it, we can't stop. One of the pushers shouted. The cart moved faster and faster straight for Wuxia's group. Humph. An expert next to Wang Xiaotian snorted before reaching out to stop the cart. It was too easy for a cultivator like him to stop something like this. Whoosh! Right when the cart was stopped, the 8 men lunged forward at Xiaotian's group like fierce beasts. Rumble! His experts were pinned to the ground by these men. Who the hell are you? Xiaotian panicked and instantly wanted to run. Boom! He was pushed down on the ground as well by another newcomer who sat on his body. Who are you? Xiaotian couldn't move at all and cried out again. Your father. The person pinning him down laughed and said. Bang! Xiaotian was knocked unconscious along with all of his accompanying experts. In a short time, they were lying flat on the ground. This development stunned Sure So's group. This guy who came out of nowhere to take down Xiaotian had fled earlier. It was naturally Xing Lao Lu. The other 8 men were part of the hooligan sect as well. Sure So's group was naturally astounded. Remember that Wang Xiaotian was very powerful. He alone could easily destroy their sect, but Lao Lu knocked him unconscious so quickly. One could easily imagine this guy's strength. Earlier, He Chen was even mocking them for being cowards who ran away after a few words exchanged. Now, he was getting cold chills after seeing this display of might. Drag them out, they're dirtying the scenery. Lao Lu told the 8 men. These 8 men quickly dragged Xiaotian and his people away to a remote corner before stripping them of all their treasures and money, even their clothes. This made Shen Shaoshan blush as she instantly turned her gaze away. Huh, sir, these clowns are nothing before you. I'm more than happy to swat the flies away in your stead. Lao Lu grew bolder after seeing a lack of reaction from Li Chia. He bowed his head and cupped his fist towards Li Chia. He was even willing to prostrate, if necessary. Though he was unaware of the guy's background, he was certain that he had met a master, someone that was much higher than the common ancestors. This was someone who could blot out the 13 continents with his palm. Countless existences could only look up at this overlord. This was the reason why Lao Lu ran for his life earlier. However, after carefully thinking about it, if an overlord wanted to kill him, even 100 lives wouldn't be enough. The fact that he was still alive meant that the guy had no intention of killing him. Now, Lao Lu was a crafty and intelligent person. Even after the initial offense, the overlord still didn't kill him. This meant that this overlord didn't just know his ancestor, they might even be old friends. That's why he immediately returned and dealt with Wang Xiaotian in order to curry some favors. You are quite smart. Li Chia smiled while staring at the sycophantic act. Ah, this lowly one is foolish and blind. That's why I offended you earlier, sir. Lao Lu smiled happily, clearly intending on doing some old-fashioned bootlicking. Li Chia gently shook his head. What a waste of your great constitution, wasting your time fooling around like this instead of cultivating. Lao Lu forced a smile after hearing this. He had amazing talents, an incredible bloodline, and a shocking background, but he chose against becoming a famous genius. He snuck out of his sect and loitered around random people from all over the world to do some shady deeds. Of course, this wasn't to say that he was a bad person. He simply enjoyed the ups and downs of the mundane realm. Go, I won't make it difficult for you. Li Chia waved his sleeve and said flatly, if I see Qi Gong later, I'll put in a good word for you. Thank you, sir. Lao Lu was startled after hearing this and immediately kowtowed. He knew that this was a reward others wouldn't ever receive. Just say the words if you need this lowly one in the future to do anything. He said. You're a smart one. I'll let you know when I need you. Li Chia chuckled in response. Chapter 1763, Sheng Lao Lu was certain that Li Chia was someone of the overlord level that could shake the world. Others wouldn't be lucky enough to meet someone like him, so this was the fortune of a lifetime. Being rewarded by him was the accumulation of good deeds from his previous 3 lives. That's why he exhibited great propriety and left happily instead of continuing to bother Li Chia. In the meantime, Shi So quietly contemplated and felt that Lao Lu did it so much better than them. At this time, he realized that Li Chia was even more terrifying than inside his imagination. Lao Lu recognized this and immediately latched onto the guy's thigh. Even though his senior brother appreciated talents, he didn't see through everything and only thought that Li Chia was an amazing scholar. After spending the next several days with Li Chia, Shi So found out that Li Chia was something much more. Shi So understood that Li Chia didn't care for sago palm. The guy was only doing this because his senior brother was respectful. The sect wouldn't get a reward as Lao Lu did just now. Shi So sighed and accepted their lives that were destined to be ordinary. If they abandoned their high posture early on, perhaps they would have been able to win Li Chia's favor. But now, he didn't care for them. He-Chin didn't dare to say anything earlier. His prior arrogance and superiority complex, at least before a mortal, were gone since even someone like Lao Lu kowtowed directly at Li Chia. Shen Shaoshan didn't think as much as she stared at Li Chia. This man was more amazing than anyone else and she felt proud because of him. Okay, let's go to see if we can pick up other good stuff. Li Chia smiled freely and led the group out of the alleyway. Western Market was the largest shopping district in Jilin. It was virtually its own city with buildings spanning for 100 miles. Shops lined up one after another with no end in sight. All kind of stores were available in this place. There was even a popular adage, if one can't buy something they want at Western, it means that they didn't have enough chaos stones. It ranged from the cheapest street front items to unbelievably high-priced Supreme manuals, as long as one had enough chaos stones. There were too many treasures in this vast market. Money and resources always poured in on a daily basis, enough to make people red in the eyes. No one dared to cause trouble around these parts, especially with forced transactions, because Jilin was the main backer of this economic zone. Causing trouble here was the same as disrupting Jilin's financial flow. The consequence would be unimaginable. Once the group got here, He Chen and Shen Shaoshan were stunned by the scene. Inexperienced youths like them had never been to Western before on their previous visits. All kind of emotions overwhelmed them. The dazzling merchandises were an incredible sight to behold. People would need some time to settle down during their first visit. Those from weaker sects would finally realize how tiny their home was in comparison, as well as the lack of resources. It was no exaggeration to say that a single shop in Western was wealthier than a small sect. Some even had items from Grand Emperors as highlights. Just imagine, a few countries couldn't even have one imperial possession unlike the shops here. Looking at it from a different angle, one would see just how powerful the Jilin clan was. After all, it had 3 immortal monarchs with 2 still alive. Ordinary great powers were far inferior in comparison. While walking on these streets with these beautiful treasures and ores, He Chen and Shen Shaoshan simply couldn't look away even if they wanted to act like regulars. What are we doing here? To buy some treasures? Shaoshan quietly asked Li Qiye without any confidence. She was the first sister in Sago Palm and had more resources compared to her peers. In a tiny sect, she could be considered a rich girl. However, she realized just how insignificant her savings were after coming here and felt as if she was the poorest of the poor. Plus, the fact that Li Qiye didn't have any money, not even a single chaos stone, made her even timider. She planned on using her life saving to buy whatever he needed, but this was far from enough in this place. We'll look around to see if there's something worth buying. Li Qiye chuckled in response. For millions of years now, he had become familiar with finding treasures. It wasn't only due to his discerning vision but also his vast knowledge. A complicated place like this was the best place for a treasure hunt. He felt as if he was a fish returning to the ocean in Western, a very familiar feeling. Meanwhile, his companions finally looked away from the colorful treasures after a long struggle since they couldn't afford to buy anything. Eventually, they made it to a pawn shop with an old horizontal inscribed board on top with the words, G Store. It was no secret that the Western market was backed by the Jilin clan. Thus, the name of this store meant that it was either opened by the Jilin clan or had great ties with them. The store was large with no end in sight and was much more extravagant compared to the imperial cabinet, which resembled a dumpster more. The treasures were laid out nicely on tables. Some were emitting immortal lights and hymns. The fragrance of medicine permeated deep in the air as well. The workers in the shop darted back and forth in order to serve their customers who were here to find rare treasures or to pawn their beloved items. They consisted of big shots such as sect masters or nobles and enjoyed the greatest treatment. Of course, a few were temporarily embarrassed cultivators as well. They were here to pawn off their heirlooms. Not all the items here had exorbitant prices. There were some ordinary merchandises inside these shops, but the weaker cultivators didn't even dare to come in since they were already intimidated. The group attracted many gazes. After all, everyone could see that Li Qiye was essentially a mortal while his companions were from a weak sect. Of course, their presence in this extravagant shop would make others stare. Normally, it was very difficult for Sherso's group to meet kings and sect masters. Thus, all of the gazes made the group nervously lower their head like brides on their wedding day. They looked very unnaturally following behind Li Qiye and didn't know what to do with their hands. They didn't dare to run around or even speak. This was their first time being to a shop of this level. On the contrary, Li Qiye was very comfortable and at home as he strolled through the shop. These customers only took one quick glance before returning to their business. After all, this group was only a bunch of insignificant characters. Nevertheless, the workers here still treated Li Qiye's group with cordiality despite their seemingly humble background. After all, they were here to do business. Money was their main goal. Chapter 1764, Li Qiye was indeed very bizarre as a mortal taking 3 cultivators on a shopping trip. The 3 cultivators looked like young brides following behind him. Their inexperience was clearly written on their face. This mortal was the complete opposite. He strode confidently regardless of the location and perplexed everyone. This might be the fiercest mortal the people here had ever seen. The workers here were discerning enough to know that Li Qiye was the leader of the group. Of course, this made them feel sad as well. Even though the other 3 obviously came from a small sect, they were still cultivators. Shirso's cultivation wasn't much in the grand scheme of things, but he was still someone influential in his own pond. Normally, even cultivators from smaller sects wouldn't care for mortals, they considered mortals no different from insects. But now, Li Qiye looked like the big shot in the group while the other 3 resembled servants. One worker, in particular, didn't think profit was possible, but he still enthusiastically came up and greeted, "Sir, what are you looking for? I'm seeing if your store has any treasure worth looking at." Li Qiye chuckled and said. The worker was stunned at this outrageous mortal. Normally, mortals would already tremble just standing by the door, but this guy was different with his tone. Even kings wouldn't dare to say something like this when they came to shop for treasures and ores. Shen Xiaoshan's group was scared out of their mind to hear Li Qiye. Xiaoshan's palms were drenched in cold sweat because she knew that Li Qiye had nothing in his pocket. This still didn't deter him from speaking in his boastful manner. If people were to find out, they would laugh until the group hid down a hole. However, this worker had seen all types of people before. He smiled and brought Li Qiye to a counter and carefully introduced him. "What do you think about this treasure? This lion thorn flexible armor is a Dao King level armor. You will be very safe wearing it, especially because it is a defensive artifact, thus it doesn't matter if your chaos energy and vitality are too weak." The group was instantly drawn in by the armor. Even He Chen was smacking his lips. Their sect only had one weapon at the Dao King level, their strongest. Their master was using it since he was also the strongest member of the sect. All 3 really liked it since they were satisfied with just having a Dao King artifact. The actual quality didn't matter. Of course, after seeing the price, they realized all they could do was look since they couldn't afford it at all. Even their master couldn't. Li Qiye didn't even bother to look and said, "Forget it, show me the real defining artifacts in this place." The 3 were astonished even more because they thought Li Qiye couldn't get any more domineering, but he proved them wrong. The worker was stunned too. This was the most unbridled mortal he had ever seen. Keep in mind that even some kings and sect masters couldn't afford some of the treasure in their shop. But now, this guy wanted to see the real deals. There was no word to describe this mortal. A few cultivators and experts in the shop heard him as well. They glanced at him several more times and thought that this mortal was too arrogant. Is this guy a newly rich? He doesn't know the immensity of the heaven and earth. One cultivator shook his head. The majority of the experts here ignored Li Qiye afterward while thinking that he was only an ignorant mortal. Meanwhile, Xiaoshan and the other 2 didn't dare to look at other people because Li Qiye's attitude has frightened them completely. It took a while before the worker gathered his wits and smiled wryly, not knowing how to respond. At the same time, Li Qiye didn't really care about what people thought of him since this was his normal conduct. The worker then took Li Qiye's group to a counter in the very center of the shop. No one was in this spot due to a very simple reason. Previous visitors knew that the treasures in this central counter had sky-high pricing. Plus, even if one could afford the price, the shop might not sell it to them. It depended on the buyer's identity as well. The ones here are the most expensive in our store, the worker said helplessly. Despite knowing that Li Qie wouldn't be able to afford it, the worker still brought him here. This was just part of his job since he couldn't exactly chase customers away. Nevertheless, he was too lazy to introduce the treasures to Li Qie. There were several treasures displayed with two in the center. It meant that they commanded the highest price. Shen Xiaoshan and the other two were right behind Li Qie. If it wasn't for him, they wouldn't even have the courage to enter the shop, let alone take a look at its defining treasures. One was an archaic zither. Its old age was obvious at first glance to everyone. The other was a palm-sized wooden box with a faint green luster, seemingly carved from a whole trunk of sandalwood. Because it was just one piece, there was no opening it to see what was inside. No one could tell the origin of these two treasures, but the store surely had their reasons for displaying them in the very center. The group of three couldn't see why they were precious. They looked much more inconspicuous compared to the treasures on the other counters. There was no price listed for the two. Li Qie only glanced at the zither before focusing on the box. This item actually managed to attract his attention. The others liked the zither more since it was much more prominent than the box. He Chen was very curious about the price of these defining treasures. He eventually grew bolder and asked the worker, "Why is there no price for this zither?" This worker was amicable enough and smiled, "It has a heaven-defying origin, a priceless treasure. Money isn't the issue, it will only be sold to the fated." "How can you sell it if there is no price?" Shen Xiaoshan asked. The worker only smiled and didn't answer. "That phoenix call zither is not simple indeed," Li Qie commented while still looking at the wooden box. Chapter 1765. After listening to Li Qie, He Chen became emboldened and hurriedly asked, "What is the story of this zither?" For some unknown reasons, the group felt more confident whenever Li Qie spoke. With him as his backing, they felt that they could get through anything. Meanwhile, Li Qie was still looking at the wooden box the whole time as if it was the most beautiful woman in this world. "Sir, you are quite discerning and knowledgeable to be able to recognize the phoenix call zither." The worker actually became startled. In the beginning, he thought that Li Qie was a young master, perhaps an illegitimate child of an expert from a great power. That's why three cultivators were following him. Nevertheless, the guy was still only a mortal in the eyes of this worker. Even if he didn't look down on Li Qie, he still didn't take the guy too seriously. This was only another ordinary customer at best. Thus, he became surprised to see a mortal like Li Qie easily revealing the name of the zither. Many kings and sect masters didn't even recognize the zither, let alone knowing its name. Li Qie seemed to be aloof since his unblinking focus was on the wooden box. The worker didn't know what was so interesting about the box, at least appearance-wise. After a while, Li Qie withdrew his gaze and finally glanced at the zither. "This particular zither is indeed a good item and it is reasonable to call it a priceless treasure. However, it is essentially useless right now in your possession, might as well use it as firewood." The three turned pale from fear. Remember that this was one of the two most precious treasures in the store, but now, Li Qie called it useless. It was a blatant insult towards the shop, as if he wanted to cause trouble. In a more serious scenario, shop owners would fight to the death to defend their reputation. The worker was stunned by this response. He turned austere and said coldly, "Sir, one can eat anything but must be careful of the words coming out. Our store's success has always been due to our golden reputation. Your store does indeed have a good reputation." Li Qie ignored the worker's demeanor and said flatly, "Without the phoenix melody, the zither is worthless. Only with its melody would the zither be valuable and peerless. Since you are selling the zither, it clearly shows that you do not have the melody, because if you did, you wouldn't bear to sell it right now. What is this about selling to the fated? It is only a way of finding the one holding the phoenix melody. At that time, you'll try to make a deal for the melody instead. He articulated as if it was no secret to him at all. The worker became stunned and took one step back while staring at Wuxia because this was a top secret of their shop, outsiders had no way of knowing. Moreover, all the workers here were actually direct disciples that have experienced strict examinations. They would never leak this secret. Sir, you are joking. He coughed wryly in order to skirt around the issue, but his astonished eyes said it all. There was an old man sitting in the back of the store, its manager. It didn't matter the big shots that came to shop, he would never personally receive them or even look at them. He was a powerful expert from the Jilin clan. His presence wasn't meant for reception but rather protection. If anyone dared to cause trouble here, he would quickly take care of them. After all, there were many precious treasures and ores here. Such a store required the presence of a true master in order to avoid unwanted problems. He immediately opened his eyes after hearing Wuxia talk about the zither and the melody. He glared at the youth for a long while. Wuxia didn't care and looked back at the box. How much for this wooden box? The worker regained his wits and hurriedly said, Sir, well, we're displaying this wooden box for a friend. The person wants a defensive scroll of the imperial level. It can be from any race. The worker's attitude became increasingly enthusiastic and respectful, not just because of his profession any longer. He had no knowledge of this particular wooden box because another clan asked them to sell it. This clan had a great relationship with their shop. The box was the clan's inheritance since an ancient era. However, the masters of the clan had no idea about the box's origin and why it was precious. Nevertheless, they continued passing it down to their descendants. Rumor has it that this was already a tradition back during the days of their founding patriarch. This patriarch told his children that the box was priceless and is meant for the fated. Only the chosen one would know how to open this box. However, none of his descendants knew how to open it, so the clan had no idea of the content inside. As time went on, the clan fell into decline, especially in this generation. Because of this, they had no choice but to sell this wooden box in exchange for a defensive scroll of the imperial level. They wished to use this type of imperial law to rise again. When the box reached the store, even the strongest and most knowledgeable ancestors here had no clue why this box was so precious. If it wasn't for the deep ties between the two sides, the shop wouldn't dare to sell this box here. After all, an imperial law was too precious. No one would be stupid enough to make the trade for something unknown. Perhaps a crazy man would do so. Shen Xiaoshan's group exchanged glances and understood that this was impossible. Even if they had an imperial law, they couldn't trade it for this wooden box. Wuxia only smiled after hearing this and looked around at the store. He instantly locked onto another item not far from there. He walked to the front of it for a better observation. The worker and the three also followed him. This item looked like a jade cup. However, its base was very tall, any taller and it would look more like a stand. A golden dragon was carved on the cup. This tiny dragon seemed to be swimming and very animated. Perhaps there was really a dragon sealed inside. A harmonious aura could be felt instantly when people got close. It was very pleasant and fueled everyone's vitality. Shen Xiaoshan was surprised because she could the wonderful properties of this cup-like treasure. Her vitality seemed to be purified, even her blood was becoming purer. It was hard to describe this feeling, but one thing was certain even for a layman like her, this was an incredible treasure. This is the Golden Dragon Cup. The worker cheerfully introduced. It came from a high god of the divine race, made from sacred recuperation jade and used the blood of an ancient flood dragon to create that little golden dragon. All of this came together with the high god's amazing crafting art. It can purify bloodlines and store essences in order to strengthen one's blood, especially those who have some ancestral blood. The group shuddered after hearing this because ancestral bloods were very precious. Those who had them were dragons among men and destined for greatness. Another good item. Li Chia chuckled and reached for it. If this was a while back, the worker wouldn't want him to hold it because a mortal wouldn't be able to afford it. But now, he didn't try to stop him at all. The moment Li Chia grabbed it, another hand snatched it from him. An aggressive voice sounded, "I want this jade cup, how much?" The group quickly turned and saw that the rude person was quite young. He wore a royal robe with phoenix embroideries on the sleeves. He had an excellent stature while his eyes flashed with a horrifying glint. There was a dazzling green jade on his forehead, telling everyone that he came from the golem race. You're tuning into the Han Li's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.